battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing. AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the SiliconSky Twin 7's at Watkins Glen International.
So let's take a look at Watkins Glen International, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the racetrack here. Front straightaway, not terribly long, not terribly fast. It does drop off considerably there as you go into turn one. Very constant radius turn one there. Nicely banked, by the way. You can really throw the car in there. Tremendous amount of grip on this racetrack, even in the wet. It's a lot of fun to drive here. Up through turns 2 and 3, a lot of fun. Uphill climb. You see a lot of that shot on television as they go through the S's there. Once you get to the top of 3 there, the fencing there kind of acts like a little tunnel. Makes it feel close to you, and it kind of kicks to the left a little bit, so it's kind of surprising the first couple times you go through there. Then down this straightaway section, very fast. It's the fastest part of the racetrack, and into this big bus stop chicane they call the inner loop. Very fast on the exit around the carousel here, which is also called the outer loop. It's a constant radius. Again, a lot of nice banking at this racetrack, and that carousel's no exception. Great passing zone. Heading down into the boot now, into 6. Fantastic turn. It's pretty much blind on the way in, blind apex, blind exit. A little bit off camber, just a lot of fun. Then racing down into turn 7 here is also tremendous fun. You're headed downhill, and you really toss the car into the corner hard. Harder than you would be able to at any other corner in the world, I think. It's just, the banking is just incredible, and the grip level is very high. So now we head down this straight section, which is uphill for the most part, heading into the heel of the boot, which looks like a constant radius. The track turns back on itself a little bit here. But again, it's a smartly banked turn here off to the right, which sets you up for turn 9. Turn 9 is fantastic corner. It's blind on the apex and blind at the exit. You're right up against the wall here at the exit. Quite a few cars that meet their demise there, unfortunately. But then a very fast turn 10. The challenge is just to line the car up so that you don't have to lift. Turn 11 is a lot of fun too. Banked right up against the wall at the exit, and then it's down the front straightaway again. That completes a lap at Watkins Glen International.
Pretty exciting racetrack, whether it's dry or wet. Welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Down in the pits with the Less is More cam, with bringing you all the racing action. Less More down in the pits now. We can see we're getting some of the wet stuff here, folks, and it looks like it's going to be a soggy one according to the forecast. Kyle Lockrow along with Les Epps, Paul Velton, bringing you all the live racing action this weekend. Kyle, good morning.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. It is a very chilly and soggy trip up here to the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York, but we are glad to go racing. It's going to be interesting. This place always puts on a good show, whether it's in the rain or in the dry.
Yeah, temperatures are going to be probably in the 40s and 50s today, and about a 50 or 60% chance of showers. And according to my wife, what we're going to be seeing, since she's to the west of us, just a lot of drizzle, Kyle, and it's chilly out there. That rain started this morning about the time I got out of the hotel around 6 a.m., and it really hasn't let up since. So the track is soaked down, but it's not torrential raining out there. But this is one of the more challenging racetracks on the circuit. Although in the wet, I have to admit, it's my favorite racetrack to drive. But those guardrails are kind of close by. I heard from Will Nonamaker put out a video. He said, when it's raining here at Watkins Glen, and these guys would know, they're experts at this racetrack, you never quite know what the racetrack's going to give you. You just have to remember those guardrails are close by. And there's old wives' tale. If you see a race car on a trailer and it's got blue stripes, it's been to Watkins Glen.
Yeah, it's what they always talk about, the Darlington stripe when you're in NASCAR and you go to that old 1.3 mile racetrack. Well, when you come to Watkins Glen and you see the blue guardrail, it's infamous here, and if you get a piece of it, you'll know it because you take home a little bit. And so we have a little bit of a different perspective this weekend. Paulie aboard Racer X here. This is we're trying the Twinkle Toes camera, the foot camera. We wanted to show you the perspective. A lot of folks are wondering, what is it like when you're in there? We see what they're doing when they're steering and they're shifting, but what does the footwork look like when you're on a road course? Well, we're going to show it to you with the modulating of the throttle and really working the brake and making sure you're smooth on the clutch and your up and down shifts. And with it being with the rain today, it's going to be a little bit more involved because you're going to really see the drivers in and out. It's going to be kind of a tap dance, as we call it. Reason being is you have to modulate that throttle, especially if you're a rear-wheel drive car driver. You have to really take care of it, and you have to modulate the wheel spin with the wet conditions.
Yeah, another thing we do often when we get in the car, you'll see the pedals look dry right now, and they'll probably stay mostly dry. A lot of times when we get in the cars in these wet conditions, Kyle, we're bringing towels with us. We're cleaning off our shoes so that they're as dry as possible when we're in the cabin. But with the rain all day long, these footwells might start getting a little bit wet.
Yeah, and that's something you really have to be careful about. With racing shoes, they have very thin soles, so there's not a lot to work with. And the reason being is, why would you not want a fat sole on the racing shoe, is because you don't have very good feel of the input that you're getting when you're pushing on the pedals, and then you also want to make sure you have ample grip. So a lot of times drivers will also put grip on the pedals, or sometimes they'll put some type of little bit of sand gritty paperish. There's a material you can put on it that makes sure it'll prevent slippage. So there's a lot of different ways you can do it. Teams are very innovative here in the Champ Car Garage, but it's something you have to monitor.
Let's go to Les down in the pits here. We can see he's down on pit road. Les, if you can hear us, what's the vibe feel like, and how are things looking down there on pit road? I'm not sure that Les can hear us completely, but you can see the cars are lined up. Now, the word is that they're going to be giving them maybe an extra lap or so to work the track in a little bit. When these rains come, Kyle, usually the very beginning of the rain lifts the oils off the racetrack, and that's when it can be slippery, really, really slippery. It's been raining for a couple of 2-3 hours now, and on this racetrack, we know it's a recently paved racetrack. Pretty clean. What can we expect the drivers are going to be doing here this morning? A lot of working in the tires because of the cooler temperatures. Les is noticing something. Always the driver, always the teammate, so always noticing something. So good heads up move there. So what you'll notice is the drivers will be working the tires in really, really hard, and you want to make sure you work the brakes in hard. You want to make sure you got a pedal. You'll see them pumping the brake pedals a little bit. You also have to watch the water that gets in between the pad and the rotor, because sometimes that can prevent it from getting ample grip and making sure the car can stop. So you really want to try to get as much temperature in these things as possible, and then depending on what kind of compound of tire you have, if it's more of a rain-based tire, you want to make sure that you're trying to keep it in water all day. It shouldn't be a problem, but you want to make sure you find that to keep it cooler, because if it starts to dry out for some reason, you have to keep an eye on that as well, because those are softer compound tires. Yeah, what we see are a lot of guys, they'll run very similar tires to what they run during the normal race. Others do have a specific rain set that they'll run, so we could certainly imagine that some of the teams have been jockeying tires just for this event, knowing we're going to have some rain. And the rain isn't a big surprise. We saw this in the forecast several days ago, so it's not a big shock that we're going to see the wet stuff today and likely tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking at the forecast. I pulled it up. So what we're looking at for today is obviously rain for most of the day. We're looking at about a high of 51, but with the wind chill we get here, it's got a very just cold breeze here at Watkins Glen. You're looking more around the 42 to 44 range temperature-wise, which is going to make it hard to get temperature in the tires and in the brakes and in the cars. So the teams will really have to work that in. It feels like it says 46 right now, but I can tell you it feels a lot cooler than that. The gusts will probably be up to about 14 miles an hour at times, so drivers will really have to watch that, and it looks like it's going to be going north, so drivers will have to keep an eye on headwinds and tailwinds, because especially in the wet, you want to make sure that it's not pushing the front end of the car or the rear end of the car when you're up at speed. So just something drivers will have to monitor.
And Clive is one of the big stories this weekend, back with his Porsche 944. This is one of the Visceral Racing Porsches, of course. And so it's great to see him and his team back here at Watkins Glen International, the SiliconSky Twin 7's at Watkins Glen International Raceway. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, it's ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race here at Watkins Glen. 7 hours of endurance road racing today and again tomorrow. And you might be surprised that we're racing in the rain. Yet that's actually normal for us. That's common for us. There are a couple of provisions. Corner workers need to be able to see themselves. There can't be lightning out there that could endanger the corner workers. So there are a few things that could cause the cars to come in, especially if we have significant puddling on the racetrack where it would make the track impassable. But for the most part, we race in the rain as well as in the heat and at night. This is kind of the heart of grassroots motorsports racing, where this is all part of the sport.
Yeah, but it's something that makes Champ Car very unique. A lot of series have transitioned to racing in the rain, but Champ Car has always raced in the rain. So you want to make sure you just see the windshield wipers moving. You want to make sure you got good windshield wipers, extra sets of those this weekend. You want to make sure you got Rain X and Fog X and a lot of those great products inside, and you want to do it inside the car as well, because with the temperature change, as you build up a little bit of heat from the components, you want to make sure you don't have the fogging up inside of the windshield along with outside. So you really want to keep an eye on that. As we're on board with Winning, My Races Live team is back with us this weekend. They are one of 95 entries this weekend, Paulie. Pretty much another sold out run here at Watkins Glen International, where we got 6 car classes this weekend, 21 in A class, 10 cars in B, 35, which is traditional here at C class, dominated by BMWs and Mazdas in C class. D class 6 cars, F class 5 cars this weekend, so good to see that. And the EC cars 18 cars, which is not uncommon, as we're on board with Chris Wilson and Brad Daly's team, Wilson Daly Racing. They're a local team from around the Corning area. So as we can see, there's just getting those tires warmed up, got a nice smooth grip on that wheel, just really testing the track. And you can see one of our camera cars in front. That's Racer X and the 96 BMW right there, as you see him just taking it easy, trying to turn into the corner.
Yeah, and what a lot of these guys are going to do, you see some of them have the grid work on their windshields. It's similar to a defogger you have on the back glass, and that's used to help defeat some of that humidity, the fogging effect that happens on the windshields. And you see, a lot of these drivers are going to feel real comfortable driving in some of the darker areas on the racetrack. You're going to have a shiny area offline where the tires haven't driven yet, and the dark area where the tires have gone ahead of you, those are going to be areas where there's a little bit more grip. And so we're going to see more and more drivers wanting to follow in those grooves until they need to go for a pass. And one of the tips that I've found here, a pro tip for you, the offline in the shiny part is actually pretty good too.
Yeah.
And so I love racing in the rain. It's an equalizer in some ways, Kyle, but in other ways, it really lends an advantage to those who like racing in it versus those that are uncomfortable with it.
It really takes a special talent to be good in the rain, because it takes a little bit of a different driving ability, and you have to be able to adjust, and you have to make sure that you understand being smooth in the rain. But it really does add a different element to your driving, but it adds a lot of diversity to your driving, because there's skills that you can take driving in the rain that you can apply to driving in the dry. It's a lot of fun, but it's tests the driver. You're going to be very tired, more so mentally, after this, because you always have to think about it, because with rain conditions, the track is going to change every corner of every lap. So what you experience the last lap may be a little bit different when you go around there next time around.
Yeah, you can see the wind is out there too. So not only do we have the rain, not only do we have the cool conditions, but there's also quite a bit of wind that's going to be coming at us today, Kyle, and that is going to make things all the more challenging for our people in the pits. So special thanks out to Les today, who's going to be enduring all this weather to bring us this footage and coverage from pit lane.
Yeah, he does a great job, so make sure if you guys get a chance, give him a high five, give him a hug, give him a hot cup of coffee or hot chocolate when he comes by you. He's a trooper, and he's actually going to be racing a little bit today, Paulie. He is going to be in the Racer X BMW later during today's event, so we'll get to see a little bit of Les's twinkle toes as he takes that BMW around the track.
Nice.
So we have 95 entries, 10 different manufacturers represented this weekend, 28 BMWs, Mazda with 27. So right there you got 56 entries. That's about half your field right there, which is typical for here at Watkins Glen. It very much favors your BMWs and your Mazdas. 15 Porsches, 9 Fords. Honda has 5. Mini Cooper has 3. 2 Pontiacs, 5 Chevrolets, and Nissan and Mercedes have 1 entry apiece. Our oldest entry is Hot Curl Racing with, I believe it's a 1970. Might get a clarification. Porsche 914. We saw that car last year. Was really cool. And then we have 4 cars that are 2016s, 2 Section 8 Mustangs, Ford Mustangs 2016, and then Open Throttle has a 2016 Mazda Miata and a BMW 3 Series. So right there, folks, you always wonder what kind of car do I need to have in there. You have a 46-year gap to figure out what you got.
You can run what you brung. You can run what you got in the garage, or you can build something special. There's a lot of opportunity to get out here and satisfy all of your dreams will come true in Champ Car Racing.
And this really is a bucket list track that a lot of people want to race at. There's so much history here, and so many drivers have graced the presence of this, everything from Formula One to IndyCar to NASCAR to IMSA to back in the day, Trans Am. So many SCCA, so many different series have raced here, and so many different drivers that we've watched over the years. We've gotten to do it, and to say you've gotten to share the drive, the track with those individuals, and it's quite a pleasure.
Pace car leading the field around. We did cap out the field, of course, have a waiting list, and then as usual we have some cancellations at the last minute. So that's why we didn't quite have the usual 10,000 entries we normally do for Champ Car Race. Cars coming down through the toe of the boot, and we might run things a little differently here next year, so stay tuned for that. Some exciting news may be on the way for that. But this weekend it's the Twin 7's, SiliconSky, 7 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow on the full course.
Now, Paulie, another thing that we probably need to mention to our viewership is we were talking about good places to run and bad places to run. 2 places, folks, that you'll notice. There's a lot of white line around the racetrack that shows the edge of the racetrack, but also you'll see the colors. If you watch NASCAR, you see a lot of the colors of their logos in the curbing at the racetrack with the yellow, blue, and red. You want to make sure in the rain you stay off the curbs and you stay off of any paint. There are a few sections where you have to cross the paint, and at that point you really want to make sure you got the wheel straight and that you're pointed where you need to go, because if you try to turn the wheel and apply any throttle when you go across that surface, it usually doesn't go very well. So it's going to be calculated. Turn 11 here, folks, when you come across, because you pit into the right here. It's a little different than some of the racetracks that we go to. It's similar to VIR, but you have to go across some paint coming through the corner at the apex, so you really want to make sure you're positioned well as you get through there.
Yeah, the one area that was like you had to watch it was right through here, coming through 11. There's a stripe of paint that leads you into the pits, but I drove over it today and it's pretty well worn in, so now I don't really think that's an issue anymore. the rest of the track should be pretty solid for pounding around here, even in the wet. That'll be a lot of fun for everybody. Here come the cars down the front straightaway again.
And you don't realize how banked that turn 11 really is. As you come through there, you think it's flat, but it's actually cambered a little bit, where you can kind of use the corner to your advantage on the entry to the center, but as you get through there, it starts to actually kind of go away from you on the exit. So you really want to make sure that you got the wheel adjusted, and you want to make sure you're getting out of that corner the best you can.
Yeah, I was thinking about that this morning. There really isn't a flat spot on the racetrack. Everything, you're either climbing or dropping, or banked or transitioning. This whole track is just a really enjoyable roller coaster ride. This whole sweep down through here always surprises me every year I come here when I drive this. Just how much of a drop and then climb you come out through here. It's almost disorienting. It's just so much fun.
When you watch it on TV, it looks like it's just a smooth, gradual climb. But when you turn into turn 2 and you start that climb, you're going straight uphill, folks. All of a sudden, you can't see really a ton ahead of you until you get right about to where that tent area is as you come up to the top of the hill. And then as you come to the top, you're going to get ready to turn back to the right as you come to the top part of the S's, because you're actually going over a tunnel of how you get into the racetrack. So it's a very unique section. But at that point, you're probably grabbing 5th gear and just continuing to climb and get up, get to the top end of the gearbox. Definitely going to see rooster tails coming off the cars today, folks, with the wheels and the back of the cars. So drivers are really going to have to monitor their line of sight, and you have to make sure you can see, because you can already see some rooster tails coming off now, and the cars are spread apart a little bit. But as they get into racing together in traffic, you really want to make sure you're not, because you're going to be blinded to an extent. So it's really important that you keep your head on a swivel. So it looks like, believe, Paulie, as the clock started, I believe, might just be that they're letting them work in the track a little bit.
Yeah, I think I can't really hear downwind from us here at Race Control what exactly they're going through, but it seems that they're still trying to let these cars circulate. So normally by now we would have had the green. We're still working our way around the racetrack. I'm working on some timing and scoring issue.
So what you'll see, folks, if you've watched races here in the past at Watkins Glen, it's really cool that we have this shot here. It's what's called the bus stop, or the inner loop. The curbs are a little bit lower than you've seen. In years past that we've been here, the curbs have been pretty high. You'd see the cars kind of getting up on 2 wheels. You really won't see that now this year. They've really flattened it out for a lot of the sports cars and stock cars, and especially the Indy cars that would come and race here in other series. So a lot of times now you can kind of just glance over the curbs and use them. And in the dry, you definitely want to get as much curb as you can, because it helps you get through those sections. But again, today, you have to adjust your line accordingly. Now, we may see some drivers get up on the curbs a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see how they do that with as wet as the racetrack is. But it does make the transition through the inner loop and the bus stop a lot smoother, because then the car, with getting up on the curbs and potentially getting the car up on 2 wheels, you would throw a lot of the body weight of the car around. So now it's a little bit flatter. It's a little bit smoother to where it's a better transition.
Which is good.
Yeah, and it makes it more predictable, because a lot of times in the past you'd see somebody hit the curb too much trying to get a little bit or get the car to turn. Sometimes it would push the car out. They could get into somebody else. You don't see that too much anymore, but you still have to be careful. I mean, those curbs do have a little bit of a lift to them, and it can throw you off a little bit if you're not ready or you don't have your wheel completely set where you need it to be. So it is still a challenge to get through that inner loop, but I do commend the track for adjusting it and making it is a lot smoother. On board here with Open Throttle and Foe, the 165, a embracing AI car. We'd like to give a hello to Mr. Tim Averill and his team with SiliconSky for sponsoring our race this weekend. We really, really appreciate it as the title sponsor. Tim is one of our Champ Car members, competitors, and he's a friend, but he's also a very big supporter of the series. So we appreciate everything that he and his team are doing. If you get a chance, go check out that Embracing AI initiative. When it's a SiliconSky team, they have a lot of great things going on in the cybersecurity world, and if there's something their team can do for you, reach out to them and let them know that Champ Car sent you their way. And you'll notice the downhill, folks. It looks like it's just a gradual downhill. That's a dead drop straight down.
Yeah, it's nicely banked. It's so beautifully banked, turn one. We're talking about turn one. And like I said, there's just no flat space on the track. Even the front straightaway, you climb and then you fall. And I don't know. I mean, it's a nightmare for setting up cameras, but it is so much fun racing this track. You just never get bored. Okay, maybe the run down to the bus stop is relatively flat. That back stretch there, Kyle, it is a bit of a climb to get up to it, to the tunnel area there, turn 4. I call it the tunnel. I don't know if anybody else calls it that or not. But then as you head down through the inner loop, immediately you get that beautiful bank and that drop down into the outer loop. Again, you just don't see that on TV, but you got to get here and feel it, Kyle.
Yeah, and just see it, because when you're here and you can see it, you're like, wow, that doesn't, when I've watched it on television, that doesn't look that substantial, and folks, it really is. We can't stress it enough. But the key to getting up the hill, like Paulie was talking about, because it's a climb straight up, you want to get out of turn one the best you can. So you have to manage coming down the front straightaway, manage getting on the brakes, making sure you don't go too far and end up in the runoff area. But you also don't want to overslow for the corner, so you want to carry ample speed through the corner, and then you want to get back to the power and start grabbing gears as quick as you can to get up through the S's and get that run the best you can, because getting into the bus stop or the inner loop area is a great passing opportunity, and it's a good opportunity to get by guys, especially early in the race before people get into their rhythm.
Yeah. So the cars climb the hill here. They have a little bit of a little bit of a jog to the left for the bus stop, or for the top of this is actually the top of 3. It's not 7. Looks like I never got that label fixed from last weekend.
We're testing them. We're seeing if they'll put something in the comments and let us know what they might. We want to know how their track knowledge is.
Yeah, they're pretty forgiving. I mean, these guys.
They are.
Of course, they've been with me a long time. They know what they're dealing with. They know what to expect. And they know that I keep the bar low. Lots of rain out there today. This is the turn in. This actually is turn 7 down here. The toe of the boot. And they'll head up the hill here. The pace car just coming up to turn 8 here at the heel of the boot. You can see double yellows being displayed there. Looks like a safety vehicle going out there, Kyle. We may have an issue.
Yeah, they may be. Let me check our marching, if they have it running already. Let's check the old marching ants and see. That looks like we do have a car stop, Paulie. It looks like it may be and I'm going to make a call here, it may be the 761 car, and it's between turns 9 and 10. So if you're wondering where that is on the racetrack, that is the 2 turns before you come to the front straightaway. I think we have some cameras back there in that section, right, Paulie?
We have a spin and continue, and a car stopped over at 9A and 10. We don't have all of our cameras running this weekend because of the rain. We're going to expect we're going to have a lot of that issues there, but we've got some fair coverage here. We've got this is the turn 10 area, so they must be back there at 9. I think that camera might be offline. Let me check. Turn 3. Yeah, showing on the control logs, car 761 looks like the stricken car over there in that area of the racetrack.
So the camera shot that Paulie just had, folks, it was pointing at the turn 10, which is the left-hander.
Yeah.
The car that was stopped is just before that on that straightaway that leads down to the 10-11 complex. Just to give you a little bit of perspective of Watkins Glen. And that's a deceiving corner too, folks. And what I'll mean by that is once we get the cars up to speed, you'll really see them track out to the left of the camera, back toward the Salem signage, which is coming out of turn 10, and then you'll see the cars have to quickly get back to your camera right, track left for them to where what you would see is that restart zone that they used for the NASCAR weekend here just a couple weeks ago. And what they have to do is get the car slowed down. You want to kind of slow down a little bit earlier, get the car turned into the corner, and then you want to try to get back to the power as much as you can as you're straightening the wheel, and then you want to let the car track out almost all the way to the rumble strip. You'll probably see cars run a little shallow today just because of the weather and just with it being so wet over there.
Here's the scene of the crime. Coming out of 9 here. I would say one of my favorite corners, but actually I just love them all.
That is a tough corner, Paulie, because as you come up out of turn 9, it actually goes off camber, and it flattens out quicker than you expect. So you really have to make sure you don't have the car pinched off, because it can spin out really, really quickly. And I got to wonder if somebody came up out of the corner and was trying to get to the power, and I wonder if they went for a little bit of a ride.
Yeah, it's a common area for guys, for cars to meet their demise down in here, because like you said, it's blind. It's kind of a blind entry, almost a blind exit too. The clipping point's certainly blind, and then you begin to see where you're at. And in the wet here, it's easy to get into like a ping pong off those walls. Easy to get wide there, make contact with the guardrail, and then shoot back across to the left side of the track. Now, there's really no reason to be that far to the left unless you're trying to get around another car. So for him to be over there, most likely it was involuntary. The car ended up over there. But he could have got on the power there, and it could have turned and speared the wall.
And to your point, Paulie, where you said you're trying to set up for a pass, as you come up out of turn number 9, and once you get the wheel straight and you come under, because right there, just past the mission sign, there's another tunnel that goes from the infield portion to the infield portion over on the boot section, but it also leads around to the front straightaway. So it tightens up right there because you're going over that tunnel. So you really got to be careful, but you are prepping if you're trying to make a pass going into 10. You do have to get the car over to the left, but obviously under caution conditions, you shouldn't be passing like that. It should be single file.
Yeah, it looks like he just impacted the rail as he spun, so it must have been a spin there, Kyle. Probably just because of the wet conditions, and maybe got on the power a little too much juice, and that'll bring the back end of the car around.
And that's the 761. That's the MLC racing team. So tough break for those guys. Not a good start to their weekend, but hopefully it was just a very light tap to where they can get it back out there.
Yep. I think you've got a sheet over there if you want it.
I do.
You don't need it if you don't need it.
I got it there for reference. I am good to go. Plus, I grabbed our entry list and cycling through. So I think you have me well prepped as always, Paulie. So
good.
I appreciate it. So, but thanks again, folks, for tuning in and joining us this weekend. It's going to be an exciting weekend. Going to be a little bit of a wet weekend here, but it's always a good challenge for our Champ Car teams.
And now we got the EV over on the right side too. So there's obviously some concern here at this part of the racetrack. I wonder if there's something on the surface that they're concerned about. There's Racer X with that distinctive yellow trunk lid that you're going to be racing probably tomorrow.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. Les will be in the car
Les
today.
will be in there today.
And then I will be in the car probably in the afternoon at some point tomorrow.
And Kyle and I have both raced that car in the same event together, and you drove that car also at Pit Race.
Did.
the closure of, we closed that track out last year.
I tell you what, I had never had a chance to drive pit race, only in a practice session briefly for Rad Air Racing in one of the Neons. I was doing a lead follow with Andy Feifick. Hello to Andy if he's watching, by the way.
Hey, Andy.
And Bill Snow and those guys. I hope they're doing well. But yeah, I had the chance to to do a lead follow with Andy. Oh, looks like they got the car on the rollback. So, but it was a lot of fun to do that. But to actually get out there and get to race and experience pit race, now I completely understood why so many people love that racetrack. And but that Racer X car is always fun to drive. Very heavy on the steering. There's no power steering, so you definitely get an arm workout, and you definitely get a workout driving the car. But it's so well balanced and set up that it's a lot of fun. And I know Les was chomping at the bit. He saw how much fun I had driving the car at pit race, and he said, "I'd really love to drive it." And I said, "Well, why don't we split the weekend and let's make it happen." So hopefully it'll be a good weekend for Les to get out there and have a little fun. So it looks like they got the stricken car. It looks like the wing's a little bit bent there, so they might have incurred a little bit of rear damage on the car. Hopefully it's nothing that won't prevent them from getting back into the race. So we see there's the Porsche 914 right there. That's Hot Curl Racing. We mentioned them just a little bit ago.
Les bringing us the front straightaway action as the cars come down to pick up turn 1 again.
Once we get going, folks, here, this is a cool shot here into turn 1. You'll really see the field fan out going down to the braking zone for turn 1. It's always exciting. It's one of the cool parts of it. And then you watch them kind of funnel into the entry into turn 1 to try to get through the corner. Excuse me.
Yeah, I would imagine once we get the pace car around here again, they may bring them in and cut them loose. Not sure what the cause of the delay is. Do know that they had some pit loop and timing loop issues yesterday, but I think I would imagine they got most of that taken care of. So car's still coming around the racetrack here.
Yeah, it looks like they're picking up the pace here just a little bit, Paulie. So I wonder if now that they've cleared everything, if we may be getting ready to let these things cut loose.
Yeah, that may be the case. That is usually what they'll do. They'll tell the pace driver, you can pick up your speed a little bit. They give them a target mile per hour, and so you'll sense as a driver that they've sped up. And that will naturally cause the field to string out a little bit as the cars come through the bus stop here, also known as the inner loop. They'll then head down to the outer loop, which is a descending right-hander. A lot of fun, kind of a constant radius turn. And you saw somebody already taking some of the curb there in the bus stop.
Yeah, they're probably just testing that thing to see what it's like. I'll bet you they probably just got up on it and wanted to see.
Just for fun. It's kind of boring out there driving like this. You can do something.
Well, and when you're under caution, it's a good time to work on your line. And if you run your line really, really slow, it gives you visual reference points to kind of understand where you need to put the car as you get up to the speed you're going to be running under green. So
absolutely,
it's definitely a good time to just go, okay, well, I'm running through here. Here's where I feel like I need to be. And it just kind of lets you, okay, here's where I need to put the car. That feels about right. And then you can just adjust to it as you increase the speed.
And you can just tell they are picking up their speed here a little bit as I climb up here into this catch fence area.
Well, the good thing is Scotty looks like because that's Scott Forrester and one of the owners in the car. Looks like right now looked like he was about to go 2 seconds faster this lap.
Yeah, they're headed down towards turn 8 here. This is I believe the heel of the boot. It's a downhill braking. It's just slightly downhill, not too dramatic. Lots of good runoff here. In dry conditions, you come in there pretty hot.
Yeah.
And so then up to 9 here. It is a bit of a climb. just the dab of the brakes, typically in the dry, and then they'll just kind of ease the wheel in to find a late apex. You apex too soon, you're going to find yourself running out of track on the right, and that's what gets guys in trouble. You got to really watch your mirrors to make sure someone isn't sneaking in on either side of you that could cause an accident through there. So that's probably the big caution area there. Turn 10, very fast. Pretty much flat out if you set the car up properly, depending on the car, and then they'll head into 11 here.
Pace car is still out, Paulie. I just poked my head out of the booth here for a second, so it looks like we're at least going to get one more lap before we cut them loose.
Les is standing down at the kind of towards the exit here of pit road, so you can see the cars coming at him there.
And that's about the point right there where, as the pace car's coming through, where you start to really hit that downhill descent.
You can even see it right there, can't you? You can see how the car's nose down, and they start heading downhill here towards this right-hander. And there's an unbelievable swath of pavement to the left there. If you miss one, I mean, you've got the rest of New York State to pick up and get back on the racetrack, but it's not going to help your lap times any. If you spend too much time out there consistently, they'll bring you in.
Yeah, that was a topic of conversation. Is can we use a little bit of the runoff? The question is 2 tires. That was the limit that they'll give you over the curbs, is 2 tires. If you go anything further than that, they're going to probably bring you in. You're going to have a conversation, and then if it keeps happening, it's probably going to lead to more penalties. And a lot of people were wondering about that, because when they raced here 2 weeks ago with the stock cars, they had actually put tire barriers out there to keep the drivers from using excessive amounts of the runoff area that had become kind of a trend here. And the same thing where we would go to turn 6, they use the short course here, so that barrier is not down in turn 1, so the drivers are really going to have to just mind P's and Q's and make sure that they're obeying track limits.
And we should also talk about the bus stop chicane too, because there is a rule if you what's called blowing the bus stop, where you miss that right-hander, you end up going straight. The rule is you have to come to a complete stop before you continue. There used to be a rule, I don't know if it's still enforced, you have to wait for the corner worker to wave you on. I wasn't in the driver's meeting, but whatever the case may be, you do have to come to a complete stop.
I didn't hear about that one as far as letting the corner worker clearing you, but I think from just based on it, I think it's just to at least come to the complete stop. Reason being is you're not supposed to gain an advantage from it.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Most that going over the curbs is a little bit sketchy. I remember driving in this about 9 years ago in this race, and was driving the Martin McClure racing Camaro at the time, and I got a little too much on the curb, and the car started doing that death wobble. And you want to talk about a plus 12 out of 10 pucker moment? That was. And it was in conditions very similar to this. So you definitely want to be mindful of getting up on the curbs. And those were those old slick, the red and the white painted curbs back then. So at least here they have that little bit of the teeth where you feel like you have some type of traction on them.
Yeah, they've put some pills down there too. So they've got like these wedges that they've bolted into the asphalt down there. So it's not a happy place to be in that right-hander. You just want to try to run the line as close to the asphalt as you can, less trying to keep those lenses right. The wind is blowing the rain towards Les. Basically, it's blowing across the front straightaway, and it's not just drizzling down. There's a fair amount of wind there. We'll go back. It looks like the yellows have been pulled in by the starter, which I'm a little surprised to see. Maybe they're going to be planning to go green this time by.
It looks like the starter, he's looking for him. So hopefully we'll have a green flag in hand, and we'll get to see some cars at speed.
Yeah. Coming through 9 through into 10 here is the The pace car, looks like the lights might be out, Kyle.
I think you're correct, Paulie. I just checked out of the booth just to be sure. I don't see any light, so I think we may be seeing full-blown green this time. I think he's trying to get the yellow flag in. I think it's stuck. All right.
Okay, pace cars come into the pits, and now just waiting for the starter here to raise the green. And there it is. The green flag waves for the start of the Twin Sevens this weekend. 7 hours of endurance road racing here at Watkins Glen International. The SiliconSky 7 Twins. And they are on their way.
There they already fanned out 3 and 4 wide, headed down to turn 1.
Diving into turn 1. They're nice and wide here as they head into the corner. There's a fair amount of room through there, so it's not necessarily single file as they then make the dive up the hill. You just really feel, again, Kyle, like you're in a valley and you really can't see what's up there. They've come screaming up to the top of the hill. Now they've begun to file out.
Yeah, it takes a lot of trust, and you really have to know where you're at here at Watkins Glen to understand exactly, how to navigate your line as you come up the hill. As we see it look like one of the Mustangs there trying to make a pass. For the lighter cars, you're going to see them pretty much be able to stay full throttle. The heavier cars, depending on what kind of aero you've got on the car, you might have to see them have a little bit of a lift, as we see Scotty working inside the car here, headed down to the bus stop.
Yeah, looks like he's heading down to that bus stop chicane here. Got a car that passed him on the inside. He's kind of mid-tracking it here. I like that. You can see he's just clipping things here. Off the clutch, on the throttle.
Now,
what he feathering the gas.
He hit the clutch there, folks, because what he was trying to do is he was just trying to let the car free roll a little bit and not have it, start spinning tires real hard.
So he's coming through the outer loop here. You can see the banking. You get a little bit of a feel for it. He's checking his mirror to the left. He's making sure if there's nobody's going to sneak around the outside as he heads down into the laces of the boot. He's checking that inside. So he's being really careful. He's watching traffic. This is when you really have to keep your eyes on your mirrors. He has maybe Clive there in his mirror. And he's heading down towards 7 here.
You'll notice his feet, folks, if you watch his right foot. Notice how he's on the brakes. He's just working the brake pedal. He's trying to make sure the car doesn't start locking up. And then you just hear him gingerly easing into that accelerator. You watch him. Oh, got a car spun there. That's the 914.
Okay.
Excellent job of working by that. That's why you got to be really careful. Heard him grab a gear right there.
Yep.
See him working the clutch a little bit, trying to monitor the wheel spin.
He's going to different gears, and you saw him get into the brakes just enough. It's an easy corner to brake in right there because you're heading uphill so much. It's easy to come to a stop. But, yeah, somebody going up the hill must have gave a little too much juice, a little too much side load, and around she came. He's watching his mirrors. He's got a storm coming by him here. He's really easing through here. He's downshifted. Got a little bit of wheel spin there. He's going to add some brake here. Just tap, tap, tap. Gets over to the inside.
And you got to watch your left sides, make sure you don't accidentally put them on the grass. It's hard to do that, to not do it, because you want to get as far over as you can. He did a nice job to 11 there. And this is Scott's first time back in the car in a while, as it looks like the 993 car just goes by. See Scotty just nice and easy on the brakes.
There's the heel toe.
A little heel toe action.
And that's another nice thing about this racetrack, Kyle, that most of the corners are banked so nicely that even in the wet, you can see the foot box already starting to get wet down there. It's very forgiving for that. As you pitch the car into the corner, it can be wet, but you can still have some good grip because you've got that inertia pushing you into the track.
Yeah.
He's coming through the tunnel here onto the backstretch, and he's just kind of holding the throttle back. He's not trying to give it full beans through here. maybe trying to get a feel for how the car is handling the wet. This track does get puddled to the point where you will feel a little bit of hydroplane, especially as you're heading down towards turn 8. So he needs to be careful through here. He's letting somebody through now. Looks like Troxel coming through the bus stop. He's letting other traffic go by as he's getting a feel for his own pace. You know, what am I comfortable with? How's the car responding? He's getting his braking done. You notice most of his braking's happening in a straight line. That's one of the few tips my dad ever gave me as a racer. In the rain, just get your braking done in a straight line, come off the brake, then turn in.
He's a little deeper into the brakes this time around here.
Yeah,
Looks
this is a pretty safe corner for that.
Yeah. Now the hard part here is you want to modulate the throttle because we just saw that Porsche spin.
Yeah.
You can hear him just trying to get a little bit of power coming out of there.
Yeah, you know, he's really trying to get a feel for how the car, where's the grip at, and if it does break away, am I going to feel it start to break, or is it just going to snap on me? And he'll discover that as he spends more time out there. Nice heel toe. Pumping the brakes.
Now you notice the SiliconSky car, yes, it did pass on the left side, but it took that offline section, Paulie, that we talked about in the opening.
Yeah, you can ride the rim, and there's going to be some good grip out there, and you're also not putting as much load on the car going around the rim like that, so it's a safe pass out there. And Scotty saw him coming. He's doing a really good job of checking his mirrors before he dives in.
Yeah, you heard it right there.
Got twisted right there. Yep, you saw the reaction. He came off the throttle just a little bit. In the wet, if you give it a little too much juice, you really do want to come off the gas and let those tires slow down so that they don't completely take you around. And that's exactly what he's doing here. You notice he's holding the throttle back. He's letting these guys go. Got a little over rev there. He's probably still trying to get used to it.
And that car's got a lot of power. It's a lot to get. Oh, got one spinning. Got one spin. Oh, nice save. Got a little too much on the curbs there, folks. That's what we talked about. You really got to be careful. It is very slick and treacherous out there right now.
There's no Z, and Mazda leads the way over Shut Up Racing, Haywood Racing in third, followed by Haywood Racing in fourth, JS Motorsports in fifth, TCR Motorworks in sixth. Then it's Wilson Daily Racing, Cole Morgan Racing, Easy Riders, and Corsair Racing, your top 10. I gotta say, this is a lot of fun watching him navigate this. Not only with the footbox, but also in the rain, and see how he's handling this. You see one of the Turning Concepts Porsches come by. And I really respect the way that he's handling himself out there with this car. It is a fast car. It is quick.
Yeah, it is a quick car. I mean, it's hard to put the power down in this car in the rain. I mean, it's well set up. It's a well-balanced car, but it's very difficult to do that. And when you're in conditions like this, it's hard to get that. Yeah. See Les there at pit in.
Yeah, he's worked his way down to pit in. You can kind of see, look at the asphalt there. You can kind of see a black areas, and you can see the shiny areas. So you can see there's some water that's kind of a little bit heavier in certain areas where others it's not as much. And you don't see the big rooster tailing. What you see is some rooster tailing. And in these conditions, most of those cars should handle fairly well out there. When you get a lot of water out on the racetrack, that's when you can get into some hydroplane conditions where the tires actually ride up on top of the water, lose grip with the asphalt, and then you're really in trouble. You could, if it goes on persistently, you could find yourself losing control of the car.
Yeah.
If it's just little puddles like we see on the stretch heading from 7 to 8, you'll feel little kicks coming back at you into the steering, into the car as it slows the car down just a bit as it hits it. Imagine hitting a puddle while you're driving, and you get that feeling of the car slowing down as it hits that. That's what it feels like.
Big jump last lap by Wilson Daily Racing. The local team, they just picked up 2 spots, just moved up into the top 5 last lap of a 240.9. So good early run for those guys. They know this track very well. Again, this is their home racetrack, based about maybe 30 minutes from here.
Yep, some car-to-car contact out there between the 396 and the 59 car. No, everything's under review right now. The 59 is the Start Racing team. I think we've got a camera. We had a camera in their car. Let me see if I can bring that up.
See them back to single file here, folks, as they roll in. You'll notice they're taking a little bit of a wider entry. Reason being is they're trying to stay off of that paint. Looks like we do have a car coming to pit road here. That looks like the Red Imports Honda, the 2001 entry, may be headed to pit road. Yes, it is.
Off they go.
I talked to those guys a little bit yesterday. Ryan Lynch, one of the owners of the team. They're a team that they're based up here in New York as well, from Rochester. Really, really nice guys, really optimistic, really wanted to put on a good show this weekend.
Go on board with, I think Claire's no, it's Irwin. A little twitchy there, making the upshift.
Trying to get by one of the Boston Whiners, the Red Balls car, the 763. Wasn't able to get to the right of him. If he can stay with it, he's trying. In these conditions, you definitely don't want to stick your nose in there unless you're completely sure. As he grabs 4th gear, coming to the top of the S's at the top of turn 4, headed down to the bus stop.
Yeah, and this is where this could get you really in trouble here if he stuck his nose down the inside here. The car to the left is actually setting up correctly for the corner. You're going to swing out and then dive in. And so he's just kind of mid-track and keeping his eye here, but he's looking for a way by, Kyle, for sure. Going high here wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Looks like that's where he's headed.
Well, the only problem
he's got that slower car up there. So he's going to have to wait, get by, and then maybe he can get up there. But
if he can get a good run out of 5 here, he's presented the nose to the quarter panel.
Yeah, this is good. Oh, he's gonna break a little early. All right.
Side by side with him.
Yep.
Boston Whiners isn't giving up that easy.
No, he's kind of squeezing a little bit down there, looking to get to the apex so he gets a good exit. Both cars.
Little twitch.
Got a little bit of a kick there, yep. Down to 7 they'll go. And this is more of an example of a car that's working good. You can see he does have quite a bit of grip. Fade to the right, but he's got a slower car there, so going to have to go back to the left.
Grab 3rd gear coming up the hill. He's trying to get by the Embracing AI car.
There we go.
He's cleared that one now. Let's see if he can clear the car in front.
And the car in front's kind of drifting a little bit. It's going to be of a squeeze.
The 90 car, that's Zach Callender's team.
And you can see a car ahead's taking the wide line. If he could follow that car up there, that would be great. But it looks like the BMW starting to get away. Might catch him in the braking here. Downshift. This is the great equalizer. You know, the faster car doesn't have as much of an advantage. Around the outside here, pretty risky maneuver here, passing on the outside. Racer X is actually in the grass. Pretty risky maneuver there. Wouldn't recommend that, even in the dry. A lot of drivers aren't looking to the outside. They're looking at the apex.
Gonna try to get inside here.
Yeah, this should be a good pass.
Now, the only question is, what's your grip level going to be going over the paint?
Well, the paint, again, it's worn down quite a bit, Kyle. It really isn't a factor as it was in previous years. So once they refresh that paint, yeah, you're going to get some excitement going over that paint line.
Did a nice job of making a good pass there into 11. Downshifts to 3rd. Going to 2nd gear. Wow. Usually don't see that much here at Watkins going in. Usually that's a 3rd gear corner.
Yeah. Of course, he's probably wants to go a little slower in there, but yeah, I too would have expected him to hang in 3rd and drive out kind of low in the gear. But no, he's going for it. He must feel like this car's really hooked up. And this is when it's so much fun. I can't. This is so much fun because you've got an advantage in grip and you're light, you're feeling good, and the faster cars that storm you are going to have trouble. So you've got a real advantage here. This is a Miata. Heading back to the bus stop. Now you see how he swings out to the left. Let's see how he comes through here.
You can see that line when you talked about, Paulie, that darker spot where they're really working the water and getting it kind of out of there. Now he's trying to chase down the car in front.
Yeah, and that darker area is where a lot of drivers that aren't so comfortable with racing in the rain are going to stay.
That's the 95 car, the Lightning McQueen team car.
Yeah, so that's why a pass like that works so well, because they'll be very intimidated by you coming around on the shiny stuff. Not quite where he really wants to be, but this is about right. Now he's where he wants to be. He can get on the power and roll out. Check that mirror to the outside, make sure not somebody's not coming down the outside.
And the rainy conditions do tend to do well for the Mazdas and some of the BMWs, especially the lighter cars.
If you're front-wheel drive, you're in heaven right now.
Yeah. Oh, a little big of a wobble right there.
Yeah, it seems to be well controlled.
Wilson Daily Racing, best lap so far is a 2:37.6. They're up into third spot, only about 19 seconds back. On board with Chris Wilson at the wheel, who's starting the race.
Yeah, and he too looks like he's carrying some good speed here as he heads into this left-hander.
He's staying in fourth gear, Paulie. I don't know if you just witnessed that. He didn't downshift.
Yeah.
And, Paulie, we've talked about, the wheel spin, the advantage to staying in. And there he's going to third gear. Now, what would the advantage be in staying in a higher gear going through the corner?
Yeah, well, for one thing, you're obviously not racing at the speed you normally would. So by staying in that higher gear, what happens is you can accelerate out of the corner without really being at the peak of the torque curve. So you're not risking as much wheel spin coming out of the corner. And it also just reduces the amount of time you spend shifting. So less mistakes. If you can just keep it in a higher gear and just motor around, especially in the wet, that might be the way to go.
You can see him just easing through turn 9 here. He's just rolling into it. I mean, the car's very well balanced. Looks like he's going to make a pass here on the start racing. That's the Senator. That's Mr. Mike Coleman, one of our board members, I believe one of our treasurer. And his team, they're up here racing this weekend.
I think this might be David's car, the other board member.
That is David's car.
He's got two board members running together. And the old Porsche up ahead, the 914 or 916?
914.
914 looks like he's going to try to get all three of these cars here.
Now the question is, can the Porsche go deeper in it? Nope, Porsche backed off. I figured that Porsche would have gone a little deeper into the brake zone, but Chris, again, he's from this place. He knows, I think he's got a lot of laps around here. So,
well, at that point, he's getting closed on. Maybe just let him go. I can tuck in behind him. I'm not going to try to force the issue going into a wet turn 1. I'm just going to let him go, and then I'll swing in behind him. So he heads up the hill here through the S's.
And then not too far behind the Wilson Daily is TCR in the 97. And then one of the 773, one of the Mazda Miatas, Haywood Racing, is up into the top 5. You got 35 Motorsports, the 378 in 6. Parts Badger, Roy at the wheel. We'll talk about those guys a little bit. That's going to be a monster effort for Roy this weekend. They're short on crew guys, so it's going to be a lot of work for them with crew in the car and then having to get in and drive it as well. But Roy always puts in a monster effort when he does stuff.
Yeah, Hack Racing here. I don't recognize that name, but looks like Tyler at the wheel from Canada.
This must be one of our newer teams. Looks like they're having some issues with their camera.
Got the deodorizer there hanging from the window, from the mirror.
Yeah.
It's always good. It's always good. Let's check in with Clive and see how things are going for him up there in the 944.
Looks like he's on pace here to be about a half second quicker so far in his lap. He's grabbed 5th gear, headed down toward the bus stop. So I actually got an update from those guys this morning. That should be David at the wheel to start. Clive is actually scheduled to go last in the order today, so he'll be the closer for that team. So, yeah, or no, I'm sorry, not David. Frank Simmons should be at the wheel right now. David Palermo will go second, Justin Willis third, and then Clive's going to bring her home to the finish.
Okay.
Now, Paulie, with it being
20th place,
as we're doing a good job for these guys, just taking it easy. And folks, it's not a bad thing to just kind of cruise and take it easy right now with these wet.
Here he goes. Here he goes. He's going around, and he's down in a bad spot. Oh, he stays out of the wall. Way to go!
Nice job. Wasn't able to get the clutch in. Looks like he's able to get the car refired. Yes. Now the question is, can he get out of the grass?
Looks like it just came around, and we got it on. I think we got it on the replay here. We'll see if we can check that out. Oh,
probably. Yeah, he's got to take it easy for a couple corners.
Yeah, the
he's
got to started to snap on him again.
He's got to get that dirt and junk and mud off his tires. It looked like he had gotten in there. I think he was trying to I think he anticipated that BMW going a little quicker. Let's watch it as he comes out of 5.
Yeah, he's carrying really good speed, and this could be just a matter of I'm getting faster and faster and faster, feeling better and better.
He's
and
on
better.
the brakes, but I think the BMW,
he's in trouble. Yeah.
The BMW slowed, and I think he wasn't anticipating him slowing up that much.
Yeah, we just got in too hot. We just got to check up. We got to leave extra room. You just don't know what the other guys are going to do. It looks like he stalled it. And I think you're absolutely correct there, Kyle. He was seeing the closing distance, and he didn't want to center punch him. Thought, you know what? I got to break. He probably knew he was in trouble here, and there was nothing he could do. But the best thing about this, he kept both feet in, and he didn't hit the wall.
And he didn't panic. But you notice he didn't panic.
No.
He actually even let his hands
the wheel
off.
go.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly.
He could see the way that the car was headed, and he knew this was fine. This was okay. And so I'm just going to let it go. And really isn't much you can do about it anyway. But he wasn't frantically trying to catch the car. He knew he's going for a ride. It's like, it's all right. It's all right. We're good. We're good.
Did a good job. And I want to give a call to the 538, the K2 guys. They did a nice job. They saw him in trouble. They didn't frantically get on the brakes, and they just took it easy and were able to navigate to the left of that car. So I want to give those guys an attaboy too.
Yeah, it's just that whole situation was really well handled. But yeah, you're going down into that area, even in the dry, is one of those areas where a lot of drivers are uncomfortable because it is kind of off camber. It's downhill, and you got to go left. And so you're going to have some guys that are going to jump on the brakes a little early, especially in the wet. That wall is intimidating for a lot of drivers, so you got to check up and give them room. It's not a good place to attack unless you've got a clear lane to get by.
Looks like no harm, no foul, but you noticed he didn't panic frantically. He put the car in first gear, he fired it back up, and he did a nice job of getting out of the grass.
Yeah.
As he's headed back down to fourth gear, headed back into the inner loop.
Yeah, he actually ended up in a great spot. He was all the way off the track, so that gave other competitors a chance to get around him. Had he come to a stop in the middle, that could have been a calamity. It all worked out. Go back in the cockpit with Racer X.
Scotty's picked up. You can see he's down.
Whoa. Car had him got a little twisted up there, trying to come out of the last corner. Just taking it easy. So cool.
Looks like he's getting a little more comfortable with the car. He went a little deeper in the brake zones. He's definitely picking up some time each time by. Really taking his time getting up the hill here.
I think our footwell camera might be a little bit off sync with what's going on up above, but that's always hard to nail down.
I think he's getting a lot of wheel spin going up the hill, going just because the car, you're moving around quite a bit.
Oh boy. He's definitely keeping a close eye on those mirrors.
Yeah, I think the camera is just a touch off of what he's really doing. Because I think he's braking about the 5 or 600 marker.
And Parts Badger's back in the pits, it looks like. Go on board with Les here. Got a car in the pits. But, yeah, I don't know what happened to Parts Badger.
That's the 58 car, one of the open throttle Porsche Boxsters.
Maybe that camera's stuck, I think it is, because that looked like that's where they were when they were sitting in the pits getting ready to leave. All right. Thanks for that, Les. Back with open throttle. The SiliconSky embracing AI car.
As you can see, I'm just taking it easy up the hill. And it also, the drivers that are in the cars, folks, it really comes down to their comfort level in the rain. There's some drivers that just are not comfortable in the rain, and depending on the tire combination you're running, and like right here, you can see they're going to have to put some Fog X inside the car. He's got a little squeegee in there to just try to keep some of that off. And that's also going to be an issue as well, is the sight for the drivers. If you can't see or the window's fogging up, you're going to come off the accelerator and back off a little bit because you can't see. So, but you'll notice it's down there right toward the belt where he's got that, so where if he needs it, when he goes on the straightaway, he can just kind of hit the window with it real quick. You can hear him just trying to roll into it, trying to be smooth. And it's better to just take it easy. I mean, there's no sense in pushing it right now, doing anything foolish and getting yourself in trouble. We have a long way to go. We still have just a hair over 6 hours. Looks like we may be getting a report from Les on some stuff.
I would thank everyone that's coming in because the front window is small. Oh, okay.
So Les reporting that people are coming into the pits because of the fogging of the windshields.
Yeah, it's something a lot of times you don't think about. You're thinking, oh, I need a lot of Rain-X. Well, with the temperature change in the cockpit, you need a car. Looks like we may be going to a yellow here, Paulie.
Yeah. Les is in the pits with the guy. You can see in the, what is it, red something?
Red Imports Racing.
Okay. Yeah, they are
Ryan Lynch's team
working on that windshield. You got cool conditions, a lot of rain, and you got some heat inside the car. So you immediately have a cold windshield. You've got the perfect formula for condensation. But they are out as we've gone to code 35. Code 35. That'll slow the cars down. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, go ahead, Paulie.
No, I said go ahead.
Oh, okay. So if you've never been watched Champ Car before and you're wondering what is a Code 35, that is a virtual safety car. If you watch a lot of Formula One or some other road racing series, that is so we don't actually have to put the pace car out. So what happens is the yellow comes out, you start to gradually slow the car down, and about 15 seconds later, you'll get a purple 35, and you have to run 35 miles an hour no matter where you're at on the racetrack. And what that does is it slows the field down to a pace car speed, allows safety workers and the rescue crews and wreckers to get out there, get the car that's in trouble, get it off the racetrack or get debris and whatever's there. And then once they decide that everything is okay, they'll withdraw the Code 35, go back to a yellow, and then about 15-ish seconds later, from there we'll go back to green flag racing.
And so with that, we're going to take our first break and be back in just a moment, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Wisconsin International Raceway, Watkins Glen International, rather, and we'll be back in just a minute.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The ActionWorks racing team, looks like their car got into the wall, so they had to pick up that car. It's on the hook, I believe, and they're bringing that back in now. And just so you know, you will see some emergency vehicles on the racetrack. You see an ambulance that's standard procedures to send the ambulance out. They don't really know what the condition of the drivers are. That's why they send out the ambulance. They send somebody out to check on them to make sure they're okay. And I'm sure in most cases, we don't really have people get injured very often in ChampCar, and especially in the slower conditions like this in the rain. So don't be alarmed if you see your friends out there and you see an ambulance out there. That's just normal. But it looks like, let's see if are they on the rollback here? No, they've got them on a hook. So it doesn't look too bad, but it's enough that they're not able to continue with the car. So welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. There's no Z, and Mazda leads the race so far. Shut Up Racing in second, Wilson Daily Racing in third, Parts Badgers fourth, TCR Motorworks in fifth, Rockwell Autosport Development in sixth, Turn-In Concepts in the 7-Eleven car in seventh place. Then it's JS Motorsports, Cole Morgan Racing in ninth, Haywood Racing. That is your top 10, folks. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your weekend as we are out here at Watkins Glen International for the SiliconSky Twin 7's in the pits here with Les Epps, the less is more cam, keeping the lens dried up so we can try to see what's going on there. Looks like one of the 901 cars coming into the pits, and he told us earlier we had some cars coming in, and that's for just for the sake of trying to clear their windshields. And a couple of methods that are used commonly. There's chemicals you can put in there on the windshield on the inside. There's a defrost kit you can buy and apply to the windshield, which is a little tricky getting it installed. Some people use blowers, just like your traditional blower that you would have in your passenger car. So there's some different techniques there. Barbasol in an emergency works well. So I've used Edge shaving lotion from my kit. That worked out all right. I've seen people use a potato. I don't know. So there's different emergency techniques. I want to know who the first guy is that tried the potato and what was in the mind. I've got a potato. Let's rub it on the glass and see if it helps. Apparently it was right. I mean, you got to hand it to him. It became that wives' tale thing. That's what people can do. Although I don't carry potatoes around with me very much, but I might have some shaving cream. We're going back to caution, which means they're going to light things up here. We go on board with open throttle. He's watching his Flagtronics unit. Each driver, you can see the big Y there on the dash. They have, there it goes green. Not much changes in the cockpit. And just know that they can pass. They're pretty much up to speed now.
You can see him headed down that front straightaway as he's building a little bit of that speed. And he's got to be really careful, and that's something you got to do when you are when you're coming off of that caution period. You got to kind of take a deep breath and go, all right, and then just slowly roll into it. You don't want to just jump into that power as we see the field headed back down into turn one. So, Paulie, we have a guest with us here in the booth, somebody that knows just a little bit about this racetrack, Miss Dawn Burlew, track president here at Watkins Glen International. Thank you for joining us here this morning on ChampCar.Live.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is absolutely a great opportunity to get to see, racing from the control tower. Usually I'm out on the track all day long, so this is nice.
It's probably a little bit warmer for you today, especially with the weather, right?
It is. It truly is. And they said they turned the heat up, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, we appreciate that very much as well. So, Dawn, we were talking a little bit off camera. You guys are always busy here, and this place has so much history. It's beautiful, Finger Lakes region in New York State, upstate New York, right near Seneca Lake. I mean, so much history here. What is it that draws folks to come to Watkins Glen every year for the racing and just the environment?
I think probably the biggest thing that people come to the Glen for is, one, being the historic track and being such an iconic road course. Watkins Glen is the birthplace of road racing. So that in itself, we get people all the time that stop in our office and building, even in the winter, and say, we just want to say we were at the Glen. we're traveling through, we're from Europe, and we know it's not open or we can't get on the track. And I will tell you, I can't believe the number of times that we actually say, oh, we'll take you over so you can get a picture. And there could be snow on the track or a rain, but people just want to say they were here. I mean, that's pretty cool to say that that's right here in our backyard.
But there's so much history here. I mean, I believe it was Cameron Artsinger who was part of the history of the first, because they used to road race through the town of Watkins Glen, right?
They sure did. And actually, you can still drive the old course. It starts at the courthouse, and it's marked all the way through the community. And it's absolutely a beautiful course. And I'd encourage anybody, if you come to Watkins Glen to visit the track or attend one of our races, is to take the few minutes and run the old course.
At highway speed, of course.
Well, I'm going to plead the fifth on that, but I would encourage folks to please do it because it's a beautiful, and it really gives you the opportunity to see how they were racing back in that time when road racing started here in Watkins Glen. And one of the reasons why is that sharp curve downtown is the reason that the track ended up moving up here on top of the hill where we overlook Seneca Lake.
And it was 1957 that it moved up here, correct?
Right, and then we opened in 1958.
Okay. And then we've been racing, I believe, Champ Car. We've been here since, I think, 2012, 2013. Does that sound about right, Paulie?
Sure.
I believe, okay, here we go.
It's over a decade.
2013 was our first race here, and the winner was the 139 car of Chump Faces in their 1988 BMW. So a lot of history here, but so many big names. I mean, this used to be the United States Formula One Grand Prix for, 12 years?
I know, isn't that cool? I mean, what a thing to be able to tell people. And that's the beauty of the track, is it has so much history of multiple, series being here, and it continues to grow. I will tell you that probably the question I get the most is, are we ever going to get open wheel back? Are we going to get the Indy cars back? I'd love to have them back. I think we'd be turning people away at the gate if we ever brought anything
I think
that
you
series
would.
Back to us. Just to blend the history, that type, that racing, and here at the Glen with all the new features we have, it would be an amazing opportunity for us.
So you said, speaking of features, we were driving around the racetrack. I mean, the NASCAR guys were here just a couple weeks ago. So what cool things can you release, of course? Can you tell us what new things and enhancements and improvements are you making to Watkins Glen?
So over the past year, we've really done a lot with our, restrooms and shower houses, and changed our merch over. We've done a lot with signage to give our partners more visibility on camera and broadcast, as well as we've done some changeovers some upgrades to our garage area for our classrooms, because that's a big one for our everyday car clubs that come in. They spend a lot of time in the classroom, and so we've done things like that. We've done stuff with our tire packs and and things, and 5 and 6, which is a big change for the NASCAR teams that were just here. But it went off pretty well. I mean, we had to put a few of them back in on Saturday night, but that went well. We've done paving on our campground areas and stuff, and then we're in the process, since Mother Nature was a bit rough on us, our NASCAR weekend, in rebuilding our camping areas so they can be ready for our GNCC group that's coming in a couple weeks, and IMSA following right after that.
So yeah, I got the big 6 hour coming up at the end of June.
I know, so exciting.
It's always good to have those guys back as well. So you were saying you guys are on track so much during the year. So I think a lot of people, when they think about it, they think, well, the NASCAR weekend, the IMSA weekend, there's other series like Champ Car and others that come in and do this. So what does your season look like? Obviously here in upstate New York, snow and the colder weather dictates some things, but what does your season look like, calendar year to calendar year?
So we traditionally start the first weekend in April. This year we did the week later because of Easter. And we do an opening weekend on Friday night with all our local community members. And then on Saturday we do a Drive the Glen. This year we did about 1,200 cars, which is pretty cool because you get everything from, the mom minivan to, we had Porsches and Ferraris and you name it, we had it. And it's pretty cool because that money goes to our race foundation. And then we're open 7 days a week right up till the first weekend in November. We have 4 days off, 2 before IMSA and 2 before our Cup weekend. And other than that, we have a changeover between 5:30 and 6 o'clock at night. Our track rentals are a big portion of what we do here at the Glen, and I think that's the beauty, because that's the grassroots. That's the starting place of everything that runs up the ladder, whether it be for IMSA or SVRA or Trans Am. Your traditional, car lover. That's where that all begins. So we are super passionate about our car clubs and having them here, having Champ here. That's a fan. They're going to support motorsports no matter if it's here at the Glen or all over. And so for us to continue to be a motorsports promoter, we like to have them all here, and we try to do the best we can. So if people want to come, it's a cool time to come.
So if somebody does want to come out and they want to find out more about the track, what's the best way they can find out or reach out to your team and get more information?
They can go to theglen.com. We have a calendar there that tells all our events. So it has a weekend event, such as next 2 weeks from now. We have our GNCC, but then we have an Airstream group here. We have a bike night on Saturday night, and we also have Cars on Track. So I think we have something for everyone that weekend, the first weekend in June. And the calendar will say if it's a spectator event or if it's an event that is just to the track group that's here. But the majority of ours are all open to the public, where they can come in and see. And if it's for a track rental, we let them in for free, and they can go to the Argent Singer and watch the racing for the day. So that's a pretty nice advantage too. Okay.
So anything new that's any Easter eggs maybe that are going on maybe we can hear about?
So, we did just drop that we'll be in September next year for our Cup race, which is huge for us.
And then the Chase too, which will be big.
In the Chase, that's
just
amazing for us.
Was interviewing Jeff.
So we're pretty cool. We're pretty excited about that. We're looking at having some of our return World Challenges next year that take a year off in 27 or 26. So that'll be nice. Grid Life is coming back at the end of July to replace our wine festival, and
very nice.
Grid Life is a great one because they put car culture and car shows and music and drifting all in one weekend. 4th of July weekend we have a Stars and Stripes event, which is music, food, drifting, fireworks. It'll be a pretty cool event for that as well. Trans Am is in July. That peeled off our SVRA weekend in September. So that'll be a great one. And I will tell you, our car clubs throughout the week are pretty interesting to see. The other day we had car testing for IMSA, and just having the haulers show up on Tuesday night, people were coming to the gate because they could see them from Route 16, and the word got out. People took pictures of them coming up the highway. And so, that's pretty cool. It shows that people have an energy and they're paying attention to what's going on here at the Glen.
And they love it. I mean, when they see race trailers coming up 14 or 16 or coming down, or they see them rolling down I-86, I mean, they know, hey, it's race weekend. We got to get over to Watkins Glen.
Yeah, what's going on there? Can we come see? So that's pretty cool. That's an interesting way for us to continue just to get the word out there that there's always something going on here at the Glen. And it is, it's the motorsports echo, I would say, of the Northeast.
It's definitely a place a lot of our drivers, some of them have cut their teeth here, especially a lot of the ones that are in the Northeast. They spend a lot of time here, and that we have quite a few local teams. We know one of our teams that's in second right now, Wilson Daily Racing. They're not too far. We got a couple Rochester teams, some Buffalo teams. So there's a lot of heart and soul for motorsports here in the Northeast, especially New York.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Actually, one of my team members is here this weekend. So you can't get any more local than the village of Watkins Glen.
And Salins, Team Salins, if everybody gets a chance while you're here, if the concession stand's open, make sure you go, take care of those guys. But they're big supporters of that. But Don, we don't want to hold you up too much. We know you want to get back out there and enjoy that nice racing we got going on. Thank you so much for coming in and spending some time with us. So.
I appreciate it, and have a great day, and I hope to see you around the track again.
Absolutely, we'll be back, and hopefully, Paulie, we have the source here. Hopefully, she'll let us back next year. We always say it's questionable every time we get off the air. So
I have a running joke. That they decided not to press charges, so I guess we're back again this year.
Well, I do know the scheduling person, so.
Well, I appreciate if you could put in a good word for us.
We'll be good.
Okay, thank you. So, Dawn Burlew, everybody, track president here at Watkins Glen International. We really appreciate her coming by as Shut Up Racing has taken the race lead over There's No Z in Mazda, Paulie.
Yeah, there's been some shuffling up front because the field is still stacked rather tight. But yeah, thanks, Don, for coming up and seeing us. Appreciate that. And it's 10:19 in the morning here. The checkered flag flies at 5 hours and 41 minutes here. And you can see it's rainy, it's cold, it's a little bit windy, but everybody is soldiering through here as one of the Mini Coopers comes down pit road. The racing is still real, it's still on. This epic racetrack here. Take a look at the track map here at Watkins Glen International. Go back inside the car with Wilson Daily Racing. And we'll check in with the Bogle Legacy Motorsport. 1988 Porsche 944 RS. $22 cars on the lead lap, 73 cars overall circulating right now. Shut Up Racing leading the way. We'll take a look at A class. You can see it's JS Motorsports, Haywood Racing, and Ramen Racing, your top three. As Bogle's looking to go by the number 95 there, Mustang. Down to B class, we got there's No Z and Mazda, Parts Badger, and Team Octane, your top three. Shut Up Racing, Wilson Daily Racing, and Turn In Concepts, 1, 2, 3 there in C class. And the D class, you've got Cole Morgan Racing, Team Z, and MLC Racing. It looks like there's a little bit more rain on the surface of the track. We're seeing a little bit more rooster tailing of the cars as they head through turn 11 there onto the front straightaway. They come down into turn 1 then. Even in the wet, as you come through here, you're still on the power pretty much all the way up through here. This right-hand sweeper gives you a lot of room for the exit. You do come right up to the guardrail as you come through the exit here. And it's definitely heads up all the way through that area because the track does turn to the left and then it's kind of curves to the right as you finally head straight towards the bus stop. Through the bus stop, you can just see those black lines where the tires have thrown some of the water out of the way, and a lot of drivers are going to want to be there as they head through this area of the racetrack. Then they'll head downhill, progressively downhill into the boot, into the toe here, and that's when they begin to climb out. There's Salen's Porsche going by. The Salen's cars had a third car they brought here today, this weekend, just for practice to give their drivers some time out on the racetrack. So that was the Chili car as they head through turn 8 and then up to 9. You can see the guys getting a little more comfortable out there with their cars, letting them track out. And then they'll come through turn 10 here into 11. So I think that was embracing AI going by. You'll see some of the drivers are staying off that painted line, but you can see how worn down it is. A little bit of shine across it, though, still as the headlights come across it. Not quite as slippery as it's been in years past, as it's worn down quite a bit. back on board with Hack Racing Division and their 06 Honda Civic. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. These front-wheel drive cars do really well in the rain. They've just got better grip coming off the corners. Just easing it over the curbs here a little bit, but he can be a little more aggressive with the throttle than some of the other teams with these rear-wheel drive cars. Especially if he's running a limited slip diff. Now breaking down into 6 here. We've seen some action down there in turn 6. We got a car sideways here. It's the old Porsche coming out of turn 9 there. We've got crossed up, trying to get back up to speed now. Looks like Parts Badger, there's a pass for position there between Parts Badger and there's No Z in Mazda. And No Z was leading the race earlier. We know we've had some cars coming in. We got a car sideways. A car went sideways when it got up under the curbing there at turn 5. Now it's out of view now, but that could bring out a caution. Got up onto the curbing there and just lost control of the car. There's Parts Badger going for it. Yep, we're going to caution here, folks. Check the race control logs here. So we've got, let's see if we get any updates here. We do have, we are going to go to code 35 here. Car 410. But I think there may be another car that might be involved here. But car 410 is the Tooth Autosport Mazda Miata that we were watching earlier. Safety vehicles heading over to that car. But that car's shown stopped off track over in turn number 9. Should be over here. I don't see it in turn 9. It could be outside of our camera view. And so with that, we'll go ahead and head to commercial and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Watkins Glen International. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. There's our stricken warrior being picked up and taken into the pits. Paul Velter with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, bringing you all the racing action as it happens here. We're Watkins Glen International. It is the SiliconSky Twin 7's at WGI. Hope you're all having a fantastic weekend as you get started. And it's a little wet, a little cold, a little dreary, but we're soldiering on, by golly.
I think the rain has slowed down a little bit. It doesn't seem to be pelting our booth too as much as it was. So it looks like we see Suns Out, Guns Out. Sogo Racing's on pit road getting some service. So we're just after 10:30. It's 10:33 Eastern here in upstate New York. So with the 7-hour race, Paulie, we should be in the window. This should be right around the time for first pit stops. I've seen a little bit of action. The 325. I think that's the Troxel team. They're on pit road. The 260 cars on pit road. So it looks like there's some teams out here getting some service.
Oh, we got some unfortunate news. We've got oil reported down in turns 8 and 9, so that would be disastrous in the wet. That couldn't possibly be a problem.
No, not at all.
So they got to work on that. Now that was reported at 10:29 several minutes ago. I don't see any crews over in turn 9 area. We go to our turn 8 camera. And I see a waving yellow and a code 35. So there's probably some work being done over there. Usually, if you've got debris, they're going to throw a debris flag, but they've decided to go with a waving yellow and the 35 flag. Yeah, we're still talking about defogging windshields. Really, any kind of oily substance is, I think, what it comes down to. You just need something to break up keep that condensation off the window. So anything that has a petroleum to it is going to be helpful. Some people using Dawn. About anything you can put on there should help. And I know I used to use when I was racing for our bank, we had something called a Q-tip, which was just a giant Q-tip. It was really an ice scraper. The end that has the bristles, that kind of like a T. You'd wrap that in shop towel, the blue shop towels, and tape it on the ends, and put it in the car with you. So.
Or go get you one of those squeegees there and just kind of have that ready. I saw it was who was it? It was oh, doggone it. I remember Carl Edwards, they used to give him a Swiffer in the car when he was racing at Montreal the first time they ever raced in the rain. Swiffer. They gave him a Swiffer. I kid you not. Yeah. He had a Swiffer he'd put in the car just to wipe it off. And then the fun part was watching him try to get the outside of the car and not lose the Swiffer. But, I mean, anything like that works. But like you said, Paul, anything with that substance that's good, never hurts either. So it looks like a bunch of cars are coming on pit road. Looks like Racer X is coming on pit road for
There's a safety vehicle there.
All right, so while we got a chance here, let's kind of run through the order. So we're going to go through a cycle of pit stops for everything. So right now we got Parts Badger leading the race over Turning Concepts in the 7-Eleven car. There's no Z and Mazda in third. TCR Motorworks in fourth. Shut Up Racing rounds out your top five. Wilson Daily Racing in sixth. Rockwell Autosport in the 12 car. They're one of their 4 entries this weekend in seventh. JS Motorsports in eighth. Haywood Racing in ninth. And Cole Morgan Racing, the leading D-Class car, who was just on pit road a little bit ago, leads there. So let's go ahead and run through your classes. JS Motorsports leads in the A-Class over Haywood Racing and Ramen Racing. And then B-Class, Parts Badger leads over There's No Z in Mazda and Team Octane in the 48 car, in the 348 car. Helps if I can read. Makes a big difference. And then for C-Class, right now, Turning Concepts leads over TCR Motorworks, Shut Up Racing, Wilson Daily Racing, and Rockwell Autosport. And then in D-Class, it's Cole Morgan Racing leading over Team Z and MLC Racing, the 47 car. I believe that's the Chevy Corvette, yes. And then in F-Class, Luce Brothers Racing in the 114 leads over the 830 car, one of Mike D'Onofrio's cars in the 830, and then Easy Riders in the 300. And the 306 Boston Whiners. The Haterade car is back again this weekend. And then let's check in on our EC cars. Right now, the 444 of Boston Whiners leads over the 936 of TCR Motorworks, the sister car. Open Throttle Racing in the 62 car in third. Open Throttle, the 70 car, that is the Joe Koenig Motorsports Mazda Miata entry this weekend in fourth. And Racer X rounds out your top 5 in EC.
Sounds great.
In the Haterade car in stereo.
Yeah.
So that's a kind of a cool team. So I talked to Andy Shoemaker, who's the team principal. They have 3 cars this weekend. They have the Red Balls car, the 760, I think it's the 763 car we talked about earlier, was battling with Irwin. And then we have the Haterade car, which a lot of people know. This car's raced in Champ Car for many, many years, along with a few other series as well outside of Champ Car, but also they have their 444, the EC entry this weekend. 4 drivers in each car. They're based in Massachusetts. They run a lot of the New England races. They're going to run here, Thompson, and then they're most likely going to run there was one other one they were mentioning. They were going to run Lime Rock Park, but they did not get on the they're on the wait list. Oh, and then they're going to run Pocono. It looks like we got somebody getting there in turn 9.
Is that still the 410 car over there in turn 9 that's being worked on?
Oh, and that's Irwin's car. That's the My Races Live car, I believe. We were on board with them earlier.
Yeah, I noticed they were offline. I was trying to bring them back in, so they must have run into some trouble over there. That stinks. Can't seem to bring up that feed, but all right. So yeah, let us know what you're working on this weekend, what your next race is, what you plan to compete at next. I know for Kyle and for Les, they're going to be driving this weekend in the Racer X machine, and looks like they've got it in the pits. There's John to the right. Yeah, they're not using much fuel, are they, Kyle?
Nah, not this weekend, because you're just not legging the car out like you normally would under a dry condition.
You're going to be really good on fuel. You're going to cut them loose here. They're doing a good job of keeping those pedals dry for you there, Kyle.
Yeah, that'll be good. It's important. Definitely going to want those dry pedals as we go through the day. So I believe that's Tom in the car now.
Thanks, Billy.
Next race is tomorrow. Yeah.
A million chameleons out of work, and he has to be a million lizards out of work, and he has to be a chameleon.
Yeah, but he's not. But maybe he wants to be a taco.
Not everybody can be a taco.
Not everybody can be a taco.
According to
Kelly Childs.
Kelly, it's not everybody can be a taco.
We need to get her for some more Kellyisms.
Yeah.
We need to have her have a book for us.
She had fun, so
she does.
Maybe we'll get her back.
She always has fun when she's on and no matter what she's doing, she always has a good time. So
still giving the waves there. That yellow waving flag out there in turn 8. Got to be getting tired.
Yeah, I think with some of the conditions today, I think a lot of the flaggers will get more workouts than anything else. But we appreciate all of our corner workers who are dedicated and keep us safe and keep this going, that work those corner stations. It's not an easy job, and sometimes it can be a very thankless job, but we appreciate it, and it's very important that they keep us safe.
Yeah, well, I thank them.
Absolutely. I'm thankful for them as well. We're all thankful for them. They do a great job.
You could always go bowling. Or you could go racing.
Billy said also Will Turner also for the taco thing. But yeah, back on board. I believe Tom, like I said, I believe Tom is in the car right now.
Yeah.
I think Scotty started. Don't quote me on that one though, because the driver order was up in the air on what was gonna happen. So we'll have to get a confirmation from those guys at some point.
Yeah, and right now they're just waiting. The cleanup on aisle 9, aisle 8 and 9. They're just waiting for that to be completed. Once the officials are happy that the track is safe enough to go back to racing, they'll cut them loose.
So under these conditions right now, folks, it's a little bit of an extended yellow. The best thing you can do when you're like this is you want to keep your hands and your arms loose. You kind of want to stretch them out a little bit when you're driving around, trying to keep yourself going, and you also want to make sure you don't have to worry as much about keeping heat in the tires. You want to try to keep heat in the tires, but you also don't want to swerve too much and end up risking, breaking traction in the car. So a lot of times, as he's waving at his crew right there, he should have done the supermodel wave, or should have done the
Queen's wave.
The Queen's wave. They probably told him, "Hey, you're on camera, wave at us." But no, you really just want to try to keep the car out of trouble. But this is a good time to work on your line. We talked about this earlier. You want to run your drive line under caution because then it gives you just kind of better visual reference points at a little bit of a slower speed where you can then see what you're looking to do, where you want to put the car, and then it just kind of lets you know what you need to do as you get under green. As you see him just nice and nice slow pace here under the code 35, very relaxed. You also want to talk to your crew a little bit. It's a great time to give feedback if they need to make adjustments, air pressure, if there's any type of adjustments they want to make to the suspension or anything like that. So that definitely is good feedback you want to give to your crew. And also you just want to give updates on the track conditions to your co-drivers because you might want to let them know, hey, there's a little bit of puddling in turn 6, or you need to be careful. A lot of guys are dive bombing here. That good communication goes a long way. So he's headed up the hill through turn 4, headed down the back straightaway. So while we have a minute here, let's talk about some of the races ahead. So we're here at the Glen for our doubleheader weekend, but we have quite a few events still coming up on our schedule in Champ Car. In about 3 weeks' time, we are going to be at the Joliet Grand Prix at Audubon Country Club for our doubleheader weekend there. And that event is just about sold out. There's room for another couple cars. So if you're looking to get in, make sure you get your entries in now. It's, really, really important. It looks like the wait list is also open, so they might have just about capped it out. And then at the end of June, we'll be down at Sebring International Raceway, so a little bit of a different weather condition. Hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer down there.
Yeah.
So that is maxed out as well. So the wait list is open. Make sure you get yourself on the wait list for that event. And then there's a bit of a gap there as we get through 4th of July weekend, and then late July, we're going to head to Lime Rock Park. And, Paulie, we're covering 2 out of the next 3 events.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Looking forward to Lime Rock. Of course, it's kind of the starter track for everybody that gets into iRacing. They always end up at Lime Rock for
in a Pontiac
racing.
to Solstice.
Yeah, the Solstice
back in the
and
day.
the Miatas. Yeah, well, we didn't have Miatas back in the day. All we had was the Solstice. Which it was fun. It was fun until they kept changing the model, but it was good. Yeah, so got a lot of laps around the Lime Rock Park in iRacing, which we do have a Champ Car iRacing club. You can check that out in the forum, get more information on that. So yeah. But go ahead.
I was going to say, they just had a race at Phillip Island a couple weeks ago. I think that was a lot of fun. So if you want to do that and you're a sim racer and you're looking for something to do, they usually run on the Wednesday nights, and those guys do a great job with that league. It's a lot of fun. We get a number of our drivers like Logan Sennhauser and some others. I know Billy Salin does it as well, who's in our chat with us. So we get a lot of the drivers that actually race with us on the weekends that get a chance to do it. So.
And Andrew Side saying he's really missing working and racing the Watkins Glen event this year. Or maybe not. Maybe not, because it is kind of a miserable one.
Yeah, but good to see they'll be at VIR, right, for the race down there.
Yeah. Your wife was telling me, because you guys live in Florida now.
We do.
She said, we got on the plane, it was 100 degrees. We got off the plane, it was 40.
Yeah, it was like 94 before humidity. It's been a hot last, couple days down there. Yeah, she had a direct flight to Rochester. She got off the plane, and I had a layover. Took a separate flight. I had a layover in Baltimore, and that was a fun adventure trying to get through that. About missed the connector, but she got off the plane, sends me a message and goes, "I want to fly home. This is not fun."
We might have seen folks at that water truck that was on the track and wondering what's going on with that. Well, a lot of these tracks, to get oil off of a racetrack, especially in a wet condition, they'll scrub it out with they got some kind of soap that they use. I guess they've done it. They even do it in the rain. So that's probably what that was. They're just trying to get the track cleared up.
And we appreciate that because oil and water mixed together is not a good combination.
Yeah, it creates a real problem.
But
makes things exciting, though.
Yeah.
So your standings right now, we'll take a quick look at that. We've got Turn-In Concepts leading the race over TCR Motorworks, Rockwell Autosport Development, Shut Up Racing, JS Motorsports. That's your top 5. Parts Badger now down to 6th. Wilson Daly in 7th. There's Nosy and Mazda in 8th. Nofu Racing is 9th. And Team Octane, your top 10 overall, with a little over 5 hours remaining in the race. It's a 7-hour race today and tomorrow as we go back to caution. So the car's now beginning to accelerate with the caution out. They'll be moving to green here shortly is the expectation. And there we're going to green there on the race monitor, the feed that we get, which comes from, it comes from Race Monitor. So the yellows were pulled in. That means green flag racing here at Watkins Glen once again. The cars are back up to speed. We'll check in with Tom. You can see how you'll notice that his heel toe is a little different. He does it more like the way I do because of the size of my feet. He just uses the side of his foot to blip that throttle.
So, Paulie, I just got an update from Claire from My Races Live.
Yes.
Figured out what happened. It go boom, and it's no more.
Oh, that was the cause of the...
That is the cause of the... Yeah, they had an engine let go on them. Oh. They, unfortunately, have a nice hole in the block and are done for the weekend.
Oh, man, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty unusual for a Miata. That's a shame.
Well, they're looking for a new engine, hopefully for tomorrow, but at least for today, they are done for today.
Yeah. That's too
so bad. If anybody out there, might have a spare engine roaming around or available, reach out to the My Races Live. It's the 410 Mazda Miata team. They are desperately looking for an engine. They want to be able to race tomorrow. So reach out to those guys. They would much appreciate a little assistance. See, it looks like a bunch of cars are headed for pit road. Looks like the Haterade car, the 306, is headed for pit road.
Yep, so Tom running up through the gears. Again, our cameras are off a little bit with sync. I'll try to resync them. So you see he's braking. See how he's covering that gas pedal with the corner of his right foot. There's the blip. He's just easing it out, rolling through the corner like you said, Kyle. Not really under power, and then back to power once he gets it straightened up. He's off the gas and just gliding up here through the S's.
He's just working it. You can just hear them and just rolling into it so smoothly.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were to really get on the gas in this car, you'd be chasing the back end of it because it's got. I mean, you remember this car from Mid-Ohio, Paulie. It's got so much torque to it.
It's great.
Oh, it's phenomenal in the dry.
Yeah, I mean, I was in this car. I got spun early in the race, and I was in last place, and there were like 64 cars. I got out of the car. We were in, I think, 6th or 9th. I mean,
no, you did
this car will pass.
Yeah, it will.
I mean, it's really good. It's really good in the dry. I don't know what it's like in the wet. The other car, which they ended up buying from us, from Johnny, was the car I raced here. That was the orange one. What do they call that?
Banana Split. Banana Splits car. We ran that.
The name.
We ran that car at Nelson Ledges for the 24.
Yeah, and that thing is boss on this track in the wet. That's the one that I drove here in the wet. I don't know. The Racer X car is quite a bit different. It definitely handles differently. So, I don't. Apparently, these two drivers are showing us that they need to be careful with it.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that. It's early in the weekend, and Tom's an excellent driver too. So
yeah, he is.
These guys are just they're driving smart. Is what they're doing with it.
I mean, and they're still running in the top 6 or 7 right now, just taking it easy. There's no sense in doing anything foolish. I mean, we're just about 2 hours into this thing. Plenty of time to, keep it out of trouble. Plus, you can see he's in the midst of some traffic here. I mean, the car's not excessively off pace, but there's no sense in not taking it easy. I mean, it does you no good to try to bust a fast lap off, and the next thing you know, you're sitting in the garage area.
And Billy's saying one of the Rockwell cars is behind the wall. Did you see that? And if you brought that up or not, the 715.
I had not seen that. I tell you what, he's got some eyes. For it. I didn't see it. I haven't seen the car off the racetrack. It may be in a place where, from our vantage point up here, we can't really tell.
Checking with Open Throttle here, the Embracing AI machine. SiliconSky again, our race sponsor this weekend. Really appreciate those guys. They've been sponsoring a number of events, and it's this second one in a row for the broadcast. And checking in with the Bogle Legacy Motorsport Porsche 944 RS back out of the garage here this weekend on the racetrack. Looks like he's talking to the crew. We saw that spin earlier from one of the guys. Brought it back together. You can see somebody running a rain light there. Makes it a little bit easier to see in the fog. These rain lights, I don't think they're required, Kyle, but not a bad idea.
Well, with the rooster tails, it gives you a little bit of a reference point.
Yeah, you can see those cars ahead, and between the rooster tailing and the little bit of fog you get on your windshield from the condensation. Some people like those rain lights, some people don't. But I think this is working out pretty well.
A lot of the Pro Series have gone to a lot of that, where they have I know the Indy cars, when they go under caution on the rear, like the back of the gearbox, it'll blink a lot with the yellow light to indicate it, especially for the rooster tails. So as we can see the Bogle car coming up on the Racer X BMW right there, another camera car.
Yep.
So, Paulie, I'm running through our order here, taking a look. Right now, want to give a call to the 711 car. They were leading a little bit earlier, but from where they started, they're up 48 spots on the day so far. Also want to give a shout-out to the 516 Gorilla sticker. They're running in 22nd in the overall right now in their BMW. 28 spots on the day right now, so that's a great move up in the order for those guys.
Yeah, and the TCR Motorworks 96 BMW number 97 is closing on the Rockwell Autosport Development number 12 car. That's in our highlights here right now. We're looking at keeping an eye on the competition there between those two cars. They're both on the same lap now. That TCR car has been gradually closing the gap and continuing to get closer and closer. The leader running 71 miles an hour right now. Must be their average. Pretty quick in these rainy conditions.
Yeah, no kidding. So their best lap so far was a 2:39.4 in the wet. That's pretty good for getting around here on such a wet racetrack. You can see, just got an update from Clive. Once again, David Palermo is in the car. They had the driver change, said everything's good. I know yesterday they were working on a throttle cable. They had an issue, and I know Clive was a little disappointed, and I kind of looked at him and went, hey, at least it happened in practice and you found it, and it didn't happen on race day. And he kind of went, yeah, you're right. So he said they're getting great fuel mileage, which is a bonus. So play into their race strategy a little bit today as we're back on board with the Hack Racing division here with the 759. I have a feeling these guys are all Canadian, Paulie, so far. I've seen 2 Canadian drivers so far, as Ethan's driving it, taking it easy with it.
Yeah, we get up here close to Canada. We run those Road America races and the Watkins Glen race. We're going to get some of our brothers and sisters up there from Canada come down here and race with us and take all of our hardware home with them.
Well, Team Octane, they've come down and taken a little bit of hardware from us and taken it back to Canada.
Yeah.
So
Ethan in the car here.
Working through the carousel.
Yeah, front-wheel drive car. Honda Civic SI. Rolling the throttle in. This is heading downhill. Just gets to the top of the rev limiter and just comes off the gas. Makes a downshift.
You notice he's running the offline, Paulie, a little bit wider on the entry, straightens the exit up. He's trying to stay off of the normal line. And the reason, folks, you want to do that is you don't want to be trying to turn the wheel and open the wheel as much. If you want to take a little bit of a wider entry into the corner, and then you want to kind of get the wheel straightened out and take a straight exit, because then you can also get the power down quicker, because you don't want to be trying to fight the wheel in these rainy conditions to open the wheel, and it's a little different than when you're in the dry.
Once the track has been established for a number of years, that racing line, the asphalt will be kind of smooth and polished, so you actually pick up a little more grip offline, but it's not enough of an advantage when you're racing in the dry. But in the wet, driving offline makes more sense. You'll have more grip out there. Another tip my dad taught me.
And how many times do we see that at different facilities do we go to, Paulie, where getting offline, just sometimes you can pick up a little bit?
Yeah, and really at a track like this where the asphalt's not that old, you may not notice it as much as you would at, say, a VIR, where you've got a heavily seasoned racetrack. That can make quite a difference in the wet. Rolled up through the gears, down the front straightaway. Taking it all the way up. Well.
See, now I'm surprised he didn't stay in fourth gear, just because, especially in the wet with the downshifts, I mean, maybe he was trying to limit wheel spin, not getting it all the way up in the RPM band, but in the power band. But I wonder, just to save the shift, I guess, would be my thought process. And you're noticing, Paulie, too, he's a front-wheel drive car. The track must be getting worse again, because even he's having to take it easy in the front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, well, you definitely are faster in a front-wheel drive car, but the thing about, especially if you got a lot of power in the front, like I used to drive a turbocharged one, it's easy to break those front tires loose, but they have good grip, better grip than a rear-wheel drive car accelerating away from the corner, for instance. So you do have some limitations there. Your brakes aren't necessarily better, but your ability to accelerate is definitely better.
And I'm looking out of the booth, Paulie. We're getting some heavy rain coming down right now. So I think with the increase in rain, you can see it pelting the windshield. I think it's another reason why you're seeing some of these drivers kind of back the pace down a little bit.
Yeah, it's really going to help the Honda driver a lot. It's not going to affect them as much until they start getting into the hydroplane. They got a lot of weight up at the front of this car. It's got the engine and the transmission all on those front wheels. But you're also, the downside is you're asking the front wheels to do everything. They got to turn and accelerate. So you can see, though, he's got a decisive advantage. As you said, absolutely. The rain has picked up. And as he comes up over the hill here and starts to really gather speed, that's where he's going to start to feel a little bit of those hydroplanes trying to kick in.
He's doing a masterful job of working through it. You can see him. He's not romping, stomping on it. He's just gradually getting into it. And that's the thing, folks. It's all your right foot dictates so much of how you get through the corners and how you drive this. If you roll into it smoothly, you'll hear the na-na-na-na. If you start to get a little bit of that wheel spin, you just lift your big toe off a little bit, let the tires get traction, and then you can start rolling back into it a little bit. But it's a bit of a tap dance. I said that in the opening of our show. The reason I say that is because you're on and off the accelerator a little bit, not dumping it, but just rolling in and out of it a little bit as you get traction.
So with that, time for another break here. We're Green Flag Racing here at Watkins Glen International for the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. and it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International here for the ChampCar.Live broadcast. We are here for the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is Paulie Veltum, and the very wet, cold, and tenacious Lester Epps on pit road, giving us all the pit road action. Les, we love you, buddy. We appreciate everything you're doing. As we are under a yellow flag condition here at the Glen, waiting to find out what's going on, and we'll try to get you folks some information on that. Shut Up Racing continues to lead this race by less than a second over Rockwell Autosport Development. Parts Badger, your leading B-Class car, is in third. Wilson Daily Racing, local team here from the Watkins Glen area, up into fourth and rounds out the C-Class podium. And there's no ZN Mazda, rounds out your top five. So right there you've got a two BMWs, a Mazda, and two Porsches in your top five right now.
Yeah, we're waiting on info to come in regarding the cause of the code 35, but we'll let you know. I'm seeing some spinning continues. Oh, we have a car that's contacted one of the walls, so they're probably parked up against the wall. There's an EV coming through here. This is headed towards the bus stop here. Contact with the wall reported. So far, so good. As soon as we get some information, we'll pass it along to you. We've seen a fair number of cautions. Can't say it's a big surprise in this weather that this is going to slow down the race quite a bit. Standings right now, we've got Shut Up Racing now leading over Rockwell Autosport Development. Parts Badger's now back up into third place. Wilson Daly is in fourth. There's Nosy and Mazda fifth. Turn-In Concepts and the 7-Eleven car is sixth. And I bring that up because they've got two cars here this weekend. Team Troxel Racing in seventh. Cannonball Club in eighth. Haywood Racing in ninth. And Team Salem Mustard finds themselves in 10th place in the Porsche Boxster.
And Cannonball Club racing folks has taken over the lead of the A-Class. And as I say that, let's go ahead and run through your classes real quick while we're under caution here. So right now, Cannonball Club Racing leads in the A-Class over Haywood Racing. Cannonball Club's last lap average speed was a 69 mile an hour, 259.42 lap. Haywood Racing in second, JS Motorsports in third, Ramen Racing in fourth, and Ross Marr, who has three cars here this weekend, once again in fifth. That's that Connecticut team we talked about last year. Their home base is around Thompson, and we'll be there in August. Mazda rounds out your top five in A-Class. Let's pop over to B-Class. Parts Badger in the 414 fast lane in first. There's no Z in Mazda in second. Team Octane in the Mini Cooper in third. Hot Curl Racing in the Porsche in fourth. And Street Fighters in the 72 Honda rounds out your top five there in the B-Class. Now let's take a pop over to C-Class. Shut Up Racing in their BMW lead over there over Rockwell Autosport by about 10 seconds. Those are right now the only two cars on the lead lap. They are both working lap 35 right now. Wilson Daly Racing has snuck up into the third position. Turn-In Concepts in fourth, and Team Troxel rounds out your top five. Now let's pop over to D-Class. Cole Morgan Racing and their number 98 Ford Mustang lead over there over the 260 Nissan Team Z and the 350Z. I believe it's the 350Z. In second, and then MLC Racing and their Corvette round out third. Smoking Horse Racing is back in their Ford, I believe that's their Ford Mustang this weekend, 1993 in fourth, and Dirty Air Motorsports in the 1988 Pontiac Trans Am 151 is in fifth. F-Class, Luce Brothers Racing leads in the 114 over Easy Riders and their Mercedes. And MDR Motorsports in the 830, Mike D'Onofrio's car, one of his entries, rounds out the top three. And then Boston Winers in the 306. And let's take a look over in the EC division. Open Throttle Racing runs in first right now in the 62 car. Boston Winers in the 444 is second. And then we have TCR Motorworks in the 936 car in third. Racer X is up into the fourth position in the 310 car. That's our Twinkle Toes camera. And then the Joe Koenig entry with the open throttle, the 70 car, is in your top five, Paulie.
Thanks for that rundown, Kyle. Everybody appreciates that. Just giving you an idea on where your friends and family are in the event here, and you can follow along with your favorite teams at race-monitor.com or at redmist.com. I believe it's redmist.com, I'm not sure, but we call it Red Mist. And
redmist.racing.
.racing, okay. And so there you go. You can check out timing and scoring from there too. Of course, it's all unofficial. It's information that's sent third party from timing and scoring. Our timing and scoring steward this weekend, I believe, is Kelly Childs. And I'll take a look here and see. Still don't have an update on that car that made contact with the wall, so don't know where it's at. Haven't seen anything from the in-car cameras, but if we see anything, we'll certainly bring that to you. And hopefully they'll be able to get things going back to normal here very soon. So contest right now, Parts Badger closing in on there's No Z and Mazda was the last report that I saw. Right now they're shown behind Rockwell Autosport Development there. In third place is Parts Badger. But they need green flag racing to really overtake unless somebody goes into the pits. So they really need to see that green flag come back out so they can get back to racing. So A class is being led by Cannonball Club, B class Parts Badger, Shut Up Racing is leading C class, D class Cole Morgan, and F class Loose Brothers. With about 4 hours and 45 minutes remaining in the race today. And we'll come back tomorrow and we'll do it again. Tomorrow there's not expected to be as much rain, so we might get some dry patches out there tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how tomorrow's race unfolds. I'm expecting today to be wet throughout.
It'll be interesting to see how fuel strategy goes. We know fuel mileage won't be a big issue today because they're not turning the RPMs that they would normally turn. But with that being said, Paulie, do some teams maybe stretch it toward the end of the race to maybe try to get something going later in the race? Knowing
throw them off.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Because now there's a lot of question mark. They don't really know what their fuel consumption is, so it could throw things off actually and be a negative when they're used to running flat out and then they try to change something.
It makes you wonder if guys are going to try to, because I mean with the 7-hour race we know they tend to do about an hour 40-ish in the car because you got to build in that you're looking at a minimum of 3 pit stops. Minimum of 3 pit stops, and then you got your 5 minutes for your pit stop, and then let's say 5 to 8 minutes, probably today closer to 10 minutes from your in lap and your out lap, including the pit stop. So let's say right there that's your 20 to 25 minutes. Do we see some teams maybe stretch 2 hours today?
Yeah, we could see some gamesmanship there with the strategy, and so we'll have to see, because that can put you in a situation you're not quite sure what you have to play with here.
So while we got a couple minutes here and we're chugging around under caution, let's kind of roll back in the order a little bit and talk about some teams we haven't said a whole lot about today. The Sister Turning Concepts car is up 34 spots on the day, up to the 21st position in the overall right now. And then Sent from the Gourds, another Canadian operation. Paul, you were doing some work with their camera yesterday, talking to Amit and the 192. Those guys, we saw them. Well, they had a monster run. What was it, at Road America last year? And they finished in the top 5 and both days and just were very successful. So good to see those guys back. They're up 21 spots on the day and the 19th spot overall. We talked about No Foo Racing. They were up in the order a bit earlier, but they're down 10 spots so far from where they started. Let's scroll back a little farther. Last Minute Racing in the 798 car, down a spot from where they started, but still in the top 35, which is a respectable run for this point in the race, as we're slowly getting down to 4.5 to go. Scroll a little bit farther back. Mass Hole Motorsports in the 617 car, not having the day that they wanted. But again, a lot of times, folks, these drivers are just taking it easy, not trying to push the car or do anything that'll upset their rhythm. I mean, the time you really want to wait to race is in the last hour or two of today's race. Plus, you really want to see what the rainfall looks like at that point as well. Scroll a little bit farther back here. We didn't talk about Infinite Loop Racing, the 1998 Ford Contour, the 808. It's got that really cool red, white, and blue livery that reminds you of the old Target and Telmex schemes that Chip Ganassi Racing used to run with Scott Pruitt, Luis Diaz, Max Pappas, and those guys for many, many seasons in the what was a Grand Am series at the time, and now the IMSA prototypes. Take a little bit farther back, we talked about Hack Racing Division. They're up 14 on the day. And then Rockwell, the 14 car's up 15 on the day. Corsair Racing and the 203 and their BMW, they're having a solid day so far, back in 54th. Tough day so far for Tooth Autosport with the 410. Again, we heard they had an issue with their motor. And then Cargo Racing, the 236 Miata, we saw them. That was a fierce battle a number of years ago at Nelson Ledges. We battled with those guys, and I remember Salen's battled with them for a heck of a finish at Nelson Ledges for that 24. And those guys just put on a whale of a show, but they're in 61st at the moment. Then we've also got let's see here, scrolling through. Let's give a call to the 538 car, the K Autosport. That's a Pennsylvania-based team around the Pittsburgh area. Good to see those guys back again. Hopefully we'll see them back again for Pocono as well, and maybe Lime Rock Park. So all kinds of teams and stories going on. And make sure you guys, if you get a chance, send us information on your team. I know I didn't get a chance to give you any information this morning in the drivers' meeting. Everything was kind of in a hurry-up mode. They wanted to give everybody time to get out to the grid so they could get these pace laps done and get everybody warmed up. But if you need, you can get my information from the folks at registration, and then send us information. Talk to your fellow folks that you're pitted next to. They might have my information as well. You can reach out and let us know what's going on. Give us updates on your team. We want to know. Let your sponsors and partners know what's going on. Family and friends at home. Always want to keep them posted here on ChampCar.Live. So we're still on board here with Open Throttle Racing and the Embracing AI car. Again, want to give another shout out to Mr. Tim Averill and SiliconSky team for sponsoring this weekend. We greatly appreciate them working with us for Daytona and as well here at Watkins Glen. So, Tim, I know you're not with us this weekend. You had to stay home for a family function that you had to be a part of, but we wish you well. Congratulations on the family member graduating. That's quite an accomplishment, and we hope to see you at an event come soon.
Shut Up Racing leading the race now over Rockwell Autosport Development, the number 12 car, Parts Badger in third. Wilson Daily Racing in fourth, and there's no Z and Mazda there in fifth place. Still haven't seen anything in race control logs regarding the nature of this caution, other than we had a car got into the wall. And sometimes these delays can be lengthy if the wall's been displaced, although we don't see that very often here because most of the walls are made out of metal.
So, Paulie, you can hear the rain pelting against the camera.
Yeah,
it is not fun to be in conditions like this, but it just adds such an element to it as we're going back yellow. Looks like they may have gotten it cleaned up.
They're smacking my camera.
They just want to make sure it's working for us.
I guess. Yeah, there's a flag stand there. It's up on a like a scaffold, a wooden scaffold.
No, what you folks were probably wondering about that Alt SF, that's alternate start finish line. So we don't use an alternate start finish line. Our start finish line is the main one on the front straightaway. But an alternate start finish line is when they've started qualifying for some other pro series that run here. They do an alternate start finish line to actually complete the qualifying laps in group qualifying, and then that gives the cars time to slow down and come to pit road, so they're not running around slow while people in group qualifying are trying to make hot laps and put times down. So that's what that Alt SF means, if you were curious.
There's a tight three-car battle between Gorilla Sticker, the 516, Boston Winers in the 763, and Triple Nickel Racing in the 555 in their Porsche. And I never got any information on the nature of that caution, but we're back to green here as we'll go on board with some of the cars I was able to bring out. Here's the Box 1 team. I think this is actually Turning Concepts, their number one Porsche Boxster. They just called it Box 1. It's a 711 car. And let's see if I can get some audio. No, there's no audio on that camera. Heading down the front straightaway.
Oh, you see him having a dance on the wheel there a little bit. Late on the brakes.
He's on the brakes, and you've got some different grip happening there, and some tires releasing a little bit, and so it causes that steering wheel to wiggle a little bit like that, which I kind of like that. When it's in the dry, it's fun, but when it's in the wet, it can be a little scary. And he's definitely on the edge there. He's trying to decide, do I take the inside here or do I wait? And the Miata's just saying, I'm not really going to give you a giant lane over there because I got to turn right up here. Yeah, the track kicks to the right there, so you got to be really careful if you're going to hug the outside right there. You can see the car is squirming quite a bit under braking there as he heads into the bus stop. Got a car moving much slower up ahead, so he really had to get on the binders early and hard to avoid contact here.
Whoa, I thought he was going to have to get a bunch of curb there. Sorry about that, Paulie.
Yeah, he's definitely much quicker than these guys are, and so he's trying to get these passes done.
But you got to be patient in these conditions, folks. I mean, we can't stress that enough. I mean, we saw that earlier when we saw the Bogle car, Clive's car. He didn't anticipate the closing rate and didn't anticipate.
Turning Concepts, will you interview?
Didn't anticipate them being able to get on the brakes as quick, and almost got in the back of them and spun out to save themselves. So it's just something we'll have to. You got to monitor. You got to be patient. You have to try to anticipate your closing rates as much as possible when you can to make sure you don't get yourself in trouble, because one mistake in a rain race like this can be catastrophic, as you see him just dancing, working the wheel, trying to get out of the corner, trying to get any bit of traction that he can.
Sorry. Yeah, you can go ahead. We're going to go to an interview here with Les with Turning Concepts. I didn't mean to cut you off in mid-idea.
No, you did not cut me off at all, Paulie.
I thought you kind of stopped.
I saw I heard Les had an interview with these guys and wanted to make sure that we were ready to go.
So we got Tony here from Turning Concepts. He started off the race this morning. Were you in box 1 or box 2?
Box 1.
He was in box 1 this morning. So tell us about your start. I mean, it was pretty sketchy.
It was fun. I mean, starting pretty much dead last and trying to work through the field and gain some positions. A lot of fun, a lot of good racing out there. Obviously wet and changing conditions. Went from like not so wet to more wet to not so wet again. But we picked the right tire to start on. We're on the Continental.
On the Contis, nice.
So I think that worked well, and it allowed some really consistent grip. No problems getting through the water.
As for visibility, I mean, I know you're pretty on top of the wheel most of the time when you're driving and everything. How was the visibility out there?
It was good for us. I mean, the anti-fog, the inside of the windshield looked crazy. I actually came in on the formation lap, the first formation lap, because the window was already fogging up.
Oh, okay.
So I pulled in, and thankfully being at the back of the pack, it didn't hurt us.
Yep.
Pulled into the pits. We applied more anti-fog, went back out, and it was perfect.
Nice. Did you use a potato, or did you actually use real anti-fog? Actual real anti-fog. Okay. All right, Radix. So next session, try and use a potato, because we got a theory running. It's like shaving cream, anti-fog, or potato. Which one works better?
We got dish soap too.
Oh, dish soap. Yeah, that's true.
That's okay.
Nice.
Yeah, so far, good racing. A lot of fun out there.
Good stuff. All right, well, I'll let you guys get back to it. Good running.
It is a lot of fun.
Heck yeah. See you guys soon.
Thanks, Les. Appreciate that. All right. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. With that, we're going to head to break with plenty of racing action. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're back at Watkins Glen, folks. We're under a red flag condition, as you can see. Not exactly clear on all of the details here. As I roll up, looks like a car got into the wall somewhere around turns 3 and 4. Car 773 is
That's
being
Haywood
reported.
Racing.
Haywood Racing usually brings a couple cars. I think they had 2 cars here this weekend. So some problems there for the Haywood team. And we'll go down to the Less's. We're with the Less's Moore Cam as he's down the pits, still talking to folks.
Standing in the rain and all that. Basically, let's talk about the race. You guys found a couple different cars this weekend, didn't you?
Three cars, yeah.
Nice. Cool. He's still talking about the red flag, some commercial. Yeah, I don't know. Tell me about yourself.
C-Class, right? The blue car, yeah.
C-Class.
And EC, yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
I'll give him the go-ahead here so he can get...
All right. All right, so we are here with the Boston Winers?
That's the Boston Winers.
Boston Winers.
Sometimes Boston Wieners.
Boston. As long as it's a party, right?
Oh, we have a great party. We brought 3 cars. They're all BMWs. We've got a 318 E30 that's running an F-Class against 3 other cars. And we've got the 444 car that's running exception class. It's doing pretty good. It's near the top of the pack right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what to do with his hands.
Didn't know what to do with his hands,
Red
okay.
Balls car, and that's running in C-Class. But C-Class, huge today. A lot of cars in C-Class. Right?
Heck yeah.
We're having a great day, though. You know, rain, we'll run in it. We're having a good time.
Whatever. I mean, a few more drops wouldn't hurt anything.
No, I think it's going to pick up.
Right. Heck yeah. No. Anything to say to the frat?
Well, you can do this. You can do this. You know, you can
Ask him if he likes Fig Newtons too, Les.
He's
obviously
a stick with him, and I've been at this for 5 years now. It's been a dream come true.
Wow.
Nice.
You know, if you don't have the skills or the equipment to build a race car, you can still find an arrive and drive team and come out and race Champ Car, which is really awesome.
That's actually one of my favorite things about Champ Cars. Actually, how I got in, I was like, oh, I just need money. Ooh, how do I do that?
It does take a little bit of money, that's for sure. But I think it's money well spent. If you've been dreaming about this kind of thing your whole life, do it. You know.
This is how I become a race car driver for sure. So yeah, if you guys look up Boston Winers, there you go. The old, right? And you guys remember the Haterade car, so that's the car everyone remembers back in the day, the Haterade car.
Yeah, that's our 318 running an F-Class.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
I love it, guys. You bring a little bit of sunshine to my rain. I love it.
Thanks for that, Les. Yeah, the guy had a massive Starfleet patch on his racing suit too, so obviously a Star Trek fan. So yeah, still under red flag here. So what happens during a red flag? We should probably explain. The cars are, all the drivers know what they're supposed to do is come to a safe, controlled stop on the racetrack. Preferably to one side or the other, so that way safety vehicles can get through. And so they don't want the track obstructed. So even if you got to go around somebody or whatever you need to do to open up things, you go ahead and do that so that the safety vehicles can get through, because one of our buddies is in trouble. So they need to get through there and get out there and help them out. It could be something as simple as it can be a fire. It can be a situation where a car got up on its side or something like that. It's any number of things. If a driver gets out of a car, which they're not supposed to do unless the car's on fire, that would bring out a red flag too. So it could be any number of things that will bring out that red flag. It's just a safety thing. We want to be able to get the crews out there. It looks like someone's offering lunch
from down below here on the flag stand. And they've got the rope system here. So rather than take it up the stairway, it looks like they're going to grab it with maybe an old tow strap that's been repurposed. Yeah, they're bringing up the food with that. Back into the pits here with Les. You can see one of the easy ups looking like it's a little worse for wear there. I noticed that easy up was kind of partially collapsed this morning as I was getting cameras going. And look at that sky. It's just, lots of weather coming through here right now. So, yeah, the guys in the cars just have to sit and wait. They're talking to their crew and just planning the next strategy. This is one of the Turning Concepts car that trying to decide, when based on what's happening now, when do we want to pit next? Because the clock is still running for the driver stints, but they're not turning laps. So this counts towards the stint time, even if they're sitting in there for half an hour. I don't know about you, Kyle, but there's been times when I've sat in a red flag inside a race car for half an hour. Now, the race director does not like to leave drivers sit there that long. They want to get them moving. So if they feel like, you know what, this is going to take longer than what we wanted to, we're just going to bring everybody into the pits and park them in there so the drivers can get out if they want to. We're not going to strand them on the racetrack. And Les is back in the pits here with people pretending to be warm.
916. Awesome. Thank you for your time, man. Thank you. I'll be back.
One of those Porsche teams. Yep, the 916. We're pretending to be warm. Yeah, these easy ups with the enclosures are pretty cool. I'm seeing more and more of those pop up. Get it? Pop up.
Look at you. Oh.
I was right there. Okay.
Oh, look at you, Paulie. Look at you. And there goes our viewership. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, are you kidding me? That was a fantastic joke.
That was a good joke.
That's some retaining humor right there.
That was a good one.
You guys.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we're going to Les for this next interview.
All right, so I got Cole Morgan Racing here. This is a man we've seen many times in Champ Car with different teams for sure. So tell us about this newest adventure for you.
Well, I've been crewing for 90 Racing and Premium Dudes for 2 years. I did the 24-hour last year with Rad Air, and we decided to build our own car about a year ago. We just finished it up a few months ago. We took it to its first race ever last week with NASA.
Oh yeah.
Now we're here. We were running, I think, 8th place overall for most of the morning. We lost a little bit in the pits.
Okay.
But we're having fun. Car's doing good.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And you just built this car. I remember you were talking about building it back at Gingerman, and just built this car, went to your first race, and turned it over in like less than a week.
Yes,
my man.
60 hours of work on the car in 3 days. You got to
So energy drinks and cheese balls?
Yep.
Is that what it is? Energy drinks and cheese balls?
Been living off Monster Energy for 2 weeks.
Man, that's awesome. Well, thank you for coming out. Thanks for, continuing to come out. Your continued support with ChampCar and with the new team. Well, this is your own team now?
Yes.
Nice. So, yeah, the apprentice has become the master? Is that how that goes? Or
something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah.
Thank you.
Well, good stuff, man. I'll see you soon. See you at the top step. Cheese ball action. I love it. Well, actually, what kind of car is it? We didn't yeah.
It is a 1996 Ford Mustang, red, white, and blue. It's the real
okay. Okay, excellent. So, yeah, perfect for this Memorial Day weekend, red, white, and blue. Oh, yeah.
America.
America. Heck yeah. Thank you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Les. Appreciate the interview and roughing it out there in the nasty.
It is just coming down just as hard as it was. So I'm looking out, Paulie. It looks like they're still working on some stuff out there, so I think we're still going to be sitting here for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking that way.
But this is another good opportunity for drivers to debrief with their crews and make sure that they communicate what's going on, let the co-drivers know what the track conditions are before they get in the car. I mean, obviously you can see from our screen here, if you look at the track, you can see the rain hit the track pretty good. It's excessively wet. If there's any type of puddling or any information that would be vital, it's a good time to communicate it and make sure your co-drivers know how to attack when they get out there the next time. Obviously, conditions can always change a little bit, but with the constant rain that we're getting, there's probably a fat chance it's going to be much different unless it was to stop raining. So any information from drivers is always important. All right, so while we got a couple minutes, let's do another quick rundown of the order here, and we'll run through the classes while we got some time.
It's changing very frequently, much more often, probably because of the rainy conditions, but it's changing a lot.
All right, so Shut Up Racing continues to lead this race over Rockwell Autosport by about 10 seconds in their both. Again, now we have 4 cars on the same lap as each other. At least that's what it looks like. Now, we'll have to check when they come back across the loop. But Rockwell Autosport in second in the 12 car. Parts Badger, your leading B-Class car, is in third. Wilson Daily Racing is in fourth, and Turning Concepts rounds out your top 5. There's no Z in Mazda in sixth. Cannonball Club Racing, the leading A-Class car, in seventh. Team Salem Mustard has worked themselves very slowly up into the 8th position. Sorry, I looked over and I got an update from Clive. They are playing some Christian radio for our driver during this red flag to get him motivated. So whatever it takes, guys, whatever it takes. The 325 BMW Team Troxel is in 9th, and JS Motorsports in the 378 has worked themselves up into the top 10. All right, now let's do a class check here. A-Class right now is being led... Whoop. It went all haywire on me. All right, hold on a second here, folks. We're working on it. Technical difficulties. Got to be smarter than the software. All right, there we go. All right, so Cannonball Club Racing leads your A-Class over JS Motorsports. Ramen Racing is up to third in class. Haywood Racing in fourth in class. And Rossmar Racing, the 473, rounds out your top 5 in A-Class. Now let's pop over to B-Class. 414, a Parts Badger, leads right now by about 11.5 seconds over There's No Z in Mazda. Team Octane, the Canadian contingent, is in third in class. Hot Curl Racing is in fourth. And Street Fighters is
we're starting to roll.
All right, good deal. Rounds out your top 5 in B. Let's quickly roll to C as the field is getting back under behind the pace car. Shut Up Racing leads over Rockwell Autosport. Wilson Daily Racing is in third. Turning Concepts in box 1 in fourth. Team Salem Mustard rounds out your C-Class top 5. So you have a good mix there of Porsches and BMWs. Now let's check on D-Class. We just heard from our friends at Cole Morgan Racing in the D-Class car. They have a pretty healthy lead over Team Z in their 1988 Nissan 300ZX. So I was wrong when I said 350Z earlier, so I apologize. MLC Racing in the 4791 Chevy Corvette is in third in class. Smoking Horse Racing in fourth, and Dirty Air Motorsports in fifth. Now let's check on the F-Class cars. Luce Brothers Motorsports continues to lead over Easy Riders in their number 300 Mercedes 300E, and then MDR Motorsports rounds out your top 3, and Boston Winers in fourth in the F-Class. And then let's check on our friends over on the EC side. So Open Throttle Racing in the 62 continues to sorry, just got another update from Clive. I'll tell you guys in a second. Open Throttle Racing in the 62 leads over the 444 Boston Winers. And then in third, TCR Motorworks in the 936. Racer X continues to hang on with a strong fourth place run. And Suns Out Guns Out Sogo Racing in their 2002 BMW 330 rounds out your EC top 5, Paulie. So far it has stayed pretty consistent. Open Throttle's had a pretty good day on that EC side. And they are on the same lap, it appears, or no, they have about a lap advantage over Boston Whiners, but in this condition, anything can happen.
Yeah, right.
So as we see the back on board here with Racer X, I believe Tom is at the wheel. As you see him, a little bit of fancy footwork here under the caution.
Yeah, they should be going back to green here shortly. Although I'm showing we're at 35. We're at 35. We haven't gone to caution yet. So it's a little confusing. You see the banner there on the pylon shows us under caution, but actually we're still under code 35.
So as you see the cars coming down to what's the turn 8 section. So that's kind of a unique section. So as you come out of the toe of the boot, you go all of a sudden it's a steep uphill, and then as you crest the hill, you all of a sudden head back downhill into a brake zone for turn 8, and then it's kind of a really tight. I mean, the next two sections with 8 and 9, they're over 90-degree corners, so you really have to be careful about how you take the corner, and you want to make sure you're completely on line. And then as you come up here out of 9, we talked about earlier, right about as you come into the screen, that's where the track goes away from you. So you really just want to make sure that you have the car straightened out, not doing anything foolish, and you get the wheels straightened out, and then you can slowly roll back into that power, because we did see a car spin earlier this morning coming off of 9, and there's not a lot of room to catch it. So
there are a lot of cars get tore up right there coming out of 9. That's probably the big sore spot, that and going down into the boot there. So those are two areas you want to be careful of, and if you're not comfortable with it, then just kind of tiptoe through it, until you get a little more comfortable with it, confident with the car. Car has a lot to do with bringing you confidence, but also, of course, seat time. There's just no replacement for seat time as we go back to caution now. So it shows caution, but I'm strange because the pace cars out there, so that may be just a technicality to stack up the field. They want the cars to, they don't have to hold that 35, but they're not going to be racing at 70% speed. They just want them to get caught up. So we see cars coming into the pits. There's a car going into the pits there. Another car peels off into the pits. There's the old Porsche. It's out here again this weekend. Great to see those guys out here. Does my heart good to see a vintage car out there.
Well, Paulie, we're almost to noontime. We're getting down because it's a 7-hour race. We're almost down to 4 hours to go. So realistically, this could be their second to last pit stop. Because if you got to account for the 5 minutes and all that kind of stuff, you're going to be sitting in. You'll get back out with about 4 minutes and about 4 minutes to go with your out lap. Realistically, one more stop, you should be good to the end of the race.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about fuel mileage shouldn't be an issue today because of the pace.
Yeah, it seems to be under control. You can see there's still some accordion effect here that's happening with cars as they come around the racetrack. Pace cars going through turn 3 right now. So this is the front of the field here. Shut Up Racing leading Wilson Daly over Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 12 car.
As we see the field climbing the hill. Hopefully we'll get to go back racing here really, really soon. So, Paulie, we got a couple minutes. We're where they got us staying. We're staying at a pretty historic location here at Watkins Glen, aren't we?
Yeah, we're at the Seneca Lodge this weekend, and it's got so much history. And I was browsing their website the other day, Kyle, and I saw they had a receipt signed by Jeff Gordon that they had posted on their website. There's been a lot of prominent racers that have stayed there, and the lodge is more than just a place to hang your hat at night. They've also got a pretty nice restaurant there that's all built in and a bar. So Yeah, it's got a lot of history.
And if you go into the restaurant and more so into the bar area, the history that's on those walls, the pictures, the memorabilia that people have tossed hats up there, there's stickers all over stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, and just think about the individuals that have come to Watkins Glen to race and have gone in there for a drink and dinner and maybe to go in to hang out with their crew or fellow drivers. And it's such a cool place to see. I was talking to one of the bartenders last night, and I said it's amazing. And she thought I was getting ready to order something, and she said, "What can I help you with?" I said, "No, I'm just looking at all the memorabilia." And she's like, "It's really cool." She's like, "The amount of stuff it's taken a lot to put on this wall," but she said, "You wouldn't believe the amount of stuff that we have that we can't put on the wall because we're pretty much out of space."
Yeah.
So if you ever get a chance, folks, and you come up to the Watkins Glen area, make sure you go check out the village of Watkins Glen. It's absolutely beautiful. It sits right on Seneca Lake. Make sure you check out Seneca Lodge. Check that out. There's all kinds of historical stuff. It's so cool. And like what track president Don Burlew was talking about, make sure you check the calendar and find out what events are going on up here, because there's always something going on at Watkins Glen.
New pace car coming down into the heel of the boot here. Lights are still on as they head through that corner. Okay, I'm hearing lights out on the pace car now. So we're expecting to go back to green here shortly, folks. This is about the point where I noticed that they're off as they head up through turn 9. So, yeah, you can hear the rain still coming down on top of the cameras as they head through that turn 10 section. Preparing for the pace car to pull in. And the wipers are on, but the throttles are open as we head back to green here, folks, at Watkins Glen International. And we are green. Let's go back to racing, guys. Boy, these conditions are so challenging, and really does help you learn car control. I think it's really great for teaching you how to handle car control in the dry, is having some good seat time experience in the wet like this. It's just a different experience. You really get a chance to feel the car moving around and get to understand what the limits of the car are.
Yeah, and it teaches you in that controlled slide too, where if the car starts to step out, you really have to just understand and feel your race car, because it's such an important factor with being successful. You hear those engines just ripping and roaring as they come up the hill, and you can see the rooster tails coming off these cars. It's a challenge to race here in the dry, folks, but it's a challenge to race here in the wet. But you can do it, as you've seen for the last 3 hours. These drivers have done a good job. Oh, it looks like Lightning McQueen has spun out there going into the bus stop to see if he can get it going, and he does. Now the question is, can he get blended in? Yep, nicely done. Did a great job of getting it back rolling. So Clive Bogle was giving us an update. He said they were playing some Christian music for their driver to keep his feet and hands moving in the car to keep him warm. He was also saying people wanted to know how the red flag works with stint time. So essentially with a red flag, your driver stint time does not change. It accounts to your driver, to your stint. If you're in the car for 2 hours, if you're in under red for 20 minutes, that's part of your driver stint time. So regardless of what happens, unless the race director says something different, then that counts toward it, and you have to account for that period.
Yeah, I mean, about the only time your driver stint would get a reset is in a situation where you were black flag brought in with the rest of the field, and they told you to get out of the cars and that kind of thing, where you're going to spend a significant amount of time out. And even then, it doesn't always get reset. But if you're out for a significant period of time, they'll reset it. So yeah, those red flags, no, you're not really going to see a reset in that condition. Les down in the pits, bringing us all that pit road action.
So it looks like we got a good 3-car battle on the racetrack right now. The 192 of sent from the Gourds, the 538 at K2, and the 717. That's one of the turning concepts. I think that's box 2. There's a big 3-way fight right now. And then also want to give a heads up that Team Salem in the 943 is within about a lap or so of catching the 711 car based on the pace that they're running. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Team Salem has snuck themselves up into the top 5 in this race.
Yeah, and we've also got a 3-car battle with the car 192 of Sent from the Gourds, K2 Autosport, and Turning Concepts. Hope that's not what you just said.
You know what? They needed to know.
It's reiterated.
It's reiterated.
It's 2 people pointing out the same thing.
It's important. Can you tell it's raining at Watkins?
He's trying not to make fun of me.
Yeah, he's reiterating the point. Can you tell it's a rain race at Watkins Glen, folks?
It is that. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're back to caution here, actually back to a code 35 now. I think we got a couple cars involved in an incident here that slowed the field down to 35 miles an hour station keeping. And we had a couple guys reach out to us, the Luce Brothers Motorsports team with their in-car feed. Looks like a Sentinel system. They've got the rear camera, front camera. They've got the driver camera. But they don't have a Tootsie camera.
No, they need a Tootsie camera. Give them time. They'll probably get one for us just because we asked.
Yeah.
So on board, I think this is one of the TCR cars, right, Paulie?
Yeah, this is one of the TCR cars. My buddy Dan here sends me his links faithfully every race for me to put on the show. And so, yeah, also using, it looks like one of the Sentinel systems. Yep. So we are under code 35 here. If I get any information, I'll pass it along to you. We might also get some information just following along inside one of the cars. It's reportedly over. Oh, we got the pop-up headlights going. Yeah.
There we go.
I think it's over in the turn 5 and 6 area, so somewhere back in there, but I don't see it. We'll stay on board here with the Luce Brothers Motorsports car with that dash cam and see if we see anything. So water temperature 190 degrees. They got a fuel level sensor, oil temperature $188. Oil pressure around 40 pounds per square inch.
Looks like about 3,000 RPMs right now. Probably in probably third gear. But they actually, probably third gear if it's 3,000 RPMs. I was going to say they might have popped it into fourth gear to save a little bit of fuel, but probably third gear. So And the start-stop, when you see this, where you go racing a little bit and keep going, it gets a little bit tiring on you. It gets a little bit hard. You can get a little bit frustrating as a driver. And the reason for that is because it breaks your rhythm. You're used to going lap after lap after lap in green of just trying to hit your line and be smooth, not do anything erratic, just put down good lap times. But the hard part is when you have to keep starting and stopping, it throws you off, because then you got to go through your restart process and got to get back up through the gears and get going. It just mentally can throw you off. So a lot of times you kind of have to, when you get in these situations, you kind of have to tell yourself, all right, here's what I need to do. You start thinking about what your plan of attack is once you get ready to go back green flag racing.
So the accident site's somewhere up here. So we'll see if we can see anything from this in-car camera.
It's coming through the carousel, which is a downhill right-hander.
You got to say outer loop, because Billy Salen will be all over.
All outer loop?
Yeah, you got to call it the outer loop, or Billy Salen will be all over the comments. That he'll be texting me. I'm gonna call it the carousel, just because Billy doesn't like it. See, that's now you're getting up to speed with me. That's exactly what I was doing. He loves it.
He does.
I don't see anything wrong. Why aren't we racing?
Loose Brothers just said we'll put the Tootsie camera on our to-do list.
Okay.
So we're holding you guys to that.
Twinkle Toes.
Yep, we want to see a Twinkle Toes or Tootsie camera next time around.
That's fun.
Oh, man. All right. So real quick, while we got a few minutes, while we're waiting for those updates.
We got car-to-car contact, turn 7. Car number 40, Kyle, is one of the
Clive's
cars involved. So Clive's car, and then we've got something else here.
721.
And Clive's car is behind the wall.
Oh, no.
So, and we're looking around the car here. He's looking at the right side of the car. He's kind of shaking his head. And talking to one of the other crewmen there. And, so, yeah, driver's out of the car. Car's behind the wall for the Bogle Legacy Motorsport team, which is a real shame because, he spent so much time prepping this car, getting ready for this race, and hasn't been able to race that often with us recently. So that's a shame. Hopefully it's not too serious and he can get the car back out there.
Alrighty, so let's do a rundown of the order real quick. So we're talking about Clive. The other car involved in this with multiple car impact was the 721, the Street Fighters car, the Honda sedan. Tough break for those guys. They were having a solid day so far. So hopefully maybe it's not to the point where they'll have to go behind the wall. As we see some cars on pit road, a lot of pit road action right now, Paulie. I'm seeing Rockwell's cars on pit road, Team Salen's, the 942's on pit road, Dave Kiesik's car, one of our board members, and his on pit road with his Boxster. I can't see the other car. Kind of hard to tell. It's another Mazda Miata. Looks like we got the 914s coming to pit road. So looks like some folks are taking advantage of this.
Yeah, and we've got oil down reported in 6 and 7.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry to say. Oil down reported in turns 6 and 7B are the areas that they're concerned about. So they're going to have to send the scrub truck out there and clean that up. What a shame.
Yeah. Tough break for those guys. All right, so let's do a rundown of the order. So Shut Up Racing continues to lead this race now over Parts Badger by about a minute 30.
An important decision is
Sorry.
This man is about to
disregard all that.
And we're going to take a commercial break.
No, we're not doing that yet.
All right, so Shut Up Racing continues to lead this race now over Parts Badger in second, your leading B-Class car. Turn-In Concepts in Box 1 is in third. Cannonball Club Racing is in fourth. And Wilson Daily Racing rounds out your top 5. JS Motorsports is in sixth. There's no Z and Mazda in seventh. Ramen Racing in 8th. Team Troxel continues to hold down 9th. And Team Salem Mustard is still hanging on in the top 10. And want to give a call to Rosmar Racing in the 473 car. They are just sitting outside the top 10 right now. They're on the same lap as a number of cars, so opportunity there. Let's do a pop through the classes real quick and check on that. So right now, Cannonball Club Racing continues to lead by about a lap over JS Motorsports. Ramen Racing, Rosmar Racing, and Haywood Racing, the sister car, they still have the 663. By the way, JS Motorsports, Ramen, and Rosmar are all on the same lap, so that's going to be a good battle for position. And then let's take a cycle down to B class. Parts Badger continues to lead the B class by a pretty good margin of about a lap over There's No Z in Mazda. And then Team Octane, the Mini Cooper, is in third. Hot Curl Racing is in fourth, and Hack Racing Division has worked themselves up into the top 5 in class, unfortunately, after the issue with one of the Street Fighter cars there. And then we'll pop down to C class. Shut Up Racing, your overall leader, is on the same lap now. Well, showed on the same lap now as Turning Concepts. And then Wilson Daily Racing third, Team Troxel fourth, Team Salem Mustard. It rounds out your C-Class top 5. In D-Class, Cole Morgan Racing continues to lead by 2 laps over MLC Racing. Team Z's now down to third. Smokin' Horse Racing in fourth. And Lightning McQueen rounds out your top 5. And then over to your F class, Loose Brothers Racing. I want to see that Tootsie Cam, boys. Leads your F class and in the top 20.
We're going red.
All right.
I'm sorry, keep going.
And then, no problem. I appreciate you giving me a heads up on that, Paulie. Easy Riders is in second, MDR Motorsports in third, and Boston Winers rounds out your F class. And then real quick, let's go back to the EC guys. Open Throttle continues to lead over Boston Winers by about a lap. Racer X is now up into the third position. Good run for those guys. Les will be getting in real soon. Sogo Racing in fourth, and TCR Motorworks, Dan Frodel's guys, in fifth.
Yeah, thanks for that rundown, Kyle. Appreciate that. We've gone red flag. I'm not exactly sure why, but it may be just for the sake of this cleanup so they can get on the racetrack and do what they need to do without cars going by.
You wonder, too, Paulie, if they don't want us circulating, because if there's any water, they probably don't want us pushing the oil and the water in different places. Yeah. Those Champ Car drivers.
Just let us clean this up real quick, and then you guys can go back to racing. It's all cool. So while we got this red, let me try something here. Yeah, Les spent some time. He gave me this idea. He came up with an idea the other day. He said, "What about like if I do like a track thing where we go around the track and talk about? Let me try this. If I can do this or not. I don't.
All right, you guys are in for a treat today. Actually, with TCR.
TCR, baby.
We're doing a touring lap of Watkins Glen for the 7 hour here. So we're coming up through the S's right now. You guys want to take over and tell me what you're doing?
Well, coming up the S's, it's like, hey, what am I looking for? So anything that sticks out above ground level, maybe, I don't know, a sign or a spotting booth, something like that. Just trying to straighten everything out. Here, it'll be interesting tomorrow in the rain where the water's going to run. You can take a guess. Probably left to right, but we'll see what happens. Lots of mist in the air when you're coming up at full speed and cars in front of you, so squinting far ahead to see where the brake zone is and see if you can see any brake lights is always a challenge in the rain here. Coming in high speed part of the track, going to be entering the braking zone. Hopefully no nonsense and chaos.
Right. This is what they normally say is the bus stop, right?
That's right.
So if you're looking, from my previous races here, usually I'm looking at that guard stand to see if anybody's flagging any colors, and then I just usually try and proceed to go over all the curbing, right?
All the curbing. Not quite NASCAR level, but hey, let's hit a little bit of it. There you go.
Nice.
Nice job.
our esteemed driver.
Let's see how the Pacifica handles the curving here at Watkins Glen.
We're in a high-performance machine here.
Yeah, it's a rental, so let's do it.
Right? Rental cars are the fastest cars.
Then come around the carousel, turn 5. Eyes as far as we can see. This will be a good educational tidbit for everybody tomorrow. Pick a line. You know, the bunch of weaving and wagging through here is not quite so much fun. As we come around, we're going to be looking for a left-hand turn called a shoot. So finding some dry pavement in the rain will be interesting here. Lots of people, if you watch the outside and the inside blue, there's lots of markings of all your favorite cars, burying noses and tires and whatnot. So being super gentle on the brakes, trying to keep that car pointed around the corner is key in the shoot.
For sure. I feel like even with all the sims and videos we have, it doesn't show the type of elevation we have right here.
No, it doesn't.
Elevation change never shows up on any camera that you see. You've got to always see it in person.
I'll try and put it on the screen right now, but...
Giant head turn. Seems like this turn is forever. Super late apex. Try to use all the track, and I don't care how much horsepower you have, your car's going to be struggling.
You know you tracked out in the right place when you get to that extra pavement on the outside there.
True. You guys can hear the Pacifica to actually downshift, auto downshift.
This is a high-performance machine. I believe we have it switched into sport mode, so we'll be enjoying that today. All right. Coming up to the wheel. This is an interesting corner. Lots of runoff, which is good if you miss your brake zone. Not a ton of track out. You can use it if you want, but you're not fast. And then turn 9, sketchy in the sim and also sketchy in real life. So watch that apex, be really gentle on the gas here. Otherwise, you might find yourself sideways.
And you see some more black marks on the wall.
A nice sideways left and right snap, or just a left and into the wall. Stay out of that. Coming up to turn 10.
Are you taking this flat?
Ooh, good question. We'll see. Depends on conditions and traffic.
Nice. It depends.
It depends. That's right. And as we approach back to turn 11, entering that front straightaway, again, trying to carry speed, but as you can see on the outside, not a lot of runoff. So eyes, rather than staring at the giant blue wall you don't want to hit, you really want to be looking down track. There's about 3/4 of a car width there on the outside of the track. So use a little bit of that. And then coming down the front straight.
Coming down to start finish and doing some gear changes. I normally see people starting to lift at a certain point down here. Where are you thinking you might lift and do a little break?
Ooh, I don't know. We always talk about a no-lift corner. I think it's just full send all the way through.
Send it.
We'll see. There's a little bit of banking. You know, you got something to play with, but it is downhill. Again, water is going to be interesting here. Seeing where the grip level is tomorrow. When you do go over, you know, notice that there's some runoff, but it's off camber too. So when you go over, you're going to be going over.
Ah, nice.
Keeping your eyes up through the corner, finding your favorite color might be a good sight line of where you need to be when you're turning into the corner.
Nice. Up through the S's again.
Love it.
Well, you guys have had a lap here with TCR. I won't have him give up too many more of his secrets because I'm sure he's saving a little bit for himself.
Open book.
Open
book.
Of
course.
Well, either way, you guys have had a fast lap here with TCR. Not the fastest lap they'll turn all weekend, trust me.
I think we just set a new lap record in a Pacifica.
That's true. And I can't dispute that.
So all you people out there driving Pacificas around, lugging your kids around, know that you're in a race car.
Right?
Rock on.
All right. Hope to see you guys tomorrow on the podium. See you soon.
All right.
So thanks for that, Les. Appreciate you putting that together. It's very raw, and obviously the audio's a little quiet, so that's why I wasn't real sure we were going to be able to get it to you or not. But since we were under red, I thought we could bring you that raw video from Les, and it's not completely raw. I mean, he did do some editing there.
He did a good job with it.
Yeah. It's for a track tour with the TCR guys. So that was a TCR track guide from their perspective, too. So it's always kind of fun. Get some other guys' perspective on things.
So we're back under code 35.
Yep, they decided to get the cars rolling again, so they must have things cleaned up and getting ready to send us back to it. They've dismounted the camera from the Bogle Legacy Motorsport Porsche and set it aside, so it sounds like they might not be going back out anytime soon. So maybe they can get it back out tomorrow, though. On board with Wilson Daly Racing here. Definitely a team to be watching because they do find themselves finishing up at the front frequently. They're in 7th place. They just dropped to 8th place somehow under a caution. I'm not sure how that's possible, but they just got passed.
Not sure. I think they came on pit road before. Maybe they came in for some service.
Oh, okay. So by the time they came around and tripped the loop, they're behind.
So Brad Daly at the wheel.
Yeah. It looks like a small steering wheel, but it is a Miata. Just looks like he's holding it but he's not. It's got the alignment stripe like I've got on my Subaru. I've never really felt like I needed that.
It makes a difference because, I mean, if for some reason your toe gets knocked out, it lets you know if it's offset. See the cars working through the bus stop section. Paulie, I'm starting to...
Here's a collab down here. They might be bringing everybody into the pits here. That might be what they're doing because this track is blocked. So they might be bringing everybody in for a black flag here. We are clearing the boot. We have 80% blockage with oil is the word, Kyle. So it looks like they're going to clean things up here. This will give them a chance to get those drivers out of the cars so they don't have to sit and wait for all this.
They're going by on the front stretch. You know what they might do, Paulie? They might use the NASCAR course, the short course, so they don't have to go down into the boot.
It could be. It could be exactly what's happening here.
Because at least that would keep the cars circulating and keep heat in the cars. Oh, maybe they are going to come to a stop here. But they did go through the NASCAR portion. So to give you guys a little bit of insight, if you watched the race 2 weeks ago, NASCAR doesn't use the boot section of the track. They use, when you come out of the outer loop in turn 5, you keep going instead of
gray line there.
Yeah, you use the gray line, and then you use that back straightaway or the short shoot as they call it, and you head down to what would be turn 6, turn 10 for us, and so it just shortens it because for us it's 3.27 miles, I believe, but for the short course it's 2.45 miles here at Watkins Glen. So, and it adds a little bit of a different element when you come out of that corner. It tightens up your exit at speed, so you really got to be careful. When you come up out of that corner, you sometimes have to adjust your line through the carousel, Billy, through turn 5 and adjust it accordingly. I'm waiting on a reaction.
He hasn't said anything.
He hasn't said anything yet.
And the TCR guy called it a carousel too. So let's see what happens here as we come up here, Kyle, because this is the spot, and I think you're probably right. They probably took an emergency vehicle or two, blocked off the access to the boot, and they're just sending him down the other side.
That's what it looks like. I think I see
and they get everybody moving very slowly. So they're stacking up behind all this. And so I think that means they're most likely going to bring him in. Black flag, give these officials a chance to get everything cleaned up because especially in these conditions where you have all that oil going down you start tracking it up the hill. So they want to get all of that oil, like you said. You start driving over it, and then you pick it up because the water's flowing, and then you start dragging it down the rest of the racetrack. So they're trying to get it under control now so that it's safe to drive on. But I got to tell you, I feel for these guys having to work outside in the rain, because it's cold out there too. It's not good.
No, it's not
terrible.
fun. It's cold and
it's windy too.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a shout out to all the safety workers and track workers, and thank you guys for everything you do. Thank you for cleaning up our messes. We really appreciate it. And yep, Paulie, good call. Looks like they're going to black flag it, and looks like they're going to bring everybody to pit road. So this is going to make it very interesting, Paulie. Very, very interesting. So the question will be, how long does this go on? I mean, we still got plenty of time. We're not at risk of anything. But you wonder what this is going to do as far as our driver's going to come in and, take fuel after this. Are they going to go ahead and – because, I mean, we're at 3.5 hours to go. Realistically, you could do one more stop. After that, you could do a stop, get one more stop in, and then you're good to go because the pace isn't there.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had an unprecedented number of cautions and red flags, but that's come because of part of it's just the conditions, and of course the track is tricky in these conditions. So you've got kind of a double compounding things here, making it a little more difficult. Sorry about the pop on my mic. But that looks like what they're doing. And this is not terribly uncommon. If track conditions are bad enough, this is what they'll do. So what they're going to do here, and I'm just drawing on supposition, I haven't heard anything official, they'll bring everybody in, park them nose to tail, and they're not allowed to work on the cars unless they want to be shuffled down to EC. So they'll be able to. They're going to park them in the passing lane on the left side, nose to tail. They'll be instructed to turn the cars off. Drivers can get out if they want. Most likely they will. And when they get back in, they can turn off their cameras. Most likely they'll be able to clean their windshields when they try to get back in, from the condensation. The teams can come out and put covers on the cars usually, so you can do that too. But default to whatever the pit road marshals tell you. And then, driver can get out and try to warm up a little bit. But if any work that would happen on the car, you'd have to put the car in the pit box. And if you try to actually do any service work, they're going to probably move you to EC.
All cars must stay driver's left. They'll go into their pit stall.
So, yeah, I'm hearing that from race control. All cars need to stay driver's left. So this is typically what's done. And then what they'll do is once they get word from the officials that we're getting ready to go back to green, then they'll make an announcement on pit road. We've got a PA system here, and Bill Strong is using that right now to make an announcement. They'll bring all the drivers. They'll instruct the teams there on pit road. We're going to go back, so get drivers to your cars, get buckled in, get ready, because we don't want anybody stranded holding up the rest of the field. So they'll instruct you how close to park. Ideally, I don't like to park right on top of somebody's bumper, because if that guy's car can't start, I want to be able to get around him. But you're going to have to do whatever the officials want you to do. Some of the tracks where we have a lot of cars like this and the pit lane isn't all that long, they got to stack us in real deep or real tight. Sometimes they've double stacked us too. So we'll go back and look at the site here. We can see what's going on. Probably just about every track worker is out there right now working on this. Look at all those trucks. So with that, we'll go ahead and take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes as we're at the bottom of the hour. Be back in a few. Stay with us.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All
right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live. We are red flag once again here at Watkins Glen International, the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. And it's due to track debris. So it looks like they're putting something on the racetrack here to try and clean that up. We were told that recently when they were still circulating the track, they could be looking at as much of an hour to clean this up with things as they are. Now I'm seeing there aren't too many vehicles left here, so and I'm looking at the turn 8, and I don't see anybody there. So maybe it won't take quite as long as what they were thinking. They just said maybe an hour. But right now it looks like it's not quite that bad. We're seeing a lot of drivers choosing to stay in their cars.
Can you blame them?
And
it's wet.
It might be actually a little warmer in there than any place else on the grid, any place else in the paddock, any place else in the pits. I can see the black BMW still has their car running. There's some other cars leave them running. You get a little bit of benefit of heat, and it can be a detriment for sure in the hotter conditions. Just a moment. From the heat that's coming up through the floorboards from the transmission, the engine, the exhaust system. So it actually can be a little more comfortable inside the race car, but you just don't like getting wet. So I'm not sure who these guys are walking.
Salem's guys.
Some of the the Salem's guys. Okay. Probably walking down to their car. And again, these guys, they can get out of the car. Looks like Turn-In Concepts getting ready to hop out and possibly jacket the car. Stretching a little bit. You know you're going to be here for a while, so they don't pull them into the pits if it's just going to be a 10-minute deal.
So we got Mr. Bill Strong popped into the booth with us here for a little bit. Bill, how's it going so far?
It's good. It's warm in this booth.
Yeah. I feel bad for the guys down there on pit road.
Geez. Yeah. It's this has been a fairly good oil down on the track. About 3/4 of the track between 6 and 8 had oil just coming down, and they said it was going to take about an hour to clean up. So we asked them, if we got cars off track, will that help you? And they said yes. So hopefully we'll be able to get back to racing quicker.
Yeah, which would you rather do? Drive around at behind 35 mile an hour forever, or just get off the track and let them finish?
As a car owner, anytime I'm on the track and there's a chance of my car slipping off, because your drivers do sometimes not the smartest things, like trying to keep their tires warm and swerving all over the track, and they end up stuffing the car into a wall under a code 35. That's always the worst feeling ever. But I would rather have them just sitting there. Yeah. But like you said earlier, the heat soak is not always the best thing. You get back out on track and your brakes are always feeling a bit different, and you're hopefully your guy didn't set the e-brake when he came in, depositing all that brake the brake material onto the rear disc or drum or whatever you have back there.
So, Bill, do you know what the process is here? It looked like they had a water tank truck out there. Are they soaping the track? What are they doing here?
So they use Tide.
Okay.
Some sort of Tide and water mixture, and that disperses the oil or gets rid of the oil for them.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. I know at Barber they use Dawn.
Uh-huh.
So, NASCAR track Tide, I guess. I don't know.
Depends on the sponsor.
Yeah. But they found that this works really well. So it's in the wet, and that's always the problem. Is like you get a wet track like this, and especially in this area, there's, as you can see right behind that red truck right there, you have a lot of water coming off the hill.
Uh-huh.
And as the race progresses and you start losing rubber on your tires, you get less of channels in the tire to disperse that water, and boom, you're hydroplaning. Of course, this race, I don't know, do you think they're losing they're losing a lot of rubber in their tires, Kyle?
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're struggling. As many cars as we're seeing brake traction, I wonder if they're having a hard time getting temperature in the tires, to be perfectly honest with you, because it's just, I mean, it's so cold.
Yeah.
Honesty is the best policy. So I'm glad you're turning that leaf over.
But this track, well, I'm going by, I think the last time I actually raced on this track in the rain was 2017. So, that's what, 9 years ago? Do you think things changed in 9 years?
I'd say it's probably changed a little bit.
Was the repave 2018?
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So they repaved it, and I drove on it after the repave, which I thought it was fantastic.
I drove Troy's car in the wet for a test day. And yes, it was after I think that was 2019, 2020.
Okay.
And it was very different, but I had great traction.
Yeah.
But as time goes by, maybe not so.
Right. It kind of polishes the racing groove, and you start to lose some of that, especially in the wetter.
Is this one of those tracks where you get offline to get traction?
I don't know. We were seeing some guys run offline. I'm not sure if it's to that level yet.
I think you can. I think you have the option to run the inside and the option to run the outside in the corner. I think with the fresher pavement, I think you have the option to run both lanes, because I mean, we did see a couple cars. I can't remember who in particular. So we noticed them they were making a pass coming through 10 and 11, and they were on the outer part of the corner, and they did it pretty successfully. I figured I'd see them slip a little bit, but no, they actually were able to keep the momentum up, and it seemed like they didn't break as much traction coming through 11.
Well, we did it. This is a very unconventional way of going black flag to red flag. We've never done it like this before, but we kind of had this same situation at Mid-Ohio a couple of years ago. Remember when we had to go red flag? We had people in the boot. We took them through the short section, and we, with the help of the track, we kind of screwed up the standings at that point. So we had to make some decisions today to keep everybody safe, because we didn't want anybody going through here at a higher speed. And people do some not so smart stuff, trying to keep their tires. We saw it during the start of the race. They're out there trying to get their tires up to temp, I guess, by weaving and stuff, and they tend to do this and not knowing that there's oil down, and next thing you know, we got another incident or somebody's hit, and we don't want that. So
we were concerned about, with all the water coming down, that oil slick could flow.
Oh, yes, and that was one of the concerns too from the safety director. So that's kind of where we went here, and we didn't want people coming down the hill in dispersing that oil further. So that's why we took them through the short course. So, yeah. The decisions you have to make in the tower sometimes, you do it on the fly.
So how do you do that? I guess a lot of people would want to know, as as in Andy's position as a race director, and you guys working up here in the booth, how do you guys make those calls? How do you make those determinations? Like, what do you do to make it happen?
Well, like Paulie just did, he just flipped a coin. No, I'm kidding. Take the Ouija board out. No, what this race is really good. Matt, who's our pace car driver, is a race director. Kelly, who's our head timing this morning, she's a head race director. We got Andy. I just looked at the screen. So we have Andy. Andy's been a longtime race director with Champ Car. So, and I myself go pretty much to every race. So we all put our heads together. We talked about how we could do it, the pluses and minuses of doing what we did, and keeping everybody safe was the most important part. We talked with the track, the head safety director here. She gave some recommendations as to how others have done it in the past, and that helps us a lot. So it's always, they have a lot more experience here than we do. And the first thing I brought up was like, we're going to take them down the short course. But remember Mid-Ohio, we did that, and it just totally screwed up the race because there were some other issues with that one. We didn't want to do that again. So they, we held everybody up. Matt did maybe 7 miles an hour to have the field catch up under code 35.
Right.
Stacked everybody and then brought them down. So that worked out really, really well. It's unconventional. We really haven't done it like that before.
But sometimes you have to.
Yes.
You get put in those positions because, and thankfully we had an option here at Watkins Glen where they have multiple configurations where you can do that.
Yeah.
So thankfully there is that option.
Yeah, and maybe somebody may have gained an advantage somehow, but right at the moment we have to weigh the safety over an amateur race for a plastic trophy. So, and that's kind of what we do. Everybody needs to go to work on Monday. I think pretty much the car owners want a car not injured from any stupid things that happen on track. So, but yeah, it's raining pretty hard now. Rain's picked up. Got a little bit of fog rolling in the distance. We can't see the mountains nor the lake anymore. And I know that was the track president's concern earlier when I was talking to her was the fog.
Yeah.
So we did let her know that we have procedures for that. If the corner worker can't see another corner worker, we say, hey, you know, we need to keep everybody safe. So.
And when we call that line of sight.
Yes,
right?
the line of sight.
Line of sight.
Because if the corner worker can't see another corner worker, that means a driver can't see that corner worker for the most part. So, and that's super important.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, because they have to be able to communicate. I mean, obviously they have two-way radios, but they still need to be able to see each other, because in an instant like this, they need to see that they're on sync with making sure flags are good, making sure they're communicating if something's going on, if there's a problem. So, I mean, line of sight really does. I mean, because if you can't see anything, I mean, you can't direct a race blind.
Right. So. And we were talking about the incident going up the S's earlier where we red flagged. We hear what the corner worker's saying, and we know historically, I've been to this race since the very beginning of ChampCar coming here. We know that that's a pretty hairy place for our drivers. That's our biggest incidences have happened in the S's. So history tells us, hey, we need to stop. We need to slow everybody down and stop them. And we ended up going red flag. That allows our safety people to get out there quick to assess. Luckily, it wasn't that big of an incident, but we know it could turn bigger.
Yeah.
So, and we've had that. A car spin off, hit a wall, another car come up through there, can't stop in time, and boom, it's a really big. So,
and this is a place that doesn't have runoff like a lot of places we go.
No.
I mean, those guardrails and those barriers are right on top of you here at Watkins Glen.
So I've been I've done, 70 ChampCar races, and WRL and a bunch of others. And other than my impact at VIR that caused my brain injury, I had an impact here where I backed into turn 6. I spun, and the car just backed into the inside of turn 6. And that was probably my most painful injury, just hitting that. It doesn't move. Those guardrails do not move.
No, they do not.
I mean, if you look at the back, we can see the back side of them here. They're like double and triple reinforced. So there's a lot of 4x4s and 6x6s down there. So.
And the good thing, though, I will say about Watkins Glen is they were one of the first innovators in the soft walls.
Yeah.
I remember before Indy put them in many years ago when they used to have the sand trap down here. You folks may not remember this. It was 2000. Jimmy Johnson, when he was racing for Jackson Herzog, he took a massive hit down there, and that safer barrier, the foam barriers they put in the walls, what let him walk away. And then a couple years later, Kenny Wallace had the same thing where his brakes went out. He shoved the car up into third gear, spun the car around, backed into the fence, and that's what let him get out and walk away.
Well, let me tell you that a soft wall isn't very soft. It's still a big hit,
but it absorbs the hit.
It absorbs a lot of hit. But yeah, I hit the soft wall at Charlotte in the side, and that was another one that hurt really bad. And that wasn't soft. And I complained about that the whole time. My guys told me to shut up, just stop. All right, I need to get back to work. So good show, Paul and
Thanks,
Kyle,
Bill.
and Les, wherever you are. I saw you out there in the rain. I see you out there in the rain. Good job, guys.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Mr. Bill Strong, everybody. He's going to head back to race control, and we're going to have another guest pop into the booth with us here. He's been a guest on ChampCar.Live before, Mr. Tommy Gunn. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so how's your race going so far?
I believe we're in 5th right now. So far, so good. I jumped in the car not too long ago. I was able to find 4th.
You're in 4th.
I found some good pace in the rain. I've had lots and lots of hours here in the rain. I think it's always raining.
And you guys were here just a couple weeks ago, so you were kind of got a test session in before the Champ Car weekend.
Yeah, we were here the week before NASCAR with American Endurance Racing.
Okay. So we've had you guys on the show before, so how's the weekend going? I mean, you're running 4th. How many drivers we got this weekend?
We got 3 drivers, 2 today, and me and my dad, and then a 3rd guy coming tomorrow.
Okay.
The weekend's gone great so far. We got a little issues with the windshield fogging up, so we pulled in on a couple code 35s to fix it, and we're just going to be fighting that battle all weekend, I think.
Okay. So what's it been like for you? How have you adjusted? Because I know you're younger. You've got racing experience, but I don't know how much experience you've got in the rain. What is it like for you? How have you had to adjust to these pretty horrendous conditions?
So I'm finally getting fast in the rain again. Last year up here, I totaled a car coming into 11, spun sideways, hit the wall like 110. So really bad. But I kind of took a step back, slowed down, found the grip, and it's a constant search for where is that grip, and it's borderline a different line every time, every lap.
Are you noticing Are you noticing a change where every time you go through a corner each lap, you said you have to change your line, but do you feel like the grip level is changing? Like some laps it's better than others as the water gets dispersed and moved around?
Yeah, it helps a lot to have like a group in front of you because they'll kind of move the water off the track for you. But if you're by yourself, but when I was by myself, I had my fastest lap. I think it was a 47. Yeah, I believe it was 47 too.
Yep, 47 too. Good call.
Yeah, so that was my fastest one. That was right after the restart. I was chasing down the first place E30.
Okay.
And I was just searching for more, getting greedy.
Did it help to have that rabbit in front of you to kind of show you where you were moving and where you put it?
Yeah, I was able to get through everyone else on the restart. I think there was 4 cars. So once I got around them, I could kind of hone in on him, and I kind of ran his line, to be honest, because that's where the water wasn't.
Okay. So what is it about Watkins Glen? Because you guys said you come up here a lot. What is it you like about this place so much?
I like how long it is. It's one of the longer tracks that I've ran, and I like how fast it is. But it's really fun in the BMWs. Lots of high-speed braking zones, and you really get to use the ABS. What
do you think makes the because we see 20-some, almost 30-some BMWs this weekend. What is it about Watkins Glen that makes it so successful and such a good place for BMWs, do you think?
They brake great. That's honestly probably my favorite part is the brakes. You can brake way later than most other people, so you can charge in super deep.
Okay.
That's what I like the most about it.
Okay, cool. So sounds like a plan, just rinse and repeat tomorrow. You guys are having a top 5 day. Sounds like things are going really, really well. So is there anybody that you'd like to thank that's making your program go around? Anything you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, huge shout out to Matt Curry and Judy Curry, who own Craftsman Auto Care. We got 8 locations in Northern Virginia, and we've been killing it lately. They give me more time to race, so the more I get to come out here, the happier it makes them.
Okay. Any socials they need to follow? How can they get a hold of you if somebody is interested in your program?
Yeah, check us out. We're on Instagram. It's SoGo_racing, and then my Facebook is Thomas Gunn. And just shoot me a message on either one. We'll get you in a race car.
Cool, man. Well, we don't want to hold you up too much. We wanted to give you a little bit of time here. Thank you so much for coming up, and good luck. What's the driver order for the rest of the day?
I'm going to be in probably another 30-ish, 40 minutes, and then we got one more guy. And maybe my dad hops in, maybe not. It depends on Depends on what the rest of the day looks like.
Gonna put the hot shoe in to go lay some laps down.
Yeah, he was trying to coach me through it earlier. I was like, you're too old.
All right, man. Well, we'll let you get back down there. Thanks again for coming and hanging out, and make sure you guys go check out Suns Out Guns Out Racing.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Tommy. All right, folks, so we're still under a red flag here at Watkins Glen International. Parts Badger continues to lead this race over Turning Concepts. We are still under an extensive red flag for an oiled down section but in the boot part of Watkins Glen. So it's going to be a little bit right now, but we're still checking in. But, yeah, Parts Badger leads over Turning Concepts, box 1. Cannonball Club Racing is in 3rd. JS Motorsports is up to 4th. There's no Z, and Mazda is up into the top 5. Shut Up Racing in 6th. Ramen Racing in 7th. Team Troxel in 8th. Wilson Daly Racing is up into the 9th position. And Team Salem Mustard is in 10th. Real quick, let me give you a quick rundown of our classes. Let's start with EC. Open Throttle Racing continues to lead by a lap over Boston Whiners. Racer X rounds out the top 3. Sogo Racing, we just talked to Thomas and Andrew Gunn from Sogo Racing in the 207. They're in 4th, and TCR Motorworks is in 5th, rounds out the top 5 in EC. So let's go ahead and take a look here. Our A-Class cars. All right, Cannonball Club Racing continues to lead over on the same lap, actually, on JS Motorsports. Ramen Racing is in 3rd, about a lap behind those guys for class. Rossmar Racing is in 11th, still trying to sniff on the top 10 there. They're on the same lap as Ramen Racing. Haywood Racing rounds out your top 5. Unfortunately, the 773 had a little bit of an issue earlier in the day, but their sister car so far has had a great run, 15th in the overall, and right now in the top 5 in the class. Let's take a look at our friends over on the B side. Parts Badger, Roy Deachin, folks from Parts Badger continue. One of our, also remember folks, one of our partners here in the series continues to lead this race. And then there's No Z, and Mazda is in the top 5 in the overall, and they're on the same lap. Looks like a lot of cars have gotten through with the cautions and cycle of pit stops. And then Team Octane is in 3rd, Hot Curl Racing 4th, and Hack Racing Division rounds out your top 5 in B. Let's take a look over at your C class right now. Turning Concepts box 1 leads C class over Shut Up Racing, so they've switched positions through some of the red flag and pit cycling. Team Troxel is in 3rd, Wilson Daly Racing, the local team up here in the Watkins Glen Corning area, in 4th, and then Team Salem Mustard is in 5th, and then just outside of the top 5 in class is TCR Motorworks. All right, and then in D-Class, Cole Morgan Racing continues to lead by about a lap over MLC Racing. Team Z in the 260 car is in 3rd in class. Smokin' Horse Racing in 4th, and Lightning McQueen rounds out your top 5. That was a car we saw have a little bit of a spin earlier in the bus stop, and now has worked them way. They've picked up a spot and gotten by Dirty Air Motorsports in their 151 car. And then let's take a look at our friends down in the F class. Luce Brothers, Brian Luce and others continue to lead in F class right now by a lap over EC Riders in the 300 Mercedes 300E. MDR Motorsports 3rd in class, and Boston Whiners in the 306 is in 4th there. So that is your rundown now, and we have another guest in the booth with us. Erwin from Tooth Autosport and My Races Live. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, sir.
Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. So not as probably not having as much fun as you guys are in the rain out there.
Yeah, although we're done for the day, unfortunately.
We saw you guys had that issue.
Yeah, Rod came through the block, so we're done. But it was fun while it lasted. It was a great time out there.
Have you guys had any luck sourcing an engine yet for tomorrow to see if you can get it swapped?
No, I think we've called it quits on that. We did look Facebook Marketplace, reached out to some friends, but it looks like that's not going to happen. So we're gonna pack it up.
Well, we're sorry to hear that, man. So before that, how was the weekend? Now, you guys came up here last year. You guys had the Honda, if I believe, last year. I know it hasn't been the weekend you wanted, but what's the rest of your season looking like going forward?
Yeah, so I think we got Road America booked in.
Okay.
We're on the wait list for COTA. And then we'll see. We'll see if we can get any other races in. That's kind of our plan for the rest of the year. But yeah, the weekend was going great so far. Yesterday, fantastic testing day. The car was great. Everybody got their stints in. It was fantastic. And then today, I started the race, great fun until it wasn't. But yeah, so far so good. And the rest of the year looks pretty good. Hopefully, we'll get to Road America.
Okay, so that'll be your next one. Is we'll see you guys up at Road America in the fall.
That's
okay.
The plan. Yeah. Yep.
Nice. So we have talked about. We've talked about My Races Live. I know you guys have done a lot of work and a lot of teams have started using your service. So for those viewers that maybe haven't been, were able to tune into some of those shows, can you give us some insight on kind of how that process works and how that got started?
Yeah, sure. So we have basically our goal is just to help people live stream their races. We have kind of two parts of the product. One is we have a platform where you can live stream from any live streaming camera. So if you happen to have a Yi or any other camera, you can stream to our platform, and then we'll add some overlays. We'll add your race data overlays, so your driver, your position in class, position overall, some gaps of the drivers around you, some lap times, and then we'll rebroadcast that out to your socials. So you could rebroadcast to YouTube, to Facebook, to Twitch or Instagram or whatever you want. And then as a side to that, we also sell camera kits. So for those folks who don't want to do the research in understanding which cameras work, which cameras don't work, we have a camera kit, which is all-inclusive. You put the SIM card in the camera itself, you power it on, and then we try and make it as simple as possible. So our goal is basically to try and enable people to stream as simply as possible.
Okay, that's awesome. Now, how did this whole thing get started for you guys? I know you and Claire have been doing this for quite a while.
Yeah, so I've been racing actually in Champ Car and formerly Trump Car for the last 12 to 13 years with Tooth Autosport, and I was always trying to live stream here and there for myself. Eventually, Claire and I started building a mechanism for us to add our race data overlay for ourselves, and as we started doing that, people at the track were asking us, how do we do that? Could they also do the same thing? And so based off of that, we said, okay, well, we did it for ourselves, but what would it take for us to extend that to others? And that's how My Races Live was born. We decided to build a platform to be more scalable, allow more people to use it, and that's kind of how we got going.
Well, we appreciate it, and I know a lot of people have had a lot of positive things to say about it. It's really cool because through our broadcast here, it lets them know kind of where they're running, and it lets them understand what's going on if we can't always cover them, because we see so many people, so it's good to be able to have that. So you talked about, hey, you've been racing with Tooth Autosport for a little while. So how did your racing career get started?
I started like I think a lot of people here. I was doing HPD days, lapping days up at Calabogie Motorsports Park near Ottawa in Canada. Mm-hmm. And you can only go so far at one track and doing laps. And so Tooth Autosport is based out of the racetrack. That's their home track. They have a shop there. I linked up with Trevor and Travis from Tooth Autosport. I was looking to do something more than lapping at Calabogie. They told me there was something called ChampCar at the time, and then I took them up on a drive down in Daytona. Was my first race, and then basically was hooked. After I did my first Daytona race with ChampCar, I basically asked them when the next race was, and then we just went from there. And so I did a bunch of racing for them from then on out.
Yeah, it's hard to not get hooked when you go to Daytona.
Man, what a track, right? It's incredible and it's super fun.
So what's next for you? You told me, you're going to be doing some more this year, but what's next for the company? Where do you see you guys going in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so we just recently kind of expanded into Europe, actually.
Oh.
So you'll probably even find this weekend there's some Fun Cup cars, which are like the old-looking Beetles with newer engines in there. They're called Fun Cups. So that started to take off in Europe. So this year we're obviously I want to grow in the U.S. as we have been doing with other, ChampCar and other series, and then Europe is a big goal for us this year, and so far so good. The Fun Cups seem to pick up on the idea, and they're liking it, and so it's basically expanding Europe is the goal for this year, and we're trying to help everybody. So if anybody even around ChampCar today wants us to chit chat, we our day has freed up. So if anybody wants to talk live stream, we're happy to walk by and kind of help them get started if they haven't yet tried the platform out.
So if they haven't,
drivers are being called back to their cars. Go ahead, Kyle.
Oh, no problem. So it looks like we're going to be going back racing here very shortly. So if they don't find you here, let's say they get tied up, how can they get a hold of you and maybe get one of those kits or get some help from you guys?
So you can go to our website. It's simply myraces.live. So http://myraces.live.
Mm-hmm.
From there, you can get directed to buying a kit, or there'll be links to our socials, also to our email.
Okay.
So we have a Discord server which we're trying to grow. The community is growing. Lots and lots of people are joining there. So even if we're not around to help, there tends to be a few folks on the Discord channel. So if you're a Discord user, we encourage you to follow us there. We're active on Facebook, ChampCar Garage Facebook group. Happy to get messages on Facebook as well. myraces.live, easiest way to find all the links.
Awesome. So you guys were at Watkins last year. You're back here again this year. What is it about Watkins Glen that you guys like so much? I mean, what is it that this facility the draw for you guys?
I mean, it's a beautiful track, beautiful area. Less beautiful in the rain, but more fun, I would say. We just like coming out here. The track is super fun. It's one of those iconic classic tracks. We had such a great time last year with the Civic. We switched cars this year to the Miata, but the track itself is super fun. We love the area. So for us, it's a great weekend. We love coming here, and we'll most likely be back next year as well.
Awesome. Well, we're glad to hear that. Well, we don't want to take up too much of your time and let you get back down there in case there's some customers waiting on you. So, Erwin, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Trevor, thanks for coming up too. We appreciate it as always. If you guys have any are interested, or you guys always have seats available too with Tooth. So if you're interested and looking for an arrive and drive here in ChampCar, reach out to Trevor with Tooth Auto Sport. They'll get you guys all hooked up.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
So with that, drivers are getting back in their cars. We're going to pay the bills real quick and be right back. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. It's Watkins Glen International. Drivers are back in the cars. They're fired up, and they're getting ready to roll off of pit road here shortly. So we are getting ready to go back to racing, folks.
Yay. Helps if I turn my mic on, right? Trying to be enthusiastic and about blew that one.
Yeah.
This is why I can't have nice things, Paul.
It's still raining. There we just flipped off of red onto yellow, caution. So the pace car is going to lead Turn-In Concepts off of pit road along with everybody else, and they're going to chaperone around the racetrack. There, the cars are on the move. There's a couple cars released ahead. I think they're trying to jockey the standing a little bit so that there's maybe not as much advantage by some of the leaders. Yeah. There's adjustments happening.
So it looks like box one's headed out. I wonder if they're cycling around to...
This has to do with the standings. There was something to do with the leaders were going to pick up an advantage of some kind of a lap or something. So if they start them at the back, they wouldn't have a full lap advantage. That's like I said. There's something happening here, and it has to do with the standings, and they're trying not to mess it up too much. That's just my supposition of putting bits and pieces together. I don't really know. So we got some cars pulling off into the pits now. They do want to make a pit stop, and that's fine because the cars are rolling under caution. But under that red to black flag condition, they needed to stay in that line until such time.
So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we know the track is extremely wet. We talked to Erwin quite a bit. He said the track is very slick. So I think that's why we're seeing so many issues with some stuff. As he said, it's just hard to find grip out there. I mean, Thomas Gunn even said that you're having to search around so much to figure out where the car can be successful and where you can actually attack. So I think it'll be interesting to see where these guys can find the grip, and how well is that section fixed where it had the oil spill down.
Yeah, hopefully it's fine, and we can get back out there and do this thing.
See all the rest of the cars rolling off pit road. See his team sailing there. I think that's Mustard.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is just go out there and start driving the track. You get a feel for it. You kind of push it a little bit, get a feel for your grip levels. Again, you go back to doing what you're doing before. You're going to brake in a straight line. You're going to turn in. You're going to start adding throttle, rolling it in, and see how well the car holds on. And you just work up to it. And it's the same as dry weather. You're an unfamiliar racetrack. You just go out and you work your way up to speed. And
I just noticed Gorilla Sticker. One of their cars is coming back out of the garage area.
All right.
So we're back on board here with Hack Racing Division. Looks like one of the cars was not able to get going.
Yeah, that always happens. That's why I said when you come in, give yourself just at least enough room that you can get around the guy ahead of you in case they can't restart.
I miss my old SI. I had a 2009 SI that I drove for, I think I drove it for 4 or 5 years until it got totaled in an accident. I was on vacation in North Carolina visiting some friends, and we went to the beach we're attempting to go to the beach for a week just to get away. And unfortunately, I got hit head on by an intoxicated driver and lost my car in the incident. And I missed that car so much. It was so much fun to drive. So I bet driving that 06 SI has got to be a ton of fun. So, hey, Claire, hello. I've got hello from Pit 42. Hello to you guys. Thanks for sending Erwin and those guys up. We greatly appreciate it. Dennis, to answer your question from earlier, as far as the incident charge to a team, Paulie, I don't think we had a culprit as to who put down the oil. I don't know if it was really determined. So,
who's asking that?
One of the guys in the chat was asking if it was charged to a team.
That's all done by the officials.
After
the event.
Yeah, we don't know anything about that type of deal. So.
You can be charged if there's a lot of materials you got to use or something gets damaged at the track. There is some liability there for you. Okay, so the pace car's coming down here. Looks like the lights are off, Kyle. I think they want to send him green this time.
It's looking like it. So Paulie Parts Badger has worked themselves up into the lead.
Okay, here we go. And there's that green flag once again waving away. Back to racing we go, everybody. Back to racing. All right. Down to turn one we go, led by a Miata. The pop-up headlights. Digging it. Let's go, folks.
Did you ever have one of your older cars you drove have pop-up headlights?
No.
Really?
I don't think I've ever had a car with pop-up headlights. I've been deprived.
So
what's wrong.
Our family did. My dad had an 89 Honda Accord, old 5-speed that he drove for years until it got into an accident. Had the old pop-up headlights on it.
Nice.
If that hadn't have gotten into an accident, that would have been the car I took my driver's test on.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about the old Silicas and Supras that have the pop-up headlights. It's just so cool.
It's nostalgic. It's just cool.
The Miatas, they got the, yeah, man. Just takes you back to the 90s, and I suppose some of the 80s have them. Some 80s cars had that. So, yeah, the standings, Parts Badger shown in the lead over Turn-In Concepts, Cannonball Club, JS Motorsports. There's No Z and Mazda, Shut Up Racing, Wilson Daly there in 7th. Then it's Team Salem, the Mustard car. Then it's the Team Troxel Racing, and then the Rosemar car in 10th place. So that's your immediate standings, and just waggling that green flag. He's committed, man. He's going to get it done. On board with Start Racing. They're getting stormed out there. Heading down towards, looks like the bus stop there.
Yeah, that's Mike Coleman's team out of Port Orange, Florida. Just taking it easy through there, not doing anything crazy. It's been a little bit of an up and down weekend for them so far. Hopefully maybe they can get all their issues ironed out and then go racing tomorrow. Hopefully, actually, speaking of tomorrow, Paulie, let's take a look at the forecast and see if maybe we're looking for some type of improvement tomorrow, because, this has been frustrating. All right, so basically what I'm seeing tomorrow is we're supposed to see some AM showers, and then the rain chances taper off. It goes down to about a 24% chance of rain by the time we get to race time. So hopefully, if it'll stop raining for a little while, maybe we can get some dry racing in at some point tomorrow. But the good thing is, as the day progresses on, the rain chances, by the time we get to about middle of the day, it's less than 15% chance. So I'm saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's a chance for dry racing. But it's supposed to be 62 tomorrow, 55 is your low. Again, AM showers, it should taper off. So we're looking for a better day tomorrow. So we just got to power through today, and tomorrow is going to be a lot better for us.
Looks like the foot cam went down, but we've got the other camera running.
Oh, so we lost the Tootsie cam.
Yeah.
You can just hear them having to just pedal that thing. Because with the rain coming, I mean, folks, I can't stress enough, it's pouring out there right now. I mean, what these drivers are going through to do this, it takes a lot of skill and a lot of patience and a lot of mental. Got one spin. Nice.
Catch it.
Hang on. Nice job.
Okay.
Nice job locking it down.
So we're okay there. We just don't want to get speared sitting there.
If you can get it going here. Catch your breath for a second. There he goes. Now he's just got to get spun around. So if he can just get it, the problem is if it's a Honda, it's front wheel drive. But if you can kick the car around hard enough, kick it around. Oh no. Terrible position to be sitting in. Don't back up yet. All right. I hope he didn't stall it again. There he goes. Thinks he got it. Yep, think he's got it going now. Nice job. Oh, that was the Hack Racing guys.
I think I can do this. He's having a little trouble getting motivated.
There he goes. He's trying to get it going.
Oh, this was from before.
Yeah,
this is in delay.
Yep, that's the delayed shot.
He's got to be thinking, why me? Oh.
So that's why he didn't go too, is he stalled it.
Yeah.
There he goes. He got it going there.
He can actually turn his head and see pretty good. And away we go.
That's not a good position to be in there. Let's take a look and see what happens.
Let's see if we get it here as he comes around. You can see he was a little wide. He was in trouble. Yeah. And he's like, And it just got worse and worse and worse. You could see some brake lights there. Might have been best just to not really deal with the brakes so much, but just try to use the steering and just try to kind of pull it off. That's Front-wheel drives handle differently, but I think he might have been. You can see he was in some trouble here. He's on the brakes, and that's immediately. You can see the brake lights came on, the back end cut loose. But fortunately, everything's all right. We're fine.
The drivers did a great job, too. I want to commend the guys coming at him, guys and girls coming at him, because they were really heads up. They gave each other room. They all got to the right side, and he didn't, like you said, Paul, he didn't get hit. So
yeah, that's the best part.
Yeah. And it's tough to do, because especially if you're third or fourth car back with those rooster tails coming up, it's hard to see that car sitting there. Thankfully, it's a bright yellow, but still.
And another part that's difficult is in the same way that he was having trouble with braking and having limited grip, everybody behind you has that same thing. And when they see you, it's a shock. And now they're like, how am I going to stop fast enough to keep from hitting this guy? So fortunately, it all turned out okay.
You see him just taking his time, getting around. I mean, that shows right there. The car just snapped around on him. Mm-hmm. The fact that you're trying, I mean, he was a little bit wide, but the fact that you have to surge around so much to get grip, it's hard to, it's hard to do that here. You can see a little bit of the fog inside there too. So hopefully the crew can see that, and maybe they'll hit it with some more fog X on the next stop. Still rolling. Nice smooth shift.
Yeah, it's just treacherous out there. When you have a close call like that, too, it puts your heart in your throat, and you're like, I don't really want to. I got lucky on that one. I really don't want to wad up this car.
It messes with your confidence a little bit.
So he's going to take some time to get his confidence back, but obviously, whatever happened there surprised him, and the car didn't do what he thought it would do or could do.
Yeah, you can start to see a little bit of water sitting at the edge of the rumble strips there. You notice the cars are kicking it up quite a bit.
There is some pretty good drainage around the racetrack. They've put a lot of drains in to try to help keep that water from puddling. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah. And with the elevation changes here with the lower points, it's hard. But I will say the racetrack has done a phenomenal job. You don't get the puddling like we used to get when we would come up here. They've done a good job of really cycling to get the rain where they need it to go. So we see the Embracing AI car open throttle leading a few cars there. There's one of Rockwell's entries, the other the SiliconSky car. Team Salins.
Yep.
Might be there. I think there's the no Z and Mazda guys. You can see the drivers just having to really take it easy getting out of there. Usually the drivers will go all the way to that white line, but you're just trying to, you see the Miata there twitching a little bit, just trying to get some traction to get out of the corner.
So with that, we'll take another commercial break here, folks, to pay the bills and thank our supporters. We appreciate each and every one of you. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Green Beret A.J. Jackson hit rock bottom. PTSD, depression, injuries stealing his edge. Then he strapped into a race car. The adrenaline rush that once came from combat, it became therapy. No more dark days, just focus, trust, brotherhood, and the team that was missing. The follow-on mission delivers that same life-saving rush to combat veterans and first responders. Immersive race weeks, crew work, full throttle healing, no charge, all impact. Sponsor a driver. Nominate someone who needs this. Head to thefollowonmission.org today.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're back here live at Wisconsin. Did it again.
Watkins Glen.
It's like I started to say it, and then anyway, we'll move on. Yeah, it's the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. But it's funny, I always say I'm in Wisconsin. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I make that same mistake all the time. I don't know why. Something about me in Wisconsin.
Are you a cheesehead at heart?
I must.
You must be a cheesehead.
Why else would I do that? I don't know. But welcome back, everybody, and I hope you're having a great weekend.
We've had some good stories develop here, some heartbreaking stories develop as well. Turn-In Concepts now leads the race over Parts Badger. Shut Up Racing in third. There's No Z and Mazda. Cannonball Club in fifth. JS Motorsports, Wilson Daily Racing, Team Troxel Racing, Team Salem Mustard, and the Rosemar Racing team behind them.
Paulie, we've got less than 2.5 hours to go, and we've got 5 cars right now in contention for the win. I mean, they're only separated by, realistically, just a little over 2 minutes apiece.
They can't really get apart from each other very easily because of the conditions. They're just not able to really pull away. That, combined probably with the cautions, has really slowed the race down. So the Coco Brothers team and another car, 585 Red Imports Racing, looks like they had contact over in turn 5. Car-to-car contact. It looks like the 585 car spun and collected the 695 car. Bumper cover damage was reported on the car 585. So pit lane warning for both teams, but of course, there's only so much you can do when someone spins in front of you.
Yeah. So speaking of the Red Imports guys, I mentioned they're from Rochester. They have an interesting story. There's a business behind them of how they got here. They have their business, called Ready Import. So
yeah, what's that sound?
I do not. I think it's from the in-car camera here.
Oh, okay. I'll get off of it.
I think it's their in-car.
Open Throttle Racing on board with the Embracing AI car.
Just taking it nice and easy through here, you notice.
Go through the standings with you here real quick, folks. So looking at Class A, you got Cannonball Club leading over JS Motorsports, Rosemar Racing, your top 3. Over to B Class, Parts Badger. There's No Z and Mazda and Team Octane, the top 3. To C Class, it's Turn-In Concepts, followed by Shut Up Racing and Wilson Daily Racing. Over to D Class, you've got Cole Morgan Racing, MLC Racing 47, and Team Z. At the F Class, you've got Loose Brothers Motorsports, Easy Riders, and MDR Motorsports. And in EC, you've got Open Throttle Racing in the number 62, Boston Whiners, and Racer X.
Yeah, having a pretty good, I tell you what, they're having a pretty good day. And good run for the Boston Whiners guys. This is kind of one of their home tracks, and they're only a lap off of Open Throttle. That 62, the SiliconSky car is having a good run, but they can't seem to really get away like they want to. So, and Les should be going into the Racer X car here very soon.
We've got a 3-car battle between Point Kart Racing, 901 Motorsport, and Last Minute Racing. And those two are pretty close together right now.
What a run for the Turn-In Concepts guys, Paulie. I mean, they up 59 spots on the day into the race lead, past Parts Badger here not that long ago. It's interesting to see how this is going.
Yeah, this is a team I think they're a little underrated. I don't think they've won as many races as they probably should have. This is another one of those. I've driven this car. Les has driven it quite a few times. This team should be winning races. I mean, they really They bring everything to the table they need to win, and I think we're going to start seeing more upfront battles with the 7-Eleven car. I think we're going to start see them winning races.
Well, being in the Boxster, I think this kind of plays into their wheelhouse a little bit. I mean, Watkins Glen isn't the strictly straight line speed that we saw during our last broadcast at Daytona, but I feel like this is a good opportunity for them to be able to, showcase what the Porsche can do. Oh, a little bit of dance there under braking. But it seems pretty controlled. But I just feel like, based on what you're saying, they always have speed, but either something happens or they just get caught out on a bad pit stop or something crazy happens where they just don't end up getting the finish that they deserved.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard up there. It's very difficult up at the front. The cars are so quick. So yeah, it's not easy up there. I think they're getting closer and closer to getting into that wheelhouse where they're going to start winning some races.
So, Paulie, we got a guest with us here in the booth, a friend of us, Mr. Clyde Bogle.
Yeah.
Welcome to ChampCar.Live, sir. How you doing?
I was doing good. We had a decent day going, and unfortunately we have crashed out, so our weekend's over.
Oh, sorry to hear about that.
Yeah.
So what we had heard about some content. What ended up happening? Do we have any?
We didn't get to review any video yet, but I believe a driver came over on us.
Okay.
Not even sure if we hit the wall or hit another car, but broken wheel, tie rod, engine.
Oh.
So we're done for the weekend.
That's a bummer, man. So there's a lot of history with your team. You took this car over. There's a lot of history with Visceral. Can you give us a little bit of background as far as how this got started for you and how you ended up with the car?
Yeah, so I used to race with the Z-Tech team first with the Nissans, and then started to rent with Ron with Visceral after a couple of years. And Ron was stepping away, and I was able to purchase the car from him and some mentorship still from Ron, and started our team 2 years ago, back in 24, and we ran a couple of races. So we did Watkins, Thompson, Pitt, I think another one, can't remember, back in 24.
You guys ran here, didn't you?
We ran here, yeah.
Ran here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the last race we ran was Pitt in 24.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
we had an engine failure that day. 12 minutes to go, running P3.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker for you guys. You guys were running so well. So, welcome back, by the way. It's been a little while. So, what have you guys been doing in between then?
I've just been working. I took a new position at work, so kind of got a little distracted with that. Got to pay the bills, right, and fund the racing. So, I was busy with work. Decided to get an engine last year out of Canada, of all places, to go get it. Get back out here in 25, and we're actually 26 now, and see what we can do. But be on the hunt for another engine. So
okay. So what's your schedule? Obviously, pending finding that engine, and everything. What's looking like for the rest of the year?
We're signed up for Lime Rock, Poconos, Thompson. I wanted to see how the rest of the year goes, and I would have done AMP and VIR.
Okay.
So we'll see how quickly I can get something back together.
Nice. So how did your racing journey get started? You said you started in, what was it?
With Z-Tech.
You started with Z-Tech?
Yeah, from doing a bunch of DEs. And one of the guys I used to do a lot of DEs with, who's actually right behind us, called me one day and said, hey, do you want to try racing? We had a Skip Barber 1.8 Sentra from Lime Rock there. Became our race car, and off the races. I believe that was 2014 or 15. Can't remember the year, but that's when we started.
Okay.
We graduated from the Sentra to the Accord with the H22 swap. Then started renting with Ron with the 944s, and been here every year ever since.
So how was that transition jumping to different cars? Do you feel that was beneficial for you with your driving, or do you feel like it was a challenge because you were always learning something new?
I would say both. Driving a slower car, you have to be smooth to be fast. Momentum was everything. In the 1.8, if you screw something up, it took you 2 laps to get that back. So the slower car definitely taught a lot of smooth is fast. Transitioning from the front-wheel drive cars to the rear-wheel drive cars, that was definitely a transition to pay attention to, especially in the rain. Front-wheel drive car, you can go at it, but it was still good for going slow and going fast over a couple of years.
You just mentioned in the rain. What is it when you're out there today? What is it in the rain that makes it such a challenge? What do you have to do to adjust? We talked to a couple other drivers. They mentioned you're always searching. What is it that was helping you guys be successful? What do you do to get through a day like today?
Today you just basically you ease into it. You pick your braking points. It will change throughout the day depending on the downpour, the mist, how well you can see out your own car. Sometimes you get a little fog and you can't see anything, and you usually be offline. Try to search for something a little wetter but has more grip. You just slowly work your way into it. You know, you're not going to win the race in the first 2 hours. So.
Do you feel like you were having to do a lot of searching? Do you feel like the track was changing every lap based on how the water was getting dispersed?
Today I didn't drive, so I never got in the car today.
Feedback from the drivers.
Yeah. Depending on how torrential the rain was coming, plus the shift in the wind.
Okay.
You know, usually I just had to pick your braking points.
We talked about that. The gusts were supposed to get up to about 14 to 16 miles an hour today. It probably got up to about 20 today? Okay, so even higher. So can you explain to our viewership, I talked about it a little bit closer to the beginning of the show, and you hear this more on some of the pro broadcasts where they talk about the wind buffering and adjusting. How much does that affect you guys and us here in Champ Car? What does that do to the car that makes it more of a challenge? Can you kind of give our viewership some insight?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the setup of the car. Like, you know, everyone knows our car is kind of cut with some open air. You know, so you could be turning to the corner and you get a gust of wind, will kind of upset the car a little bit, especially in the rain if you're picking different points. You rake in, you turn in. You always have to be conscious of it. Always on 10, just making sure that you are prepared for any snap or any reaction from other than what you're expecting. Because every lap you try to be consistent, but every lap's not the same.
Yeah.
You know.
It's got to be a challenge. We've been hearing that where everybody just says, I'm searching. I can't. They feel like there's no consistency, and then I'm sure going from the caution to the green flag just back and forth, it gets you out of your rhythm.
Right. And then this year we're trying new tires. Usually we ran the Contis. This year we're trying the BS. So, you know, everything reacts different. We're trying to see this year if that was better in the rain for us, to get some feedback from the drivers and go from there, make a decision, you know, even tires. So.
Because that makes a difference too, just depending on those treads and how it disperses the water and the grip level.
Yeah. And how much PSI you're running from the start to end and everything. So just try different things. We run a narrow tire in the rain just to make sure, you know, we bump the PSI up and see what we get.
Okay. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. I want to let you get back down there and do what you need to do. But if somebody's interested in maybe driving with you or getting a hold of you or maybe becoming part of your program, maybe a partnership, how do they get a hold of you, and what is the official team name?
The official team name is BLM Bogle Motorsport, Legacy Motorsport. They can email me, clive.bogle@gmail.com.
Okay.
Phone number is all over the internet, so 718-644-8100. I'm on Facebook, ChampCar, and anywhere. So you want to come out, hang, see what the race is like. There's a lot of ride and drive teams as well. I encourage everyone to get into it. I got roped into it by just, hey, you want to come look and try this? So, you know, it's like living a dream. You know, sometimes it's heartaches like today, but it's still overall fun.
Absolutely. Is there anybody that you'd like to thank that helps make your program go around?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my renters because, you know, without them, you know, the day would be much longer. And everyone back home who supports, comes over to the garage, lends a hand. You know, they know I'm solo team, so I don't know how Ron did it for so long, doing 2 cars at a time. But yeah, thanks to everyone that comes out and helps.
Now, where are you based out of?
I'm in New Jersey, northern New Jersey.
Northern New Jersey. Okay, cool.
So it wasn't too far, 4-hour ride from here.
Okay, that's cool. Awesome. Well, Clive, thank you so much for coming up and being part of the broadcast. We appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication to Champ Car. We know you've been part of this for a long, long time. And
wish you would have had a better weekend, too.
Yeah.
That's all right. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Next one.
We were all pulling for you.
Yeah. So, but Lime Rock, right? We'll see you in Lime Rock?
Lime Rock is the goal.
All right. Cool. Well, we'll hope to see you at Lime Rock. So,
Lime Rock would be cool.
All right, everybody. Clive Bogle from Bogle Legacy Motorsports. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if you know anybody that can help them source a motor, they'd love to get this Porsche back on track for Lime Rock Park. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
All righty. So Les is still down there.
Yeah, he's just in pit. He's down there on pit road. It looks like it's kind of slow down there. It looks like most of the teams are out there on the racetrack right now. So good to see that. Heading down into turn 11 here. Back onto the front straightaway. Boston Whiners. We've got a camera out at the dash, and then there's one also looking at the driver, but I think the one at the driver might be locked up because he's not moving.
Yeah, go to the Accord guys and say, you just created thousands of dollars of damage here, and you couldn't even come over and say, hey, listen, guys, I'm really sorry about what happened. Nothing.
Then up through the bus stop here. Returning Concepts.
Stay toasty,
See ya.
guys.
All right, here we go. Turn-In Concepts leads this race over Shut Up Racing. So we're gonna be going back to Les here in a minute. He's got somebody in the pits we'll be talking to and get some interviews from down there on pit road.
Just talk about how you're gonna get ready. We're gonna find some.
Go for it, Les. Give me a head nod when you're ready. Give me a cue.
All right, we got Benny Mitz here at 901 Motorsports. Tell us about your race so far, my man.
Well, it's beautiful weather out here. You guys can see it's very rainy, but the cars are going a little bit slower, which is nice because our car is going to be able to handle a lot easier.
Excellent.
The other cars are doing very well. Everyone out here is having a safe time and having fun. So we're just going to start getting ready and we'll send it.
Heck yeah. Well, this is your, third or fourth race this year?
So this all of them except for two.
Okay. Excellent. Man, you get some seat time, man. You might get better than me, man. Hey. I love it. I love to see you out here. Love to see you doing stuff. And you recently just got signed by KLR, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's very exciting. I'm very excited to test it and see what the future has.
Yeah, I follow. So, ladies and gentlemen, I follow this man on Instagram and Facebook, and his mom follows me on Instagram and Facebook. We chat all the time and stuff like that. But yeah, it's super exciting. So what that means for you is like you have a mandatory group, basically managing you now and just getting you out there, getting the good word out there from my cousin Vinny.
It was actually really funny because I believe that your race was on today.
Yep.
And I can't wait to see you guys out there.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be good though. So I'll let you get ready, let you do your thing. I see you're all suited up. He got the cool shirt on like he's gonna use it. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Vinny.
You never know.
I love it, man.
Come out
Heck yeah. So, I'll let you get to it, man.
All right.
You guys in the booth.
Thanks.
Hello, moms too.
Thanks, Les. We've got a new leader in B class. No Zian Mazda has moved into the lead. Way to go, guys. The gap from Shut Up Racing up to first place. We've got to wait for them to come back around. About a minute, a little over a minute is the gap there between first, second, third, and fourth each. Just under 2 minutes there's the gap between them, so they're trying to get caught up. Yeah, a minute and 25 seconds the gap that time by, for there's no Zian Mazda to Turn-In Concepts. And for Shut Up Racing, a minute and 26 seconds to the leader. So thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action this weekend from Watkins Glen, the legendary road circuit in Watkins Glen, New York.
I noticed when we were on that TCR shot a minute ago, he was just not touching the curb. He was putting the left sides and the right sides like right about the paint, but he wasn't getting up on the curb. It looked like he found a really smooth line through there.
Are you talking about this one? Or?
Yeah, right here. I noticed when we went through on the replay a little bit, just we talked about how slick that paint can be. Oh, speaking of Racer X, there it is right there.
There it is. This is probably a little ahead of where the other camera was at as they went through.
I think that's John Fortney. Not sure. It should be. He's doing a great job.
And you might notice most of the drivers are driving with their visors up, and that again is to deal with all the fogging, because it can happen to your visor too, and it's really easy for a visor to fog in these conditions. Now, there is a treatment you can buy that you can apply to the visors to help avoid fogging, and some of them actually come with a special coating on them to avoid fogging too. But I almost always raced with my visor cracked a little bit. I wasn't very good at keeping it down. It just I was never comfortable with that. Unless, of course, it was very sunny and a lot of sun. And there's a lot of different visor options out there. I always liked the tinted one, just kind of smoked, but not too dark. And then I could wear it. I never had to change visors if it was bright out or like this overcast, you could just tip it up. But I know, Kyle, you like to run a full dark. You like the mirror finish, so it's a full dark.
I just started going back to that this year, actually. I had been running a clear visor for quite a while, and then when I got my new Zamp helmet, I got an extra visor with it, and I was like, let me try it, because I hadn't run it in a long time. And I tell you what, at Daytona, when I ran, I had it opened a little bit just for the air.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it blocked the sunlight great, so it was great, because sometimes when you put those sunglasses on inside, the sunglasses fog up because they sit so close, and I feel like a hot box half the time anyway, because I produce heat. So I was like, let me not wreck the car. So, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, that's the thing about when you're in that race car, you're so strapped in and plugged in. There's a lot of things you can't do, and glasses they've got their own problems. So if you can drive without having to use glasses, you're usually better off. Turning in, coming up the S's here. Racer X. Looks like he's carrying some pretty good speed up here.
Yeah, I think they've got it adjusted pretty well. I think they were just trying to get through the fray as some of the cars have fallen out. I think there's a bit more running room, but it seems like the car's running a lot smoother now.
I thought it was funny when Irwin was up here talking about how slippery the track is. Everybody you talk to is going to have a different story about it because everybody's car is different, the tires are different. And looks like John's actually getting through here pretty quick.
Yeah, he's looking really good. He was excited to get out there. I talked to him a little bit this morning, and he just kept saying, I don't know what it's going to do. And I'm like, John, you do this every time. You're going to be fine. And he goes out, and he just starts laying down these monster laps, and he's very smooth, good driver. He's taught me a lot when I've raced with him.
Yeah, it's sort of like that nervousness you get in your belly. There's Ray.
I know, man. I think in a previous life I was a seal or a whale or something. Water and cold, man. All I'm saying is we tough, baby.
You were a duck, Les. You were a duck in your previous life.
This shit tough. We tough. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Who's this in the pits here? 617. Well, they're under the cowl looking at the engine there.
That is Mass Hole Motorsports in their 93 BMW.
Back on board here with the leader, the 711 car of Turn-In Concepts.
So you see the 717 working down the back straightaway, working through some traffic.
Did I grab the wrong car? Do I have the right one here?
Working through there.
Yeah, the 711's the leader, so this is the sister car, I guess. 717 is down in 19th overall.
Still top 10 in class for those guys. It's a solid run for them. Let's take a look and let's see here.
Here's the leader. Nice transition there on the Miata, getting back out of the way.
So they're in the sister car, Paulie, is actually in 11th in class right now, 19th in the overall. So they're having a solid day.
Yeah. And it looks like TCR coming in. They'll come in and stop and get serviced. Start racing. Lots of water on this racetrack. It looks better on some cameras than I'm not sure this is up to the time is right on this. I'll verify. That is current.
What's that?
Yeah, it's current. It just doesn't look as dastardly out there with this camera view as it does from some of the others, like the start camera. The rooster tailing, it's a little bit brighter. Phew, man, he got stormed.
Yeah, no, I think that was our leader.
Yeah, same part of the racetrack.
See the car just twitching a little bit there, but he was moving the car, having to get around. It looked like, working some more traffic. It just looks like it's, just an ease. Just working through everything. Oh, got a little bit of curb there on the entry. You can tell he's like right on the edge with the movement in the wheel. What's the temperature there? Timothy, we can answer that question for you. So today, it's cold. I'll tell you that. Right now, it is 45 degrees. It feels like 40. So I don't think we're going to get to that anticipated high of 50 degrees. That would be highly unlikely with what we're dealing with right now. And it's raining. The gusts are up to almost about 20 miles an hour. It's saying 16, but I think based on what Clive and his guys were saying, we've probably surpassed that number a little bit, but it's very cold, very rainy. It's been a challenge for these teams today to really maximize what they got, as we're just inside of 2 hours to go, Paulie. Hard to believe we've already gotten to this point. It's been an adventurous one so far.
Yeah, with that, we'll take another commercial break to pay the bills and be back in a few. Stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at the SiliconSky Twins at the Glen. Be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen with Kyle Lockbro and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action. Here we go. So we're seeing a little bit of fog off to the left.
The adventure continues,
because this isn't challenging enough. We need more, always more. Yeah.
We're just testing the mental strength of our Champ Car drivers.
Yes, the durability.
The versatility, too.
Yes.
Can you drive in the rain, the sleet, the fog?
Turn-In Concepts leads this race over Shut Up Racing. Why am I on that? Shut Up Racing. There's No Z and Mazda, Parts Badger, Wilson Daily Racing, Team Truxel Racing, 901 Motorsport, Cannonball Club Racing in 8th, Team Salem Mustard in 9th, Rosemar Racing in 10th. And you can follow along with your favorite teams at race-monitor.com.
And if you'd like to know where your favorite car is running on track, make sure you go to the Champ Car Endurance Series if you're watching on a computer, or if you got another TV, pull up the Marching Ants on YouTube, and you can see where all of the cars are running.
Ugh. You must not like our listeners.
I do like our listeners, but they're always wondering and asking us, where's it at on the racetrack? Where's it? Well, if you go to the Marching Ants, you can kind of see where they're at if you can see the number.
Kinda is putting it.
It's like horseshoes.
It's like
horseshoes.
It's awful. I mean, it is
terrible.
But it at least gives them. But it also lets them see the layout of the racetrack, and but this is exactly what kind of what we're seeing when we're giving you feedback on stuff. So
not me. I don't look at the thing. I can't read it. Just looks like a bunch of. I don't know. I've never been able to use that thing. Well, that's okay. I don't have to. Oh, wait a minute. Am I seeing sunshine? No. That's a complete farce.
I think it's the glare.
Yeah, it's just glare. It's just don't pay any attention to that.
Yeah, I don't think sunshine is...
That can't be.
Yeah.
That is not in the forecast.
Hopefully we'll get a little bit tomorrow. But I don't think sunshine is coming our way today.
Back on board with the leader of the race.
These guys, they've done. It looks like they've done 3 pit stops on the day, so had a solid race so far. Their last lap was a 2:44.6, so it looks like the times are starting to come back down a little bit. We were seeing drivers in the 250s, but it looks like it's kind of tapered, or they've gotten it to a point where they can, they found a pace that's doable.
Yeah, 1 minute and 24 seconds, the gap from first to second place on that last lap. Let's see. They ran in 2:44. The leader, 2:44 to second place is 2:47. So pretty big gap there in lap time. That 2:44 is pretty stout.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anybody that can match that.
2:45 flat
somebody.
with there's no Z in Mazda. I'm looking at the times right now. They're averaging just about the same speed, 75.5 on Turning Concepts, 75.3 on There's No Z in Mazda, and then the next closest is Shut Up Racing, and then 901 Motorsport. The 903 car has snuck up into the top 10 for us, Paulie. But again, another one of those BMWs with just smooth, consistent pace.
About half this field are running over 3 minutes in their lap times, and then the other guys managed to get underneath that. That sub 3 minute time. It looks pretty comfortable, pretty relaxed in there, just clicking off laps.
Here's another one, Wilson Daly Racing.
Careful.
Oh, nice.
Came over on him. I don't think he saw him.
Whoa, that was close. So the other one, Paulie, that I think could be as well, Wilson Daly just ran a 2:45.2. Their best is a 37.3. They're about a 75, just a touch over 75 mile an hour average. So if they can get a little bit of luck and get their lap back, if Brad can continue to push, I think they could be another one that could be in the fight as well.
Yeah, another strong team. I kind of get tired of saying Wilson Daly Racing, another strong team in the field, because they say it like every race.
But they are
always up there.
They are a strong team. I mean, they contended for a Daytona win last year with us when we saw it. And I mean, every time they come to the track, they're strong. It's just they haven't been able to put it up on the top step of the podium yet. But they're due. And I mean, we've said that about Turning Concepts. They're due as well for another victory. I really think Wilson Daly Racing has one coming. They always contend. It's just I just think a lot of it's luck with some of it, because I mean they're very smooth. Chris and Brad drive very smoothly. They're not erratic in what they do. They're very predictable. You don't see the car get in trouble a lot of times. You don't see them abusing the equipment or over driving it either. Got a little. Oh wow, using the curb there.
Yeah, went ahead and went over the curb, came back on more of a traditional line. And the reason Kyle's saying, "Oh wow, he used a little bit of the curb," is because in these wet conditions, we tend to stay off the paint. The paints can be very slick, very slippery, and to let the car just drift over, that's more of a normal line almost. When you're trying to get by somebody, just go ahead and use a little more than the curb. Dip the tires over like that. Was he just testing to see, can I get away with that? Or was he just sort of, I'm just going to do it? And
well,
or has he been doing that? I don't know.
We'll have to stay on board and watch with him for a little bit. It's just, maybe he wasn't into maybe the car started drifting and sliding a little bit.
He just let it go.
Right, yeah. And I mean, he held the wheel straight, and he just you could hear him roll into the power really smoothly. It's not like he just romped and stomped it. But maybe he's starting every once in a while to test out levels of grip to see what he can and can't do, because I mean, we know it gets tight back there. Maybe he's testing something. And another consistent lap, Paulie. He just ran a 44.95. I mean, the last couple laps for these guys have been pretty consistent.
Yeah, those are really good lap times. He's on pace with the leader running these kinds of laps.
And they're only 7 seconds back of Parts Badger. And I mean, for best lap time, they're only 0.03 of a second off of each other, but they're about 9 seconds quicker than Parts Badger. So not sure if Parts Badger's having a little bit of an issue. Maybe I wonder if maybe their tires, they're not having the grip that they want in the rain. You got to wonder.
He's following Salins down into 6, and he looks quicker. Let's see what he can do here as he heads to 7.
You notice he's taking that straight line off the corner. He got that wheel opened up, and because he took that wider entry, he's going to try the outbraking here.
Yeah, he's going for it.
I tell you what, that's a gutsy move to outbrake a Boxster.
Now they say, rain is the great equalizer. It really does help. It really does help a car that really doesn't have that kind of performance to step up. The faster cars have to slow down. He was looking really good. He caught those two cars really well going into the bus stop. You didn't know if the Salins Porsche was being held up as a result of the car ahead, but he did now there he kept it.
Yeah,
he kept it on the asphalt there.
I wonder if when he got in there, I wonder if the car started doing that little bit of drift.
Yeah, because if you fight it, you could end up just like what we saw with the Hack team. You fight it too hard, and you can go around. So he just let it go.
But you notice he held the wheel straight, and he just eased into the power as he was going over there to not spin the tires hard.
Yep.
He handled it exceptionally well.
The car is so fast. He's one of the fastest cars on the racetrack right now.
Let's see what his lap time is this time, especially even working with traffic.
Well, he got held up there, so I don't know. I wouldn't expect anything. It says a 244, 249. Yeah, he got slowed down quite a bit there.
Trying to get inside of Boston Whiners. Yeah, I believe so.
I mean, he just, even in a pinch, he gets off the corner better.
Let's see if he gets held up here. There's two cars in front of him.
Yeah, and they're actually side by side.
Now the hard part, which car is going to go? I think that's Parts Badger on the left.
Could be, yeah. He's going to have to follow Badger through here.
He did the right thing. Absolutely did the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Turn-In Concepts leads over Shut Up Racing. There's Nosy and Mazda. Parts Badger. Wilson Daily Racing in 5th. Team Troxel in 6th. 901 Motorsport in 7th place there. Looking at A-Class, you've got Cannonball leading over Rosmar and Haywood Racing. To B-Class, there's Nosy and Mazda, Parts Badger, Team Octane. Turn-In Concepts leads C-Class with Shut Up Racing and Wilson Daily behind them. Cole Morgan Racing, MLC Racing, and Team Z for D-Class. F-Class, you've got Luce Brothers Motorsports, Boston Whiners, and MDR. And Open Throttle leads EC with Boston Whiners in 2nd in the 444 car, followed by Racer X.
Paulie, I just looked. I refreshed my page here for EC. Open Throttle Racing is going to have a challenge here very shortly for the lead. Boston Whiners is about 4 seconds a lap quicker right now, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And Racer X is only a lap off of Boston Whiners, so anything can happen here. And last lap for them was a 2:59. The top 3 cars in EC are separated by about 4 seconds in lap time which isn't a whole lot here in the rain.
We also have a 3-car battle going on really well right now with JS Motorsports, Haywood Racing, and Ramen Racing. The Haywood car, number 663, in the mix there with those other 2 competitors. Look from pit road here with Les's cam. You can see the cars coming at him here. There goes the Porsche Boxster, one of the SiliconSky cars. That might have been the Weiser Blitz Porsche. Check in with Hack Racing, see how they're doing. Looks like they got it pointed the right direction here, so things seem to be okay there. We'll check in with Open Throttle, see how they're doing.
Trying to work through, I think that's TCR in the 936. Wasn't able to
let him go, yeah.
Another one of those rain lights we talked about.
Heading into 10 here. The setup is to the right here. Let's see if he'll go for it. Doesn't look like he wants it that bad. He's going to work through the exit here. There we go.
Guess he's checking his watch, checking his heart rate. The little twitch there. Oh, checking to see, do I need new shorts?
Got by him, braking. And we'll check in with Racer X, see how they're doing. Well, John's been doing really good with the car. Maybe now they're beginning to claw back some things here. Going to a caution now. And it has to do with turn 6. We've got a car that's brought out the caution.
We're actually coming to turn 6 here in a second, so we might be able to see.
It's a Mini Cooper of Sia Motorsports. And here we come down into that very tricky left-hander.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it looks like it's in. Yeah, it's in the barrier right there.
Yeah, it looks like the hatch popped open too. Looks like you might have pancaked the wall. We'll go over to the turn 6 in the distance there. Boy, I got so close to making that. And parked it up against the wall, up in the grass there, out of the way of traffic. And they've gone to a code 35. So everybody's slowed down here. So with that, we'll take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Turning Concepts leads the race. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. This is comical. I mean, it just keeps coming. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're back at it. Under this caution, you probably saw, if you were watching the screen, if you weren't, it was Turning Concepts, the leader, 7-Eleven car, did take advantage of that and duck into the pits. And there's many others coming into. I can't remember whether it was you or Billy used to say feeding time at the zoo.
It is me. I'd say
that says that.
Yep. So feeding time at the zoo. Billy might have said it too.
He would say.
I might have stolen it from him.
His line was liquid sunshine. He would say it all the time.
Liquid sunshine.
When it would rain, yeah. Liquid sunshine.
I bet they would disagree with him.
He didn't like the word rain. It's like you're not supposed to say that.
No,
word.
That's like saying Beetlejuice.
I call it like it is. See, there's one of the drains right there on pit road, and there's not just drains like that around the track, but some of them are kind of a narrow drain that lines the corners outside of the rumble strips, the gators. So there's a lot of really good drainage out here at WGI. We'll go back to that part of the. Looks like they've cleared that accident from down there. So yeah, hopefully we'll be back to green here shortly.
All right, folks. So while we have a couple of minutes, let's run through the order. You guys have been asking for us to go through the class standings, so we'll do it for you. All right, so let's start with our friends here in the A class. All right, so in A-Class, we have Cannonball Club Racing leading Haywood Racing, who has worked themselves up into the second position. Ramen Racing in third. JS Motorsport has fallen down into fourth, and Rosmar Racing rounds out your A-Class top 5. Good run for these A-Class cars. Got all five A-Class cars in the top 15 in the overall. So great job. Let's pop over to the B-Class now. There's No Z, and Mazda continues to lead over Parts Badger by about a lap. Team Octane is in third. Hot Curl Racing, the Porsche 914, sits in fourth. And Hack Racing has worked themselves up into the top 5. Up 32 positions on the day. Great job, guys. And 2 B-Class cars in the top 10. Let's pop over to the C-Class. Right now, Team Troxel Racing, with the exchange of pit stops, has taken over the lead from Turn-In Concepts. And then Shut Up Racing in third, Wilson Daly Racing in fourth, and 901 Motorsport, the 903 entry, Frank Renault's team, sneaking into the top 10. Paulie, that's another team you want to talk about that continues to get better and better and show signs. That 901 Motorsport team, if it stays together, could be looking at a top 5, top 10 run here today. So good job by those guys.
Yeah, I've talked to Frank about this in the past, and he said, we're not really fast enough to go out and win a race, but we're fast enough to be there if anything happens to the guys in front.
And that equalizing with the rain.
In position, so.
Yeah, I mean, that equalizer with the rain could result in a really good finish for them today. All right, and then the D-Class cars, Cole Morgan Racing continues to lead now with a 4-lap advantage and in the top 10 in the overall, with obviously through the exchange of pit stops. So great job, guys, over MLC Racing, Team Z, Smoking Horse Racing, and Lightning McQueen round out your top 5 in D. And now for the F-Class cars. Yeah. All right, Luce Brothers Racing leads F-Class and is in the top 20 out of 90-some cars that started today. Excellent job. Up 13 spots overall on the day. And Boston Winers in the 306 in the Haterade car has now worked themselves up into second in class. So great recovery. MDR Motorsport sits in third. Unfortunately, it looks like Easy Riders is in the pits and not sure if it's for a pit stop or they've run into some problems, but that should round it out there. Now let's take a look at the EC cars for their race. Remember, in Champ Car, EC cars are scored separately, so let me do a refresh here. All right, here we go. Open Throttle Racing in the 62 car continues to lead over the Boston Winers car. And they are, I'll have to see when they come around again. I don't think they're separated by a huge margin. 9 minutes and 31 seconds seems a little excessive as the leader, EC leader, is in the pits, just getting ready to pull out. And then Racer X is in third, Sogo Racing fourth, and Sia Motorsports, the Cooper we just saw in the fence in turn 6, rounds out your top 5.
And there's the Embracing AR BMW here with SiliconSky. They in the pits there, and Les bringing us that action. Number 90. And they're getting, looks like a standard pit stop for the number 90 car.
If I'm not mistaken, like I said earlier, that should be Zach Callender's team trying to pull the number right now, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I don't see it on my sheet.
Wonder if they're running a different number this weekend. I think they're running. They must be running 900 this weekend. That might be.
Oh, it's the Manic Motorsports car.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually showed as purple in here, but looked black to me. But it's Manic Motorsports in the number 90.
Okay. So good run for good solid run for those guys.
Man, the less is more. Cam catching the number 10 car. I believe that's the last year's national champion car.
2024 champion, that would be correct, sir. Getting some service here. Headlights are on. They just turned it on. Looks like they're clearing them to head out in a second. Guess they're doing they're doing it, wiping the window down, making sure it's got plenty of fog X on it so these guys can see. And you'll notice when they come in for pit stops, folks, that their reapplication process every time they come in. I mean, these products do a really good job, but when you've got conditions that are like we're in today, it's not like it's minimal. I mean, this is max cold temperatures, and so it makes it difficult.
Oh, they're sending the blower truck around. Yeah, they do. They need to hit him again. Yeah, Boston Whiners looks like they're in the pits right now, taking advantage of this code 35.
So through the cycle of pit stops, looks like Shut Up Racing is going to take the lead back over from Turn-In Concepts, and then it looks like there's no Zian Mazdas in the pits. Troxel Racing is in the pits. This should be the final pit stop for some of these guys.
Back to caution as we get ready to send the field back to green flag racing here at Watkins Glen. Look over here in the bus stop chicane, the inner loop, and we're back to green. So the yellows have been pulled in and the cars have been sent on their way. Les was showing us something there. I'm not sure.
See somebody else coming on pit road for some services. We're back on board with our leader. Oh, gonna try to used a lot of curve to get
Parts
in there.
Badger. Let's go, bud.
Whoa.
Let's go here. Parts Badger's all over the place out there too. They're pushing. Man, Parts Badger actually pulling on him going through the outer loop. And those guys are just Ironmaning it this weekend. It's just two drivers carrying these stints both days.
Whoa.
And look at him wiggle that car down to the inside.
He's on the limit.
Yep.
I think he's trying. They're trying to catch the 234. So I think there's a sense of urgency. If I'm.
Yeah. Well, right now it's the 383 he's trying to chase down. Parts Badger there in 7th place. Yeah.
I think he's trying to put a lap on I think he's trying to put a lap on a few of these guys.
And you saw a lot of twitching there. Ooh, this could have been bad. That I thought for a moment he was going to have trouble slowing down enough to avoid hitting the Porsche. It is twitching, but he's really trying to stay with the Boxster or with the Miata. And I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I
he just needs to drive his own car.
I don't understand this, Paulie. I understand. Maybe it's because I think he's maybe trying to put him back a lap down or something. Maybe the Parts Badger unlapped themselves, and maybe they see a threat here. But I don't know. I mean, I understand wanting to stay at bay, but at the same time, why risk putting your car into the wall over this?
The other side of it, too, is if the driver feels very confident with the car, he really feels like he's got the limits figured out, then he's comfortable with this. Even though it looks to us sketchy, he's obviously feeling comfortable about this. He's continuing to push the pace here on the Parts Badger Miata and looking for a pass here coming up through the S's. Oh. Does the Badger see him? I think he does now because he's right alongside him.
It's a gutsy move.
Yeah, that was really a gutsy move. Really pushed it through the inside there. He's going to run it all the way down. He's checking that mirror. He's looking next to him. He's actually turning his head and looking sideways like the Miata's right next to him. But no, he's got the pass done there. He's got a slower car ahead. Really not what he wanted to see.
I think that's
if he can get around the outside, that would be the direction I would go here.
That's one of the Street Fighters cars.
Yeah.
I think that's the 72 car, the Honda.
The outside's not bad in the rain here around the outer loop, so that's a good place to get it done. All right, here we go. You got to watch it here because you're going to have guys moving a lot slower down here at the base. Okay, if we can get the outside, it looks like AI sees him coming.
I wonder if there's a yellow there or something because he looked like he backed way off for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, got a car spun over there,
yeah.
Paulie.
Yeah, he's facing the wrong way. I'm seeing a lot of spinning continues out there, mounting up in the field. So guys are still losing control of the cars out there. Ooh, that car actually to his left almost looked like he
smoking horse
started to lose it.
Oh.
Very twitchy going in. You know, I mean, the Porsche Boxsters have an ABS system, and it works really good, and it's actually adjustable. So with software, they can make adjustments to the systems and change how the brakes behave under the driver's foot.
I think there's a sense of urgency because they are trying. They've got it down to 4.5 seconds. Well, 4.7 seconds. They're trying to chase down Shut Up Racing as they dispense of the Haterade car, Boston Whiners.
They're showing their last lap, their best lap of 2:36. The last lap was a 2:43.
Well, as the conditions have just continued to get worse, and you got to wonder too with a lighter car like the Boxster, how much is the wind pushing that car around too? I wonder, because especially coming through 9 where the car gets really light, you got to wonder if the wind's pushing the car, and that's another reason why he's having to chase it so hard.
That was the Embracing AI car again, I think. I think you just passed him again.
The SiliconSky, that was the sister car.
That was okay.
The sister car, yeah. He's trying to work through one of the Miatas here. Be cautious.
Yeah, you got to be really careful here.
167 car.
The problem he's facing, he was in a weird spot for the driver on the outside to see him. Now, for sure, he's seen him.
Thing is, though, he's got 3 seconds on Shut Up Racing right now. I mean, I understand urgency, but take your time. And I mean, maybe he seems like he's got it under control, but I don't know. I just wouldn't be wanting to wreck this car.
He's still getting a yellow down there. Going into 7 here. So he's got to be careful. He can't get this pass done here. He needs to wait.
Is there a stalled car up there? No?
Okay, back to green. Not sure what that was about. Maybe the car was still trying to get away as he heads towards turn 8. Sets up the black BMW. Nice pass. Uses all the track at the exit. Up to 9. It's just really wiggly right in here.
Like I said, I wonder if the wind's getting to it. Because with that northern wind, I wonder if it's pushing. It's trying to push the car sideways.
As long as it's pretty consistent for him, it won't be too bad. Now here he got himself crossed up. You see how nicely he caught that. Even when it gets away from him, he's able to gather it up.
He's putting on a nice performance right now. Last lap was a 2:43.6. Looks like Shut Up has picked the pace up quite a bit. So maybe that's what the urgency is they're worried about Shut Up Racing getting away. See him come out of turn 1. He cleared the lap car. It's down to about 4 seconds even right now. He's chasing it up the hill. The question is, how quick can he work the traffic here? Yo, that was close. Did a nice job of getting through it.
Continuing to close the gap here. Turn in Concepts to Shut Up Racing.
Working inside one of the Rockwell Boxsters. He's going to get held up a little bit here with a Miata.
Yeah, he's going to try the outside again. This is really risky.
You got a ton of curb right there, too.
That's probably the safest way to do it. If he's going to do it, now he really needs to be around the outside here.
He got it.
It's a little sketchy making that dart to the left like that on a right-hander. Got it done. Okay. This apex is a little late. That's what you want. Nice. He's got it. Going to line up to the left. That's really where he wants to be. Okay. Downshift, pitch it in. Again, a late apex turn. He's a little wide. Apparently that's where he likes to be. Probably just to maintain speed.
I think he's trying for that straighter exit.
Yeah, he's just not trying to get down that tight. Just kind of ride the middle of the track. Coming up into 8 here. See a lot of guys not really getting down to the curb here. Yeah, same thing. Little crossed up there. Power up the hill. He's got a car ahead of him to help clear a little bit of that water. He's very smooth going in that time.
Yeah, look really good.
The Mustang or whatever that is up
now
ahead.
The question is, can he get by the Honda here before he gets into 10?
Yeah, pretty easily. He's carrying so much speed out of 9.
I got to give him credit. He's catching some of the traffic in some good spots. It doesn't seem like he's just putting himself in a bad spot. He's just got to be careful getting on the brakes that hard and just, the car's really twitchy in some sections.
Again, he's got that ABS working for him, so he's not going to lock him up necessarily, but here we go. Yep.
It's down to a second and a half, so Shut Up Racing was a 246.1. Last lap to a 243.6. That's quite a gain. Last couple laps.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, depending on if the pace stays the same, this might be, is this the lead right here? No, yeah, this might be the lead right here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a significant reduction in the amount of rain that's falling at the moment. We're just not pelting the window out in front of the booth here like we were. So here we go.
Paulie, we might have just seen the pass for the lead. I think that might have been Shut Up Racing. I'm not sure, but we'll have to check.
So close, yeah. He's just really moving on this field. Outside. Nice. Ooh, this was a little sketchy here. No, they see him coming. Good heads-up driving by the other drivers to see him coming. Again, aiming for a later apex here. Hopefully the So the Mini's going to stay to the left. Lets him go. So we'll see as he comes around here. We should see a change for position for the overall lead of the race, folks. Turn-in Concepts, who's led the race earlier. I don't think they really were much danger there. I think the pit stop sequence, I think they're still okay. Probably didn't have to make that happen, but they got the pass.
Whoa.
Again, real sketchy getting in there,
but you still got to be careful, though. You got the lead back now, and you're faster. Just settle into a decent pace, pick the traffic off a little bit at a time, and just maintain it. I mean, you've got one of the fastest cars here.
So as he comes down the start-finish line, here it is again, yes. So timing and scoring has been updated unofficially. Turn-in Concepts retakes the lead of this race
with a 240.5 last lap. Good Lord, in the rain.
901 Motorsport there in third. Wilson Daly in fourth. Team Troxel Racing in fifth. Parts Badger, followed by There's No Z in Mazda. Haywood Racing. Team Salem Mustard and Cannonball Club in 10th place.
Lapping by the 300 there, the Mercedes. I mean, he's putting on a show here. I'll tell you what, he's increased the lead to 5.5 seconds. So, not sure what's going on with the shut-up car. Maybe the driver that's in the car just may not be the most comfortable in the rain. We'll have to maybe see what we can see. Now there's on board with Wilson Daly. The car on the left side there with the brake lights on, the blue, that should be Cole. little bit of a twitch there. Racer X is in front of him as well.
There's a lot of traffic here. And
that's Cole Morgan Racing right in front of him. May try to outbrake the Mustang here. He's not quite there. He's at the quarter panel.
Mm-hmm. Like the Mustang's going to let him go. He's just having a little trouble getting the power down there. You saw him lift and correct.
Now the question is, I don't think he's close enough to make a run here. And he may try to go in here on the Sogo BMW.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things at play. How deep can he brake? And then does the BMW want to fight him through the corner around the outside, or was he going to let him go? So you never quite know what the other guy's going to do. And there's Racer X up ahead. And the Miata's just biding its time, trying to roll through that corner. And there's Racer X, the pass on Racer X. As they head down to the front straightaway.
I mean, Chris is doing a nice job working through there. I like that he's not getting the car out of shape, too. He's just, last lap was a 252. Let's see what he runs this time by. 257, okay, but he's working a lot of traffic. Coming up on the Hot Curl Racing. Working up the hill through 4 onto the back straightaway.
And the 903 of 901 Motorsports had a spin and continue down in 5A.
Got an hour and 7 minutes left to go. Turning Concepts continues to lead over Shut Up Racing. We just saw the pass live here on ChampCar.Live just a little bit ago. And how about this, Paulie? 903 car, the 901 Motorsport, is up to third. Where have these guys come from all day?
Yeah.
They're up. They started toward the front, so they're back to where they were. But, I mean, they kind of just cruised at the beginning of the race, and all of a sudden, they've kind of poured it on. Last lap, they were pretty even with Turning Concepts. I mean, they got to make a lap up. But these guys right now are in podium position, not only for the C-Class, because C-Class has 5 of the top 6 spots locked down right now, but they're in contention for a C-Class podium as well.
Who knew?
This is a great run for Frank's guys. Like you said, they usually have solid pace, but, I mean, they're in contention right now for an overall podium. That's a phenomenal run for these guys.
Yeah, it's a rain race, which just mixes everything up. You just don't know what's going to happen in this. So this is good. Look at all these cars coming down into the toe.
Gaggle of cars.
Yeah, you go over to the Marching Ants, and I mean the track is full of race cars. Just look at that.
Yep.
They're everywhere.
Can't get away from them, can you? Let's take a look. So while we have a couple minutes, let's take a look down the order, talk about some teams here. So good run for the 473 car. They were sniffing at the top 10 earlier, but not quite there yet. But they're in 15th in the overall. Right now they're in 5th in the A-Class. A good run. Up 38 spots on the day. Let's scroll a little farther down in the order. And then you've got... and then good run, solid run for No Foo Racing. Sent from the Gourds. They're up into the 20th spot in the overall. Good run for the 538 for the guys in the Camaro. Pittsburgh-based team. This is one of their home tracks. They're not too far away from here. So if these guys can hang on, it'd be a good run for them. Right now they're in the top 10 in the C-Class overall. and they're not far off of, only about 2 seconds off of the 717, the sister Turn-In Concepts car. So keep an eye on those guys. And let's look a little farther back here. Luce Brothers Racing continues to lead that F class. A good run for those guys. They're only about 47 seconds back of 901, the 901 Motorsport 901 entry. And then a little farther back, we got MMR Racing, the 614. We haven't really talked about them today. They're only less than 1/10 of a second off of the 14 Rockwell car. Point Karting, the 818 car, the 1989 BMW, they're up 13 spots on the day, 35.5 seconds back of MLC, the second place running D-Class car. And then the 695 Coco Brothers, the 93 Miata, these guys are having a solid day, 35th in the overall, and top 10 in the A-Class, a good run for them. A&D Motorsport in the 109, they're on lap 69 right now, having a solid run. They're about a minute back of Coco and Brothers. So, and then Triple Nickel Racing, the Triple 55, the 555, they're up 31 spots on the day, so good run for those guys. Low Percent Pass Racing, the 396 BMW, another solid day for those guys, 43rd, up 29 spots. So good run. So a lot of stories through the field, Paulie.
Yeah, there has to be. There's so many cars out there. It's just got to be so many different things that are going on there. You can't even hardly get your head around it.
But that's why we get paid the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. That would be it. That would be the reason.
So as we're back on board here with TCR, working through the carousel. Last lap was a 2:46.5. Paulie, looks like the rain's increased again a little bit.
Oh, here we go. And that's just kind of expected this, that it was just going to be off again, on again. If you looked at the forecast, you could see the chance of rain was ebbing and flowing throughout the day. So this is what we've seen. And the rain picked up again now, and you could see it on the racetrack. It's a lot of rooster tailing that's going on here, and it's filling the windshields of these competitors as they come through.
And it's like I said earlier, it's mentally taxing to drive through this, because you have to constantly have your mind going, what do I need to do? Where do I need to? And you always have to be on alert. What am I driving into next corner? What's it going to be? What's it going to look like? So you really just have to be mentally prepared for it. And then when you're in traffic like this, as we're back on board with Luce Brothers and the 114 car. You heard him just gingerly getting on that throttle. But you have to think about, where's this car going to go? Where do I need to put it? How do I get into the corner? Do I need to make sure I don't drive in super hard?
Yeah, some racetracks, when they get a lot of water on them, like Gingerman, you just feel like you're just driving around. You can't believe you're even racing. It's like you're just trying to keep the car on the racetrack. This track, you can race on it, and it's just the most exciting thing. But I'm obviously, we've had some drivers that are not able to do that, and it could be the tires or the car or whatever, so you're going to have some different perspectives out there.
Did you see that, Paulie? Folks, I don't know if you noticed that. When he got to where he was going pretty much straight up the hill in this little Miata, and with the wind buffering and pushing him because it's a northerly wind, all of a sudden the car stalled out at about 78, 79 miles an hour because the wind was pushing against the front end of the car. That's the wind resistance we've talked about when you hit that wall of air. Because all of a sudden, as soon as he got back toward the top of the hill, his speed started getting up, and he started getting into the 90 mile an hour range there until he got on the brakes for the bus stop. So it really does affect those smaller cars, as we see the 207 going by, and they're working by the Honda.
Yeah, the Hack guys, Big Tone in the car with the Hack Racing division.
Working by, I think that's the 830, one of the MDR cars. Going by the 260. That's Team Z, one of our D-Class cars.
Yeah. Hey, Timothy.
Yep, absolutely, folks. If you get a chance, like this video, like our broadcast, and smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and make sure you tune in and set alerts for everything Champ Car Endurance Series. If you want to be part of the broadcast and participate in the chat, you just have to go through that 24-hour vetting period, and then you can. So if you go ahead and do it now, you'll be set up for our next race that we cover at Autobahn. But you can absolutely still tune in for tomorrow's race, because we'll be back after we conclude today's event. We'll be back on the air at 8:45 Eastern tomorrow morning to bring you race 2 of the Twin 7's.
Yeah, so with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Watkins Glen International this weekend for 2 days of endurance road racing. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're racing at Watkins Glen. We've got Turning Concepts leading over Shut Up Racing. And then it's 901 Motorsport, Wilson Daly, Parts Badger, Team Troxel up there in the mix there in 6th place. There's Nosy and Mazda, and Team Salem, the Mustard Car, up into 8th place, Haywood Racing, Cannonball Club. That's your top 10 right there. Yeah, we've got a little bit of a battle going between the Rockwell Autosport Development, MDR, and Open Throttle. 3 Porsches in the fight right now for 24th, 25th, and 26th.
Back on board with RacerX.
Yeah.
I think that's John in the car now. I don't think that was John in the car before.
Got the red suit.
Yeah, I think John's got the red suit.
You're carrying lots of speed. The car must be feeling good.
Yeah, it looks like he's gotten the car down to the best lap for that car is a 2:54.8. So
okay.
I think they're gaining some time with it. And it was set not that long ago. Yeah, he must be feeling pretty good with it.
Yeah, less than an hour remains in this contest now, so this is probably going to be it. Oh no, oh no, here we go.
No.
Here's the back end. He's spinning around. Oh, he's not hit the wall. He's footballed back into the racetrack and stalled the car.
Hold the brake, hold the brake.
Well, it's probably not bad that he rolls back like that to give guys some place to go to the outside.
Oh, got another one.
And he's the meat in the sandwich right now. Yeah, the Miata probably got crossed up just trying to figure out what's he going to do. And that's yeah, you got to be careful. Obviously, he just got in a little too hot into 6th there. Managed to hang on to it. I don't know if the instant replay will go back far enough. Yes, it will. There it is. Just flat out lost it.
Did a nice job of keeping it off the wall.
2 360s. Almost 2 full 360s there.
I don't know if he got the wall or not.
I don't think he did. He was pretty close to it, though, wasn't he?
Yeah. Do you think he got hit, potentially?
Let's see what... we're going full course caution here. It just looks like he was way wide, wasn't he?
But the second... I'm wondering if there was another car. Well, I saw another car, but maybe it was a separate incident. I mean, he did a great job getting it saved.
Yeah, they're going to go code 35. Let's see if he brings it in. It's so hard knowing what exactly is happening. You're watching through this teeny little camera lens. You don't know what the driver's seeing. But looks like he's still on the racetrack. He's kept it out. And
So we got a car being reported in the fire in one of the tire walls.
Oh, it's one of the, I'm looking out of our broadcast booth, Paulie. It's down in turn 1. It's the 58 car. That's Bruno from Open Throttle Racing. I don't know if it's hit, has it hit something? It looks like it's just stopped down there.
Well, I just barely overheard race control saying that it was in the wall, but, I might not have heard that correctly. Let's go to that turn 1 camera and see if we can see anything down there. No?
It's off to the left. So it's farther down going toward turn 2.
Yeah. Maybe if we move this timing and scoring pylon out of the way.
Just down, probably out of shot because it's so far, because I can see the old flag stand from the original course, but it's farther to the left. It's down toward the runoff area in turn 1 where they used to have the sand trap. And it's up against the tire barrier over there.
Well, folks, if you don't happen to notice, or maybe you think you see it and you think, nah, that can't be, we are actually seeing some snow. There are snowflakes. It's that wet, soppy kind of snow that we're seeing coming down along with the rain, because some of that coming from the upper atmosphere is so cold that we are actually racing in the snow. It's like a snow-rain mix. And this could go down as another one of those epic races where we found ourselves racing in the snow, rain mix. We certainly have some fog. It appears that either my window's a little fogged up, or it appears that we got some fog off to my left here.
No,
from where I'm perched.
You're exactly right, Paulie. There's fog.
So freezing fog. Is there anything else we left out? We didn't do sleet yet.
I'm not going to say anything else
because I don't work it out. We only have a few minutes left in this race, and Turn-In Concepts right now has the lead. They've slowed everything down here. It looks like the Embracing AI BMW coming out of the pits now. So yeah, we'll go back and take a look at that instant replay we just had with, I think it was John in the car there, and you can see he's right out at the edge of the racetrack, and there's just no way. Boy, he did get close to that wall. If he didn't kiss it, it was pretty close. And manages to get going again pretty quickly there. And I think the Miata just comes to a stop there, and then eventually gets going again. But yeah, that was... You're just along for the ride, aren't you?
Yeah. I'd tell you, he did a masterful job of keeping it out of the wall there.
Yeah, it looks like he just held the steering wheel and just watched it go around and didn't let it do any more, footballing, as we call it, than necessary. And we got an emergency vehicle. There's the car being picked up there. Again, I told you earlier, don't be alarmed by the ambulance. That's normal whenever a car gets into a wall. If there's any concern whatsoever, they'll just go ahead and send out the ambulance, let them evaluate. But normally it's just standard procedure. So code 35 here brings everybody down to 35 miles an hour where they are. And about 45 minutes unofficially remain in the race. So that part of the track is clear. So things look pretty clear here. We do have some cars coming in to take advantage. One of the Rockwell cars looks like it's in.
And then it looks like it's Dave Kiesik's car is in.
Oh, yeah. There's one of the Salins Porsches coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah, it looks like we maybe have some cars coming in for their final stops. Look like a few more cars are coming in.
Yeah, this would be the time. If there's anybody else that needs a stop at 45 minutes, this would be the time to do it.
The 129 car is in.
Yeah, 129, one of the Rosmar racing machines.
I think the Luce brothers are in as well. I saw a car with flip-up headlights come down Pitt Road. Maybe not. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong car.
This must be outdated because they're accelerating down the straightaway. They're actually under code 35. So nobody's doing that. So we're keeping an eye on things here for you. So car 396, that might be the one you already called out there. Low percentage pass in turn 1, and car 58.
That's Bruno. That's Open Throttle's
Open
one
Throttle.
of their Boxsters.
Yeah, the Boxster. Over in corner number 1, contact, car-to-car contact being reported there between those two machines. Timothy commenting, he's guessing Roy's in the Parts Badger car since they're leading their class.
Yeah, and they've worked themselves back up into the 4th position right now. Leading the B class, about a lap over. There's no Z in Mazda. All right, folks, well, we got a minute. So we're getting all this cleaned up. Let's go through our classes here. So as far as our classes, actually, let's hit the top 10. Let's hit the top 10 first. So Turning Concepts leads this race over Shut Up Racing by about 44 seconds. They're the only two cars on the same lap right now. Wilson Daly Racing is about a lap back. They've worked themselves up into the 3rd position. Great run today for those guys to be on the podium. Parts Badger in the 414 is going to come in 4th. 901 Motorsport in 5th. And the 903, great run for Frank's guys. Team Troxel in 6th. Nosy and Mazda in 7th. Team Salem Mustard in 8th. Haywood Racing in 9th. And Cannonball Club in 10th position right now. In the classes, the A class, Haywood Racing leads over Cannonball Club Racing. They're both on the same lap, along with Ramen Racing. So they're only about 2 minutes and 19 seconds separated, the top 3 in class right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Rosmar Racing in 4th, JS Motorsports in 5th. On to B class. Parts Badger continues to run 4th in the overall, leads the B class by a lap over. There's no Z in Mazda. Team Octane runs, they're in the pits right now getting some service. They run in 3rd. Hot Curl Racing in the Porsche 914 in 4th. And Hack Racing in the 759 rounds out your top 5 for B class. On to C class. Turning Concepts leads over Shut Up Racing. They're, again, top 2 cars in the race, top 2 in C class. They are on the lap of their own, separated by 44 seconds and change. Wilson Daly Racing 3rd, 901 Motorsport in 4th in class. Team Troxel 5th in class. Now down to D. Cole Morgan Racing continues to have a dominant performance today. They've had a great run. They're in 4th in the overall 4 laps up as they lead right now. Got my numbers mixed up, Paulie. MLC Racing in 2nd, Team Z. We saw them a little earlier getting dispensed of by some faster traffic in 3rd, Smoking Horse 4th, and Lightning McQueen running in the top 5. Let's take a look at F. Luce Brothers Racing continues to have a good run, 3 laps up over Boston Winers in 2nd, MDR in 3rd, and rounding out your F class is the 300 Easy Riders car. Now on to the E-Seek division. Let me hit the old refresh here. All right, Open Throttle Racing continues to lead by a lap over the Boston Winers 444 car. So it looks like if everything stays true, the SiliconSky car, the race sponsor, may be on its way to a victory today. Racer X runs in 3rd. Those guys have had a solid run today. TCR Motorworks in 4th. Sogo Racing, Suns Out, Guns Out Racing rounds out your top 5. So that is your look at the classes right now, folks, as we have just under 40 minutes to go in this race.
Thanks for that, Kyle. Yep.
As you can see, folks, that's a little bit of the camera, but there's a fog settling in over the racetrack a little bit. It is starting to get a little bit thicker in certain parts of the racetrack, so something that the drivers are going to have to be mindful of as we get down to the end of this thing. And that's going to affect, too. We're going to have to see what the line of sight looks like. I mean, so far from this level, it looks pretty good. But for the corner workers, depending on how it persists, you have to keep that in mind as well. Plus, you have to see what it looks like for the drivers. So far, it looks decent. It just depends on if that fog sets in a little bit lower. So we've seen a bunch of cars come in. Looks like Start Racing's on pit road. It looks like they're getting a little bit more service done. Everybody should be, with 37 minutes to go, everybody should have made their final pit stop at this point as we're getting ready to go back yellow. So should go back green here in just a minute or so. So with the top 2 cars, let's take a look at speeds here as they come up to as the green flag gets ready to come out. We'll take a look at some speeds, take a look at some lap times, and see if Shut Up Racing has anything for turning concepts. As the rain is coming down even harder now, it's pouring rain, folks.
Yeah, we're back to green here, folks. We're in a little bit of a delay here with the Turn Concepts camera. There's the green, and he's looking to gingerly.
Whoa, 3 wide move right there. Sorry about that, Paulie.
No, it's good.
I was like, oh no, 3 wide.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, these guys have absolutely taken some chances today, and so far it's paid off for them. Coming up the hill, headed through 4 now. You got a couple cars side by side here. It looks like it's worked itself out.
Hi, John Wittenauer. Yeah, 21 seconds the gap from shut up to turn 1, or to turn in rather. But we just went back to green, so that doesn't really mean that much right now.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Shut Up Racing can take advantage of that yellow that they had, because they were able to gain a little bit during that Code 35 period. Can they take advantage of it and catch? Will turning concepts like this get caught in traffic where it slows them down?
Yeah, looking for the inside. He's going to follow the Rockwell Porsche through. Brake for turn 1.
Stays at the bumper.
Yeah. Let's see if Rockwell will dip to the left. That would open up the lane.
Rockwell's not an easy car to pass.
He's going to move over a little bit. There's room. That's it.
Yeah, Rockwell
He's
doesn't
trying to
know.
work by another car.
It's
his
another
sister
Rockwell car.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these guys are runners, too. There's different drivers showing up to drive these cars. So there's a lot of opportunity to go drive with the Rockwell team if you want to.
Yeah, he didn't like that move there. I don't know if you saw the hand gesture. He thought, he should have let me go. I'm the race leader. You should have moved over, and he didn't exactly.
Oh. Yeah. Now, this is some of that sketchiness of the puddles down there. It's a good idea. I try to, when I was racing, I would look at the standings before I went out. Who are the top fivers? I want to stay out of their way. If I see them coming, I want to know who they are so I can let them go and not disrupt their race. If I'm not in that league, I don't want to get in the way.
Just going to catch these guys not in the most ideal. Whoa.
Yeah,
72 got on the brakes for Racer X.
Because they're going to look to line up to the left unless they're coming into the pits. They shouldn't need to this late in the race. Everybody ought to be good to go after that caution.
I'm seeing a lot of fogging up on that windshield.
Yeah,
I'm wondering
gotten through one. Yeah.
I'm wondering if John's having a hard time seeing. He may just be trying to nurse this thing to the end at this point. They have if they can keep it out of trouble, they've got about 5 laps up on TCR. So if they can just maintain a decent pace, they can hang on to 3rd spot in the EC class.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben, we do have trucks that race in the series, so there's nothing. Just check out the VPI list, and you should be able to find something there. So with that, we're going to take another quick break and be back in just a few minutes for the final 30 minutes of this race today here at Watkins Glen International. Day 1 of the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're under code 35 here. Reportedly, one of the Rockwell cars is stuck in the gravel. So, over in turn 7 there, I don't think there's gravel instead. Yeah, there is a big swath of gravel over there. No, it's grass. But that could be just as bad.
Maybe stuck in the mud.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like it's an impact. Look.
Yeah, he's got some damage there, Kyle, for sure. And
That's
again,
a tough break for those guys.
Yeah, tore up the car a little bit. And we're just minutes away here from the end of the race, but they do need to clear this up. So they'll need time for this. Looks like there's some debris. Look at that, Kyle, where the other truck's getting out.
Yeah, I wonder if they hit there.
Well, we saw those other vehicles continue on, so there may be more than one car involved here, but that's not what's reported.
I wonder if Rockwell hit the wall and then slid down to where it's at now.
Yeah, that's a downhill section, isn't it? So very, very likely could have been, especially as wet as it is out there. And he picked up a large piece of bodywork there. And driver's out, actually. Driver's looking, what am I supposed to take back to the... It's unusual that the driver would be out unless they suspected a fire, or if the car is so badly damaged they don't want him in it.
They're probably going to have to put it on the rollback based on the front end of that car, the way it's looking.
Yeah, they've got the rollback there, but it looks like maybe they're not ready to pull it into the grass. Maybe they're going to try and tug it out. Let's see what we're going to do here. And they're still picking up pieces of car over there.
Looks like there's quite a bit. So it must have just, the bodywork must have just exploded when he hit that thing. There's quite a bit over there. And you can almost see maybe where the Armco is damaged, where the car hit.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to get this thing towed out of here.
And indeed, there is another car involved in this. It's the Wilson Daily Racing machine has been involved, and they've got that car on the hook already. And that, apparently, they also hit the wall. And they were doing so well, too.
They're running third.
That's got to be such a heartbreaker for that team.
So it looks like they got the wrecker in there. They're going to try to pick up the front end of it. Or maybe they're going to try to pull it out of there.
We'll try to go back to this, and boy. We'll go back to this, Kyle, with Wilson Daly as they're working this out. Looks like he's in a battle here with maybe Parts Badger.
Yeah. For third place, most likely.
So we're watching. This is what's already happened. This is pre-recorded.
Oh, he just lost?
No, he's all right. This is before. I believe it's later when he gets. He's coming out of 7, I believe, when this whole thing happens. But
can't see anything.
Yeah, you got that right. So he's got the defogger system on the window there.
But folks, I can't stress just how uncomfortable of a feeling that when you can't see anything, and you can tell Chris, he's got the focus in his eyes. If you look in the rearview mirror, he's just trying to take it easy.
Sorry I brought us back so far, folks. It's really it's very granular.
But we do see Rockwell, the 715 right there, so I'm wondering.
Yeah, he gets by both the Rockwell cars there.
I'm wondering if the two cars got together.
So here he goes. Well, the Wilson car, the accident looks like he's on his own. He just loses it. So we'll see what we get here. He's going to come around this car and follow the Miata up the hill. Okay, everything's fine here. And it's right here.
It just loops around on him. He's
just applying power.
He was barely on the power, too.
Oh.
Yeah, it broke.
Really, that's just a ginger thing. It wasn't anything egregious. He just lost it. That's all it was.
That's a shame for those guys. They had such a good car. And it's still coming down in buckets.
Yeah, they've cleared that area. There's actually a little bit of dirt that's been kicked up on the track on the right side. There's not too many people to be down there for any reason, but there's a little bit on the track there as the minutes are running down quickly.
21 minutes and change 19, a little under 20 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I had to refresh my screen. Sorry about that, Paulie.
Had to refresh my brain. And with the emergency vehicles all but off the track, they should be going back to green here shortly. Hopefully we can have a green flag finish. Yeah, that's one of the risks of WGI. It's not forgiving enough for that, unfortunately. At most racetracks, in most situations, he would have been fine with that. He'd have been off, but he would have been okay. And they are he's trying to keep some temperature in these tires and in these brakes for the return to green. The turn-in concept cars have done well today. And we were talking about turn-in concepts earlier today, saying, this team has so much potential to go out there and start winning races, and it looks like they've lined themselves up for this one. Open throttle racing, keeping it out there today.
Yeah, these guys have done a good job. Let me take a look in the EC, because that's an EC car. They're actually in 6th spot right now, Paulie. They're only a couple laps back. I mean, it looks like they got a lock on 6th place, but Foe's had a pretty good run today. But it looks like it's going to be a really good day for Mike. We still got a little bit of time to go, but if the 62, the SiliconSky car, the new 2018 BMW 240, looks like the SiliconSky car might get a victory today. Folks, it's been a wild, wild race. So Turn-in Concepts continues to lead this race over Shut Up Racing, Parts Badger, 901 Motorsports, the 903 car, Team Salem Mustard in the 943. As we're going back,
yeah.
There's no Z and Mazda in 6th, Team Troxel in 7th, Cannonball Club in 8th, Team Salem catch up in nice about. Both the Salem's cars are in the top 10, and Ramen Racing has now snuck up into the top 10. Right now, you got 3 Porsches in. You got 3 Porsches in the top 10. You got 3 BMW. Yeah, 3 BMWs, 3 Mazdas, and no, there's an outlier in there somewhere. No, 4 Mazdas in there. I'm sorry. So 3 BMWs, 3 Porsches, and 4 Mazdas right there, with 2 more Mazdas lurking outside the top 10.
And we're back to green. Here it comes with that green flag, or he just pulls the yellow in. Says, there you go. You guys can go racing now. So this is it, the sprint to the end. Oh, we got a car that just kept going straight.
Was that shut up?
Off of off to turn 1. Was it shut up?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It looked like one of the BMWs. There's one of the Rockwell cars.
Yeah, it just kept going straight. We're hoping they were able to rejoin, and there's no drama. There's so much rain out there, mixed with some fog, it's hard to see. And 15 minutes remain. Yeah, I would not want to be. I wouldn't want to be out there. The flagger looks pretty cold. Well, that's the direction all the wind's coming. You can see the way their shelter's set up there and the flag stand. The wind's all coming from that direction, so this just stays out of the rain and the wind that way. There's Parts Badger going through, coming out of
Team
the bus
Octane.
stop.
There's your EC leader, the 62 car.
down into the corner here.
Oh, don't go 3 wide. Nice move. It's one of Frank's cars. Team Salem Boxsters. Oh, they're splitting. I think that's the Street Fighters.
Another Salem's car ends up, hitting a big puddle down there in the corner. They're 3 and 4 wide almost coming through here.
Paulie, the puddling that he hit is right there at the curb because that's that bottom part that doesn't, you can see where they try to drain the water, but we've just had so much rain in a short period of time that you really get
going down there,
Yep, exactly. You really got to stay off of that.
Yeah, it runs down that hill and then it's banked, so all that water wants to come down into that spot. And that driver might have taken a bath.
Yeah, I'd say so.
There's Rockwell, the remaining Rockwell car. Go back on board with the leader here. See how they're making out. Looking through 9 here, it looks like.
May try to dive in there under the Embracing AI car. Oh, a little bit of chasing the wheel. Working by one of the other cars. It's kind of hard to tell, folks. There's a little bit of moisture on the camera lens, so it was kind of hard to see who that. It looked like it was a gray car.
Yeah, looks like they're going through turn 1, and that's them at the coming into the 12. Okay, or 11. Okay.
You can't see anything. Those wipers are just screaming at this point.
Yeah, I think there's a little moisture. There's also some wet on the lens of the camera too that I think is making it a little bit worse for us to see. Oh. Looks like we're going to go to a local yellow here.
Shut Up Racing is only 39 seconds back, so Turning Concepts has just got to be careful working this traffic.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time left, but they've got to be picture perfect for these last 11 minutes.
Yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on them here.
So they're getting held up in some traffic here. Just show some patience. Yep, there you go. Just be patient.
Yellows from 11 to station 3 is what's being called.
Oh, Salen's pinched him a little bit there.
Downhill now towards 7.
So he dispensed to Salen's. Now I think that's Suns Out, Guns Out. Yep, working by them. Going by the, I think that's Dave Kiesik's car.
Just about 10 minutes remaining here.
So real quick, while we're on board with our race leader, let's do a quick run through of our class leaders at least. We won't go through everything, but we'll at least hit our class leaders. So right now, if everything stands out, there's about a 37-second lead, almost 38. Cannonball Club Racing over Ramen Racing, and Haywood Racing is on the same lap as well. So those guys have to continue to drive smooth and smart. Cannonball does, because they can't afford to have any mistakes because there's not a lot of gap in between. But 3 cars in contention for the win there. Down to B class, it looks like Parts Badger, if everything stays true, is going to hang on by a lap over. There's no Z in Mazda. For the C class, your overall Turning Concepts in box 1 is poised to take the win over Shut Up Racing if they can hang on to it. So they're on the same lap together. And then 903. The 903 car is in 4th, but on the bottom step of the C-Class podium. Cole Morgan Racing is now 5 laps up on MLC Racing, so good run today for those guys. They may get their, ironically, only second race. They may get their first race. They may get their first win. And then F class right now, Luce Brothers is up by 3 laps over Boston Winers. And then let's take a look at the EC. Last time we checked, it was Open Throttle Racing continues to. Oh no, Boston Winers is now on the same lap. I mean, now it's about a lap, but Boston Winers has made up a little bit of time. But Open Throttle's got to keep digging for the time being. So right now they're poised to get a victory if they can just hang on a little longer.
Whew. You can see the wind buffeting the camera. The winds and the storm have not let up, folks. It's still a nasty storm coming through here. And a car moving slowly. Is that Parts Badger coming down to 7 slowly, letting some cars around?
No, I think is that Luce Brothers? No, that's the Z.
That's the Z.
That's the D Class Z.
There's the leader going through. And he'll head down towards turn 8. Final minutes here. There's the leader. Turn-in Concepts. I come up to turn 9 here. Just following that black BMW.
You can see those cars twitching coming up onto the straightaway.
Yeah, it's nuts.
They've now increased their lead to 58, almost 59 seconds as of last time by. So they're continuing to push the car as hard as they can. The last lap, they were separated by a substantial margin.
And it looks like the Turn-in Concepts is just kind of tucked in behind a black BMW and just more or less following them around the track. Yeah, he lined up a little bit for it, but not
big
close enough
switch
for the
there
pass.
by one of the. I'm not sure if it was ketchup or mustard, but man, that was a great save getting into one. So they're working through. See these cars working through the bus stop.
Back on board with the leader here.
Just about 6 minutes to go.
Les is back down in the pits again with the camera.
Still working through. Now if he can take his time working by Lightning McQueen, that's the 95 car. That's one of our D-Class cars. Coming out of turn 6. Gotta say, Paulie, these guys have put in a flawless performance today. And they weren't completely dominant. I mean, they've kind of worked through the order. They've had to come back from a couple of times through some different varying pit strategy, and they've done a good job at just navigating all the traffic. It's been fun to watch. See him just easing the car out of there.
Yeah.
Oh, I did hear from the Wilson Daily guys. Chris Wilson was out of the car. He is fine. So got to report he is okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's good to just follow the black BMW here to cut a path in the water for him and just drive behind him here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't, at this point, with 4 minutes to go, he doesn't need to pass realistically. He could, like you said, Paulie, just let the BMW do the work for him. He's riding about a car length offline so he can see, just so he doesn't have the rooster tails completely hitting him in the windshield. Now they're going to work through dispense of one of the BMWs. That might have been that 818 car. Oh, now we get a little bit of traffic in front of them. They were working through one of the Rockwell cars. Now here's what you got to be careful about. You got a gaggle of cars through the S's.
Yeah, it's really risky.
Nice job of navigating it, going by Street Fighters and the Honda Accord.
And good heads-up driving from those drivers being passed.
Biggest thing in conditions like this, hold your line, be predictable. Let the faster cars find a way to work around you. Don't try to move around and give them lines, and especially in these questionable conditions.
In the bus stop here.
See him wiping a little water away. The driver's got glasses on, so he's probably just trying to keep a little water out of his glasses. He's got his visor up so he can see completely.
Yeah, he's got a couple cars there he's following, but heading through 7 there. You can really hear the wind picking up.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal today.
And actually decides to go ahead and pass the BMW, it looks like. No, I think it's a different car. May have lost track of him here. Go back to the leader here.
Oh, that's tight. That's tight right there. Got through.
Yeah, that was tight. It's for sure.
Because, I mean, he was out on the extra pavement there off of 7.
You got a red car now that separated them. And looks like there's a Miata in the mix now. Oh, boy.
Whoa, boy.
Yeah, and everybody's a little twitchy up there.
Only a couple minutes to go, guys. Keep them together.
Around the outside here. He is really in a thick gaggle of cars here. Now onto the front straightaway. Let's see if we can pick him up coming down here. No, I just don't see it. We got 1 to go. 1 to go is the signal from the tower. There it is, 1 to go. This is going to be it. 1 lap to go here. And this would be a great win for this team if they can pull it off. And it's been hard fought. He's coming through the bus stop now. And car's working its way through turn 7 now. Oop. Here we go. So it's been quite a race for Tournament Concepts today. Close calls all around them, and a very challenging race for that team today. For everybody here this weekend so far, it's been a very challenging opener
And we have a car almost lose control right there in front of them. But Turn-In Concepts has just put on an amazing race here this weekend, and something they certainly have to be proud of, with multiple cautions this weekend, multiple cautions today, multiple red flags, stopping this race, bringing it into the pits. Turn-In Concepts comes around the final corner for the final time across the start-finish line. And here comes the checkered flag for Turn-In Concepts, taking the win here at the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. Turn-In Concepts winning the overall race here today. So Turn-In Concepts wins the overall race, with Shut Up Racing coming in second and Parts Badger battling for third place overall. The checkered flag flies. Looking at A-Class, Cannonball Club is poised to take first place, with Ramen Racing just 56 seconds behind them, followed by Rosmar. And then down to B-Class, Parts Badger takes the win, with There's No Z in Mazda behind them, followed by Team Octane. Down to D-Class, Turn-In Concepts takes that win, with Shut Up Racing in second, and Team Salem Mustard in third place. Now looking at D-Class, Cole Morgan Racing takes the win over MCL Racing 47 and Smoke Horse Racing in third. For F-Class, it's Loose Brothers Motorsports, Boston Winers, Easy Riders, and MDR Motorsports. And for EC, it's Open Throttle Racing, winning the EC class, followed by Boston Winers, back 1 minute and 28 seconds, followed by Racer X. And there's a very wet and cold Les Epps, the less is more cam, bringing us all that racing action today from pit road. And just what an amazing, difficult, challenging endurance race today. Some of them, Kyle, are easier than others. We could say this was one of the hardest races these guys have seen.
Yeah, this is one of those races that you really figure out who you are as a driver, who you are as a team, and you have to battle through the adversity. It's cold, it's uncomfortable. Your crew's got to be on top of it all day. They can't make mistakes. Your drivers can't make mistakes. And Turn-In Concepts and a lot of these teams just did an outstanding job. And every team that finished today, I mean, even the teams that didn't win, should be proud of themselves for finishing, because it's days like today where it's the hardest to finish and get through the conditions that you're dealing with.
Absolutely. So thanks, Les. Appreciate you going out there to catch the finish of these guys coming in, but it's tough with all that rain coming in at you. But thanks for doing that and everything you did for us today. Again, a job well done. I know you're not done yet. So Turn-In Concepts takes the overall win here today, with Shut Up Racing in second and Parts Badger third. So that's going to bring things to a close for us today on ChampCar.Live from Watkins Glen. We'll be back again tomorrow, though, for another 7 hours of endurance road racing. We'll go live at 8:45. The green flag's going to come on at 9 o'clock. So for Les Epps down in the pits, Kyle Lockrow, I'm Paul Veltum. We'll see you next time, folks. So long.
Bye.